TV's on outside. No,
Okay. Let Caroline get in. We'll call this meeting to order.
All rise. Oh, yes, this county commission meeting of Sumner County is now open pursuant to adjournment. God bless this country and this honorable commission. Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Weatherford. If we could have everybody, we got a full house tonight. If we could have everybody, if you've got seats on your row, if you could scoot in a little bit so we can give everybody that's here a seat, if that's possible. Yeah, if you can scoot towards the middle, that would be helpful. All right, let's bow our heads. Lord, we thank you for this evening and for this time to gather together in this body, Lord, and we pray that you will watch over, God, and bless us as we seek your wisdom. We pray, Lord, that all agendas will be set aside and that we will seek the truth as we seek to do what's best for Sumner County. Bless us tonight. Give us wisdom beyond our own. In your precious name we pray. Amen.
Please join me in the pledge of the flag. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
All right, let's have our roll call.
Roll call is now open. Each commissioner, please record your presence.
Okay.
We have 23 members present, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Kemp. Mr. Holt and Mr. Driver are in Florida at the E911 conference. So. Okay. All right, we've got our approval of our regular agenda and consent agenda. Commissioner Chris Taylor's first in the queue.
Sir, I'd just like to adjust the agenda so that we can do the honoring of the folks a little bit before public comment.
Okay.
I think it's valedictorians and the other ones we're doing for.
Okay. Motion made and properly seconded to move our recognitions up to before recognition of the public. All in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion passes unanimously. Commissioner Mo Taylor.
Point of personal privilege, Mr. Chairman. I have for a question.
Sure.
I've had people ask me about their First Amendment rights when they come to speak, and our rules of the commission, and also we operate under Robert's Rules of Order, and we use our rules as part of that. So, point of order, if I call a point of order on someone, for example, I have to offer you a valid rule that was broken or a valid Robert's Rule of Order that was broken. And then you ask them to state their point. If they don't have a valid point, they're basically out of order for interrupting, correct?
I mean, it would depend on the context, but basically.
Well, if you don't like what I'm saying and you call a point of order on me, even though I didn't violate a rule.
Right, that's not agreeable.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, sir. Mr. Foster.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I suspect that many of the people in the room are here to talk about and voice their concerns about the Liberty Creek sewer design. So, in recognition of the most efficient use of our time, I make the motion that we move the recognition of the public below the presentation so that they may get some of their questions and concerns answered in the presentation and may be able to respond to the presentation in their public comments.
Okay. Motion made by Commissioner Foster to move public comments below the presentation on Liberty Creek sewer design. Is there a second? Second by Ms. Shell. No one in the queue. All in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion passes, sorry, we already voted. Motion passes unanimously. What was your question, Ms. Kruger? Can you hit your microphone? I'm sorry.
If something comes up during public comments that we need to ask questions to whoever's making the presentation, our professionals that are making the presentation, are they going to be available to answer questions later?
Yes.
Okay, just want to make sure of that. Thank you.
All right. We've got our amended agenda and consent agenda are before you. Is there a motion to approve? Okay. Second, motion made by Commissioner Shell, seconded by Commissioner Becker. All in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion passes unanimously. Okay, your minutes are in your packet. I'll wait for a motion to approve. Motion made by Commissioner Foster, seconded by Commissioner Graves. All in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion passes unanimously. All right, now we've amended this thing. Let me make sure that I've got it correct. All right, at this point, we're going to turn the floor over to Commissioner, or your veteran service report is on your desk?
No, it's not.
No, it's actually not on your desk. It will be emailed to you. As soon as Ms. Denning gets it, she will email it to us. Certificates of recognition, Mr. Baker Ring.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd like to read a resolution. And when I'm finished with this, ask all the valedictorians to come forward, please, when I'm finished reading the resolution. Sumner County Board of County Commissioners meeting on regular session on this 17th day of June, 2019, does hereby honor and commend the valedictorians of the 2000 graduating classes from Sumner County Schools. So moved.
Second.
Motion made by Commissioner Ring, seconded by Commissioner Shell. All in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion passes unanimously.
The valedictorians that are here, please come forward. Stand on either side of the podium, please. Okay, I will read the names of all of them. If you are here, let me know and I'll give you yours. Otherwise, they will be mailed to the people who are not here. Let's get closer. Jillian Sons, valedictorian of Westmoreland High School. Okay. Sydney Slaney, valedictorian, Station Camp High School. Congratulations. Nicholas Dennison, valedictorian, Gallatin High School. Heian Ryu, valedictorian, Station Camp High School. Congratulations. Was I close with the name? Okay. Henry Sprouse, valedictorian, Hendersonville High School. Graham Jones, valedictorian, Beach High School. Sean Jones, valedictorian, White House High School. Summer Thompson, valedictorian, Westmoreland High School. And Kelly Kepley, valedictorian, Portland High School. Did I miss you? Oh, I'm sorry. Julian Sons. Okay, there you go. Now everybody's got one. I thought, wait a minute, we missed one. All right, thank you. Being a valedictorian at a Sumner County High School is very competitive, and these young men and women have done a lot of work to achieve that, and they should all be congratulated. I'm sure that they appreciate your applause. Thank you.
Commissioner Ring, before they go, let's have them state what they're going to do next year. As Commissioner Ring already mentioned, it's a lot of hours and hard work to reach the pinnacle of high school and to be valedictorian, but they also have bright futures ahead of them. So I think it would be really interesting for us to be able to hear where you're headed next. So if y'all just one at a time, introduce yourself and then tell us where you're going next.
You can go to the microphone so they don't hear.
Hello, my name is Heian Ryu, and I'll be attending the University of South Sewanee, Tennessee, and I'll be majoring in mathematics on a pre-med track.
Awesome.
My name is Summer Thompson. I'm going to be going to Western, and I'm going to be majoring in science math education.
Hi, my name is Henry. I'm going to American University at the School of International Service in Washington, D.C.
My name's Graham, and I'll be attending the University of Alabama, majoring in biology on a pre-med track.
My name is Julian Sons. I'm going to Vol State, and I'm majoring in mathematics and science.
My name is Sydney Slaney, and I'll be attending the University of Tennessee, Knoxville to study pharmacy.
Let's give them one more round of applause. Thank y'all. We're going to yield the floor now to Commissioner Luke Tinsley.
Congressman Dr. Black, if you would join me, please. Whereas as a nurse, small businesswoman, educator, and a congressman who represented the 6th Congressional District of Tennessee, Diane Black has served Tennesseans with integrity, honesty, and loyalty. And whereas Congressman Diane Black, who was named one of the 25 most influential women in Congress, is a Native American and credits her parents' Christian faith and values as a model for her conservative political identity, whereas Ms. Black entered politics in 1998 as a representative in the Tennessee House of Representatives. 6 years later, she was elected a state senator, and then in 2010 was elected to Congress and worked tirelessly and tackled difficult problems and did not hesitate to make difficult and sometimes unpopular decisions, and popular, for the good of the citizens. And whereas Ms. Black and her husband of over 30 years, Dr. David Black, live in Gallatin and have 3 grown children and 6 grandchildren. Now therefore be it resolved by the Sumner County Board of Commissioners meeting in regular session on this, the 17th day of June, 2019, that this body does hereby express its appreciation and its gratitude to her for her hard work, dedication, and commitment to the citizens of Tennessee, and wishes her the best in all of her years to come. And be it further resolved that this resolution shall be spread on the minutes of this body, and that the clerk is to furnish a copy of this resolution to Congressman Diane Black. Congressman, thank you.
Thank you, Luke.
Luke. Motion. Make a motion.
Be it so moved.
Motion made by Commissioner Tinsley, seconded by Commissioner Rain. All in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion passes unanimously. Yes, ma'am.
First, let me say thank you to Luke. You are such a role model for so many young people, and the passion that you have for our state, for our county, and for the people that live here is just remarkable for your age. And thank you so much for being you. I want to say thank you to everybody that's in this room, mostly for my husband and the patience that he's had with me over the last 20 years of not being home, cooking his dinner and washing his clothes and doing the things that a good wife should do. He's been very patient with that. I want to thank everyone who serves on the county commission. I know this is a difficult place at times to make difficult decisions, and I want to thank you for being, for your service, for your dedication. And most of all, I want to thank you for the love that this county has given to both Dave and I over the last 34 years that we have lived here. This is truly home for us. All of our families back in Maryland, that's our biological family, but this is our family here. And the honor and the privilege that I have had to serve this state over these last 20 years has just been something I never could have imagined. And I want to just say thank you to each and every one of you in here. Thank you very much, Luke.
Are there any members of the Merrill Hyde tennis team or soccer team here tonight? Okay, good. We're going to defer their resolutions to next month. So we're going to move next on our agenda, which is the public hearing on the Norman Farm rezoning. Mr. Kemp?
The Sumner County Board of County Commission holding a public hearing in the Bethel Brown Commission chambers of the Sumner County Administration Building located at 355 North Belvedere Drive. The Jones Company of Tennessee, LLC, is requesting to have the property located along Anderson Road of Jones Lane, Hendersonville, Tennessee, 37075, rezoned from residential A to low-density residential plan unit development. Subject property is on tax map 138, parcels 028, parcels 028.02, and parcels 30. Contains 149.10 acres and is currently zoned residential A, RA. The Sumner County Regional Planning Commission has forwarded the positive recommendation on this item to the Board of County Commission on April 23, 2019. A copy of this notice is on file at the Sumner County Planning Commission Stormwater Department in the Sumner County Administration Building located at 355 North Belvedere Drive. Anyone interested or desiring to ask questions concerning this request is invited to attend the meeting.
Thank you, Mr. Kemp. Do we have anyone that signed up for public comments? Yes, sir, there is. Okay. It's just that, it's the short one, Mr. Whitaker. Here we go. All right, Mr. Darren Lloyd, 1023 Avery Trace Circle, Hendersonville, Tennessee. Yes, sir. You will have 5 minutes to speak. Yeah, just come right here. Okay. Yes, sir.
Thank you. I'm here for the Norman Farm development, and I just wanted to, just a few comments on that. I've been in contact with with our HOA. I live in the Autumn Creek development, which will be right on the other side of the street, and there was some concerns about flooding with the Norman Lake there. And in speaking with Mr. Dunn, the engineer for the project, those things were greatly, our concerns were relieved. There's multiple retention areas that are going to be in place. There was some substantial flooding back in 2010 that affected a lot of folks, but that was a concern that's already been addressed, and also some issues with where the entrance to the development will be. A lot of homes in Autumn Creek will be impacted by cars coming in and out of the development, and there's a proposal to have some natural buffer to minimize headlights coming into. Many folks have master bedrooms on the first floor, so to try and alleviate that, there is already accommodations being discussed for that. And just lastly, we saw that once the Norman Farm had stopped being farmed, it was only going to be a matter of time, when that area was most likely going to be developed. And after meeting Mr. Dunn and seeing the proposal that they actually want to put in less houses instead of more, that was quite a welcome thing to hear. Just to say that if we had more developments going in like that, that would have less impact and less, certainly on traffic and things of that nature, it would be a welcome thing, especially for as much as Hendersonville is building up, as well as Sumner County in general. Obviously, all of these developments coming in are going to have major impact on traffic. We moved here 10 years ago from New Jersey, so I know a little bit about density. Highest densely populated state in the country. So those things I would certainly ask the board to consider. It seems like infrastructure is something that gets kind of on a back burner at times. But with all of the building that's going in with Sumner County, we have Durham Farms on the other side of our subdivision. 1,090 homes when it's done for Little Drakes Creek Road going to 386 that has already had an elementary school, a middle school, soccer fields, and now 1,090 homes, plus other developments. So I would ask that if there are, I know this is going to be a combination between Sumner County and Hendersonville, but obviously there's going to need to be some road improvements to Drakes Creek Road. And just an open question, I don't know if there's any plans to have anything, any kind of expansion programs done with 386. You know, 2 lanes with all of the growth that's happening in Sumner County.
1 minute.
Thank you. We had a similar issue in the Philadelphia area. They built a road called the Blue Route that was obsolete the day they opened it. Because of all of the construction and overuse of the road. So if there's any way to be in contact with TDOT to get some type of expansion program done with 386, it'd be better to jump on it now than when we have 8,000 more homes in the next 5 years and 16,000 more cars for what I affectionately call the Vietnam Vets parking lot. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. Public comments come to a close. Mr. Mansfield, you want to comment on this issue? Yes, sir. Okay, if you give me just 1 second. We don't have a motion yet. Let me get a motion in a second, and then I'll come to you first. Okay, we're requesting rezoning and preliminary master development plan of the retreat at Norman Farm from residential A, RA, to low-density residential planned unit development, property located on Anderson Road and Jones Lane. Is there a motion to approve? Motion made by Commissioner Goode, seconded by Commissioner Gamenden. Mr. Mansfield.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I was going to just move to defer this until next month to have more time to focus on this specific issue and just to give us more time tonight to discuss the sewer and the budgets.
Second.
Okay. All right, so you're asking to refer? To defer. Okay, to defer. Okay, so there's no debate. So motion's been made and seconded. A yes vote means we defer it to next month. A no vote means that we will continue to debate.
Motion to defer is on the board. Each commissioner, please record. Motion to defer is on the board. Each commissioner, please record your vote. Motion to defer fails to carry. Back on the main motion.
Okay, Commissioner Chris Taylor.
Have we already put in the motion to approve this?
Yes.
Okay. I'd just like to speak on it. I've had the privilege of being on planning for about 8 or 9 months now, and we've seen a difference. I know we've talked and bragged on him quite a bit. Our planning director, Josh Sidith, has done an amazing job, but where it's really carried over, and a lot of us in the room don't get to see it, is when those plans initially come to the Planning Commission. This is one that we've been using as an example of what to do. And the reason I say that is we've had several PUDs and subdivisions that have come through that we've actually said no to, or the one that recently we passed just because there was an opportunity for maybe some road improvement with the idea that they were going to have to make extensive changes. And I actually spoke to that builder, the one that was the one behind the money, and explained to them that, you know, what was required. And I cited Norman Farms as a perfect example of how a PUD is done properly. It's 3/4 green space. It's parks, which the county will never provide parks. We're not in that business. It's interconnections. It's take into account the culture of everything around it. And as you've heard from the resident there, it's working with any issues that have come up. hands down, it's been the best subdivision we've seen come across in planning, and it was well thought out. It embraced the nature of the lake and kept that with canoes and other things. And I can't say how many, and I defer to Mr. Gamenden and Mr. Rhodes, who are also on there with us, but it's an amazing example of someone that wants to build in Sumner County and make the county better because of their subdivision rather than just come in and make some money.
Thank you, Mr. Taylor. We'll go to Commissioner Mo Taylor.
Mr. Chairman, I attended the Planning Commission meeting when this was presented and also met with the developer. And it's not a bad development, but we can't afford it because of the issues that the speaker posed earlier. The roads around there are in terrible shape. There's only going to be more traffic when Durham Farms is completed. There's only going to be more traffic when this is completed. More traffic when Forest Park is completed. More schools. We got a budget on the agenda tonight that potentially raises our taxes because we have uncontrolled growth in this county. Mostly that we're not contributing to. It's the cities that's killing us. But there's over 6,000, I think 6,000, 9,000 homes already on the books for Sumner County. So until we put measures in place to pay for our growth, I can't support it. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Commissioner Taylor. Commissioner Mansfield.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I kind of agree with the senior commissioner from the 1st District. The problem I have with this development is, they knew what the zoning was before they tried to buy it. And just because you want to buy it and do something doesn't mean you have a right to change that zoning. Zoning was put into place for a reason at some point in time where people had foresight at that time. I know that sometimes that things are in considerations for a rezoning or change, but it's not a given. I just don't think it's a right. And if they're trying to buy this and to rezone it to do it, I think it should be kept to the current land use plan. I agree with the overload and overtaxing of our infrastructure and the problems that we have. I just don't think we can afford this, and I've just seen nothing but problems from the growth that we've experienced from the cities, and I don't want to see the county contribute to that problem. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Mansfield. Ms. Kruger. Oh, go ahead. She's back in. There we go.
So there we go.
Yes, ma'am.
Sorry, I went out of the queue for a second, but I want to emphasize that some of this zoning that we're talking about rezoning to something that's better than what was already zoned for. So if you haven't really looked at what R zoning and RA zoning and all of those things are, you might want to look at that because some of those zoning requirements are really poor and not things we want to encourage in the future. I think this is a great option for something better than what it was already zoned for before. So I just wanted to point that out, that people need to really research the differences in all of those zoning regulations.
Thank you, Ms. Kruger. Mr. Good.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I would agree with the previous speaker and Chairman Taylor. These developers have done as much due diligence that I've ever seen in Sumner County. They first came to Josh, that everybody here has a lot of faith in, of what he says over a year ago, or it was right about a year ago. So one of the longest studied plans that's come to planning, as Commissioner Taylor pointed out, and Commissioner Kruger, it is an improvement. And I'll say this to the speaker, just so for those that don't know, 386 is already planned and mostly funded for 6 lanes. That infrastructure has started. And the other roads are in the process of being widened as well. Parts of Drake's Creek's not been funded yet because the city's involved in it as well, but that is in the process as well. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Good. Mr. Gamenden.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We're going to have growth because of where we are, no matter what we do. And this is great planned growth. I can show you there are lots of places in this county that we are experiencing growth and that we've had growth that you can tell there was no planning. And this is a great development. And I think there will be people waiting in line to buy these houses. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Gamenden. Mr. Seth has asked as requested, that I add to the record that the builder has agreed to pay $1,150 per lot for road improvements in the area. Yeah, Mr. Goode.
They're also per lot adding for volunteer fire department donations.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Goode. All right, no one else is in the queue. Let's vote.
The resolution is on the board. Each commissioner, please record your vote. $22 votes are entered. Anyone not voting wishing to vote? Anyone wishing to change your vote? With 20 affirmative votes, the resolution is approved.
Thank you, Mr. Kemp. All right, I asked, after, just to give everybody on the commission a little backdrop, last Monday night at Legislative, we had a meeting about the Liberty Creek Sewer Project, probably the best, or Creek and Greenway Project. And basically, at the end of that meeting, we resolved to take, there's a resolution on the agenda tonight that passed through Legislative to take the language of using eminent domain for greenways off the table to only focus on sewer, and to ask White House Utility District to use the least invasive route to service those sewers. Over the course of public comments and the debate in the Legislative Committee, what we found out is that between social media, independent calls to independent engineers, calls to White House Utility District, calls to others, that there was a whole lot of information out there. And so in order to get the most current and factual information, we requested that Mr. Jim Harrison, who's the engineer for the project, to come and give a presentation about the sewer project. And then also we asked if White House Utility District would be willing to come and share their perspective on the project. And so basically the course, I'll come back in a little bit just to remind everyone of our rules for public comments. But basically what we're going to do is as part of my report, we're going to allow Mr. Harrison to come first and present. And then if you have any questions for Mr. Harrison, you can ask those. And then we'll go immediately to White House Utility District. And if you have any questions for White House Utility District, you may ask those. Mr. Harrison, the floor is yours. There it goes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Again, I'm Jim Harrison, with Civil Site Design Group. We are the engineer of record on this project. We're here tonight to really talk about the design approach. I'm going to first, before we start into this, give some introductions and a little bit of my background just for whoever may not know. It's a little weird. I'm giving my own introduction. Get it down a little bit lower. Is that better?
That's good.
Okay.
That's good.
Okay. First of all, I'm Jim T. Harrison. I graduated from the University of Tennessee. I've been working in engineering, civil engineering for 33 years. With Civil Site Design Group, I've been there for 2004 to the present. But also I was with the City of Hendersonville as the City Engineer and Public Works Director. As you can see, I've worked with 5 firms, Reagan Smith, Barge Wagner, Hartfield, and Roberts as well. For 33 years, I've done civil engineering. Also a member of American Society of Civil Engineers. I'm a shepherd at Community Church here in Hendersonville, graduate of leadership, Middle Tennessee, and I'm also on the Hendersonville Samaritan Center board. Also with me tonight, and I'm going to have to explain this a little bit, is an engineer that has a great degree of experience with pump stations and sanitary sewers. Her name is Karen Harrison. She is no relation to me, just to make that clear on the front end. But she has incredible experience with sanitary sewer pump stations, with infrastructure design. I'm just going to kind of read through her history here, a little bit of employment. But she is with Water Management Services. She was with KG Harrison Associates before that, Jacobs Engineering, Jordan Jones and Golding, and J.R. Walford Company. She's also a member of the Water Environment Association. So I will ask Karen at some point to come up and speak about a few items, if that's okay, Mr. Chairman.
Sure.
First, I want to go through the timeline of where we are on this project. just to kind of give everybody a status of where we were in 2014. November 18th, the building program was approved by Sumner County School Board, included the purchase of the property on Upper Station Camp Creek Road. In 2016, February the 22nd, engineering fees were approved by the Sumner County Commission for sewer design. In 2016, March 4th, Civil Site Design Group began design on that preliminary design for the sewer. In 2016, May 16th, letters were sent from White House Utility District to property owners to notify them of the surveying for the new sewer line. In 2018, August 28th, letters were sent to from White House Utility District to property owners notifying them that that we had retained Croft and Associates. White House Utility District had retained Croft and Associates on behalf of the county to secure easements with contact information for Croft and Associates, and those discussions ensued. I'm going to talk a little bit about the alignments and the considerations that we went through for the alignments. These are, and I hope these maps are easy enough to see. The initial route that we chose was done in cooperation with White House Utility District along the creek. This is where we did our initial surveying to work on a route and consideration for that route. Our initial estimated cost was $2.13 to $2.28 million. There's one area, quite frankly, that as we explored that initial route, which is circled on this map, that you'll see on the final map that we chose to change. That had a lot to do with where the flood plain was and where the creek was on that northern area. So that circled area on the top didn't really meet optimal design characteristics for doing the grading that we needed to do, plus the flood in that area. The next route was route number 2, and we looked at on the area south of Liberty Lane, the area in the blue box. Could we, instead of going on the west side of the creek, could we go on the east side of the creek? We had extremely steep slopes, manholes that were 50 feet plus deep, 5 stories plus deep. We actually, when we looked at the grading of the hillside, we would actually be about 70 feet, 7 stories worth of grading. So it was substantial. The cost of that, as you can see here, was right at over $8 million, $8,270,000. So that was route consideration number 2. Route consideration number 3 was one that we explored as we discussed this with White House Utility District, which was to run up north of Liberty Lane. Let me back up just a little bit. The beginning point for all these is south, the bottom side of this drawing, where it connects into an existing 15-inch sewer line down along Lower Station Camp Road. So as you ran up along the western side of the creek, you got to a point just north of Liberty Lane where another drainage basin comes in, and we were looking at could we run to the west and directly intercept the campus. That route estimated was $2.6 million to $2.76 million. So that was the end of, basically that was the route that was explored and we did a cost analysis on. Route number 4 was where we considered running up and down Upper Station Camp Creek Road. The reason that we didn't do that is largely because the trenches and the depths that would be required, you're talking about 23 to 32 feet of depth, essentially 3 stories worth of depth. You're talking about if you put it in the road, you have to take the road out of commission. If you put it in the front yard, you have to take the existing septic tanks out and septic lines out of commission for many of the homes that are along that frontage. So very quickly, we realized that that would be a very challenging route to run a gravity sewer, and the estimated cost for that was $3.45 million to $3.6 million. The final route that we considered and what we ultimately landed on was route number 5, which had an estimated cost of $1.7 million to $1.875 million. This was the shortest route. This actually was the shallowest route. This ran next to the creek. It had a reasonable depth. It had gravity flow, which I'll address a little bit later, and Karen will address a little bit later, why that's important from a maintenance standpoint and from a cost standpoint. So that was the final route that we ended up with. And then lastly, these are all the routes shown on one map, and we just kind of consolidated that. So if we come back to it, we can look at that as we need to. Let's see, just one second. One other thing I want to talk about is where we're located is along the creek. It's not that close to the creek. It's generally speaking about 50 to 70 feet away from the creek bank. But we do realize that there's flow, that there's flooding that happens in those areas. For that reason, we have watertight manholes. And what this is just as I'll skip down through there, this is a watertight manhole, and it shows the membranes and basically what is involved in securing that watertight manhole. This is a flush manhole to the ground. This is White House Utility District's detail. This is a design that ensures that flood waters are not going to be invading into the sanitary sewer, but also the ground on the top is going to stay stabilized. I'm going to come back up in a minute, but right now I want to ask Karen if she'll come up and talk about pressurized sewers.
Hi, my name's Karen Harrison. As Jim said, I am not related to him, despite what people think. I'm going to talk a little bit about pressurized sewers and about how those are designed and the pros and cons of doing pressurized sewers. First of all, the state of Tennessee regulates the design of sewer systems, and they have requirements that include the flow per person that is connected to the sewer and the velocity that you can have in the sewer line. So when we design a sewer line to serve some population, we don't have a choice as far as what size the flow, how much flow there is, nor do we have a choice really in the size of the pipe we're putting in, because all of that is regulated by the state of Tennessee. So generally there is a velocity requirement. So if you're going to put in a pressurized sewer, you have to maintain velocity between a minimum and a maximum, and that determines how big a diameter sewer you have to put in. Also, there are requirements for air release valves at high points of pressurized sewers, because if you get air in a sewer line and the air collects at the top, it causes a blockage and reduces the flow. So you have to put air release valves, which are in manholes, at the high points. And if you're going to use a low pressure sewer system, there are other requirements such as clean outs every 400 feet, as well as the air release valve requirements. So a low pressure sewer system is generally used to serve residential areas. They use special pumps that are designed to pump about the same amount of flow no matter what conditions that they see, because the more pumps that are on, the higher the pressure. So you have to have a pump that'll pump well when a lot of pumps are on and well when few pumps are on. So you have to have specially designed pumps to do this. The most common manufacturer of these low pressure sewer pumps is E1. A lot of people use them. Nashville and many other surrounding communities standardize on E1. There are other ones, of course. But this picture right here is a picture of one of those pump stations. And those pump stations generally go in people's yards. And each one of those, there's one at each house, and it discharges into a small pipe that goes to a bigger pressurized pipe in the street. Typically, people only use these low pressure sewer systems where they can't put in gravity sewers because the gravity sewers are too expensive. For example, in Florida, they have low pressure sewer systems because if you have very flat ground and you're putting gravity lines in that slope, after a couple of miles, the gravity lines get so deep that you can't access the manholes and it's too expensive to put them in. So they use low pressure sewers in those cases. Also, if it's very rocky, so it costs a lot of money to dig way down in rock. So sometimes when it's very rocky, they use low-pressure sewers. In very hilly areas, like in East Tennessee, where you have a lot of ups and downs, they will use low-pressure sewers. Typically in this area, low-pressure sewers are only used in small pockets where you have a neighborhood that has a low spot where they can't get into the gravity sewer, so they don't want to make the gravity sewer 10 feet deeper, so they put the 5 low lots on low-pressure sewers. My mother happens to be in one of those situations. She lives in Nashville. She lives at a cul-de-sac that is low. She has a low-pressure sewer in her yard, a low-pressure pump station. So we'll talk about force mains versus gravity sewers. In this particular case, this Liberty Creek pump station capacity needs to be 540 gallons a minute according to TDEC's requirements. That is more than 10 times the capacity of the largest low-pressure sewer pump that E1 makes. So in this case, a low-pressure sewer system won't work. So if you're going to put in a pump station, you're going to have to put in a traditional pump station. The force main would have to be 8-inch diameter. There would be 6 to 8 air release valves required based on the route that I looked at for an hour today. And an important point about this is this area is not sewered. The people where this pipe goes is people that are on septic tanks. The state of Tennessee requires that if your septic tank fails and there is a municipal sewer available, you must tie into the sewer. You cannot replace your septic tank system. So if you put in a pressurized line, the residential folks in that area that have septic tanks, and if they had a failing septic tank, they would only be able to tie in with a grinder pump, which is one of these E1 pumps. Those pumps cost about $10,000 to put in. So, and then on top of the $10,000 to put them in, you have the upkeep, which includes removing grease from the things and regular maintenance and emergency maintenance, because if your pump station goes out in the middle of the night, the last thing you want is sewage to collect up in your house. Plus, those stations don't last very long. It's pretty rough duty, so they only last 6 or 8 years. I think it's Jim's turn again.
The last thing I'll cover tonight, and of course we'll be here to answer questions, but is the maintenance access road. And I think there was a lot of discussion about this at the legislative committee. And so we really wanted to talk about this. And this is something that we've gone back with White House Utility, and White House Utility District is going to be here to correct something if I say something out of line here. I don't think I'm going to, but I want to talk just a little bit about the GeoWeb, and this is something that White House generally requires for this. And this is all about maintaining the sewer line. You have to be able to access every other manhole so you can pump out each line. This maintenance of the sewer line is done via a GeoWeb. It's a Presto Geosystems GeoWeb. Basically what it does is it puts enough strength in the ground so that they can drive a service truck across this. But at the same time, it does it in a way so that you can come back and you can overseed with grass. And let me point out that what you're looking at, if you notice the note on the right, says grass overgrown beginning to infill. So grass eventually goes all the way across that geogrid and covers it just like a grass lawn once it's done, but you can actually drive a truck across it. So that is what we plan for the maintenance access. That is what we would propose as part of the plan. A lot of that's getting the grading right, and a lot of that is getting everything put together. So the last slide I had was for questions, but before I do that, I don't know if anybody's here from White House Utility District that wants to speak as well.
Let me go ahead. I had mentioned we have questions after both, but I think we'll be better served if we let White House go too, and then if commissioners have questions, you can ask for Mr. Harrison, Ms. Harrison, or for White House Utility District. Is White House Utility District still here? Yes. Okay. Okay.
Yeah.
Stay
That way? Okay.
Yes, sir. No, just commissioners.
Now, when I play in the beginning.
Here it is. Thanks, Jim.
Is it going?
Yes, sir.
Okay, great. So you just hit that arrow right there to go forward and backwards.
Thank you.
Thanks.
And would you mind stating your name for the record, please,
Yes, sir. Good evening. My name is Pat Harrell. I'm a district engineer with the White House Utility District. I've been working for the utility district about 25 years. We appreciate the opportunity to speak. We passed out some paper copies to the commissioners, so it's the same thing that you're going to see up on the screen here, and it's a presentation that we put together to illustrate why it is that we're interested more in gravity sewer systems versus pressure. Now, there have been some questions about that and discussions about that, but we've got some good reasons for that, and the main reason is that really we're the tasked with providing water and sewer service to a lot of residents in Sumner County, Robertson County, and a few in Davidson. So we wanted to just go through a few points here, and if it sparks some questions, we'd be glad to try to answer those as well. Not advancing.
I'll go here. I think that should work. Let's see if I can minimize it. That's your computer, son. Oh.
Thank you. Yeah, there we go. Thank you. Just a little background information. We got about 38,000 residences and businesses in Sumner and Robertson counties, a few in Davidson County that we provide service to. We've got one wholesale customer up to the north in Simpson County Water District, and they got about 4,000 connections. And then we've got about 7,000 sewer customers all in Sumner County, and those are both made up of residences and businesses. So we purposefully, through the last 25 years that we've been a sewer provider, tried to make sure that customers get the best level of service. And before we became a sewer provider, we did a lot of research so that we can make sure that we put in systems that would provide the best level of service and that were the most reliable. So you can see by the makeup of our customer base here, we have limited the number of pressure sewer customers over those 20-plus years to only 258 because we believe in that principle so strongly. So 6,871 of our customers are on gravity sewer service. So we wanted to be able to illustrate to you with some actual data that's operational. This is the real information from our utility district operations. We got a computerized maintenance system, and that tracks calls and field activity when we go to do maintenance activities out in our system. So what this chart shows you is 5 years of data, and what you're looking at is the yellow columns represent the number of service calls that came in from customers, actual customers that received some sort of service interruption at their home. They either had slow drains, they noticed an alarm going off on their grinder pump, they heard a noise at their grinder pump, the pump was tearing up, wouldn't operate, just a myriad of things, but these were calls initiated by customers to our customer service representatives. So customer service representatives would then dispatch those requests out to our field personnel, and in all of these cases, they actually went to the person's home or business and had to do some sort of resolution at the site. So we think that's a pretty good indicator of, if we're going to compare two different types of modes of service, which one provides the most reliable service to the customers. So you can see in the yellow columns there, the pressure
service calls are all way above, consistently above the blue lines there, which represent the gravity sewer customers. So if you want to split those up over the last 5 years, the average is that about 55 customers call that are pressure sewer customers with blockages or some sort of an incident that winds up interrupting their service, versus about 18 that call for their own gravity sewer service. So just in that respect, we get quite a few more calls on pressure sewers than we do on gravity sewers. So we wanted to normalize that out a little bit because it's actually a lot more lopsided than that in favor of gravity for us. So what we decided to do is we did a little calculation and said, well, okay, we would take the number of service interruptions for both types of customers. We would take the number of service calls received for both of those types of customers, and to try to kind of normalize that out to say, well, what happens if we continue to put on more customers of either one of those types? So our responsibility is not just to our existing customers, but it's also to future customers so we can have a sustainable and reliable system. So the graphic that's up there now represents that if you take 100 customers that are pressure sewer customers, they should expect to have about 21 service calls per for every 100 customers, 21 service calls per year. So each year, 21% of our pressure sewer customers are going to experience a service interruption that's worth calling and us responding in the field. The gravity sewer customers, we still had fewer numbers of calls, but even more to the point that gravity, we believe, is better. We only had 0.25 gravity sewer calls on average per 100 customers per year. So we think this is pretty compelling information that backs up what it is that we're claiming. So this is just a little summary. So on average, we wanted to give you kind of a feel for as well how the overall system operates. So if we've got over 7,000 sewer customers, only 73 customers per year on average call saying that they got a blockage or something that requires us to come out and make a service call. So we don't think that that's a very bad statistic. And then 75% of all the sewer interruptions occur on customers that are pressure sewer customers. So another way to look at this is that if we use the data from those last 5 years, we weight the service interruptions to the two types of service available. What it really boils down to is that 1 in every 400 gravity sewer customers experience a service interruption each year. But 1 in 5 pressure sewer customers experience a service interruption every year. So that all boils down to that pressure sewer customers are 83 times more likely to experience a service interruption in any given year. So there are other ways to measure this, but we thought this was probably one of the easiest to understand, most compelling ones to get into without getting into a lot of details about system design and that sort of thing. So for us, this is really a basic look at this to just illustrate the point and let you all know one of the reasons why we do stick so hard with trying to keep as many customers served by gravity as possible, because at the end of the day, we want the customers to have the best level of service, and it also helps to keep the costs down to maintain the system if we're going out there fewer times to answer these service interruptions.
Thank you, Mr. Harrell. Michelle, you're first in the queue for questions.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have a couple different questions, possibly for you and possibly for Mr. Jim Harris. And first, I'm going to address to Mr. Harrison. There has been some discussion about the beginning of the sewer line, where originally, I believe, it was designed to have a point from Long Hollow Pike that would go to Ms. Holmes' property. Can that now be redone if we're talking about doing this vegetation thing? Can that extra access onto her property from Long Hollow be done away with?
Yes, and in fact, we've already looked at the design of that. That request was made, and we made that adjustment to do away with that additional access point.
Okay,
Yes.
Thank you for that. So just for point of clarification, it is going to start where it ends, which will go under the bridge to Long Hollow, under Long Hollow, under that bridge, and come up on the other side of Ms. Holmes' property by the creek with the 50 to 70, whatever, off that creek. Is that correct?
That's correct. We had to verify with White House Utility District that the height was adequate and the vehicles that they would take under there would work, and it does work.
Okay.
So.
And you are good with that height? Okay, thank you. Okay, second question for White House Utility District, sorry. So the vegetation access that Mr. Harrison talked about, does that meet your requirements to get your service trucks, should they be needed, to the sewer lines?
Yes.
Okay. And then my third question talks a little bit, and I'm not exactly sure which to direct it to, is a little bit about the easements that are being required for the sewer. I think originally they were a non-exclusive easement, which would allow maybe if White House Utility Districts owned that easement, it would possibly, Ms. Denon, you chime in as well if needed, that would possibly allow you to, as White House Utility Districts had the easement, if, say, the telephone company wanted to run something through there, or anybody else, it would give you that freedom. If we change that language in the easement to an exclusive easement, then that would keep anybody else from tying into that easement, and it would 100% lock it down for simply sewer. Is that correct? And I'm not sure who needs to answer that.
That's the way we understand that.
That is correct. Okay. Okay, that's all my questions for now. Thank you.
Okay. Commissioner Foster.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think I have as Commissioner Shell did, I think I have a question for both of you fellows. Mr. Harrison, there's been some conversations with several of my constituents about the diameter of the sewer pipe. Can you explain how that was decided upon?
Yes, sir. That was sized for the flow that we anticipate for the school plus the existing properties around that. So it's sized to take those both of those things into account.
Okay, so to go a little further, it's not designed for any potential future development. Is that correct?
It's correct. It's designed for the existing zoning that exists around it on the current properties.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, sir. And Mr. Harrelson, can you clarify, there's been some conflicting information given to me about if it's a state law, a state regulation, or it's White House Utilities' preference that an access road be required when this type of sewer is installed.
Yeah, well, it takes a little bit of explanation. So there's a state law that says that we have to provide continuous access. We have to have qualified people that can get to those mains at any time. And we've got to provide reasonably uninterrupted service. So there's a good bit of wording in that law. But what the law doesn't tell you is how you accomplish that. So in our opinion and in practice, we have installed access roads on gravity sewer mains that are away from normally paved roads. So if you're inside a subdivision, most all of the roads are paved already. The sewers typically wind up in the middle of the roads, so no problem there. But then when you go off that terrain and get onto terrain that is just a field, for instance, like this in this setting, you wind up having to get 30,000-pound vehicles that just have rubber tires on them in all weather, in all cases, onto that property. So in the middle of the night, if it's been raining for 6 weeks and the ground's soggy, you're not going to get that equipment on there. So we use this access road as a means to be able to say that we can pass those when they're needed. And thankfully, that doesn't happen very often, but we do have the type of roads that Mr. Harrison's proposed, and we also have paved ones. So either one of those meets our requirements.
Okay, thank you, sir. And one last question for Mr. Harrison. Mr. Harrison, do you have it off the top of your head, the number of homes? I saw on your chart that it's about 4 times more expensive with this proposed route to do running the sewer down Upper Station Camp Road versus where the proposed sewer line will go now. Do you have any idea how many homes would be impacted, even if it's not cost effective to do it that way, versus the current proposal for the sewer line by the...
I don't know off the top of my head. I think it's probably about 15 or so that's up and down that stretch, but I'd have to look and count.
About the same.
Yeah, roughly. Roughly.
Okay, yes, thank you, sir.
Mr. Tinsley.
Okay, I have a few questions. First, I'm not really sure who to direct these to, so I'm just going to kind of throw them out there, and if you feel like you should be the one answering them, just take it. So my question is, and I met with some of the homeowners again today, and they told me that if their septic system that they are currently on, if it fails or whatever, they are forced to tie into the sewer line. Is that correct?
White House Utility District doesn't require anyone to connect to any sewer. So if a sewer line, or let's say this sewer main was run through here, it'd be completely up, as far as we're concerned, to the residents or the customers that have access to that sewer, whether they connect or not. The main is designed with capacity in mind if they want to connect, but we have no rules about whether people connect to the sewer or not. That may be another question for the folks that have jurisdiction over that sort of thing, though, but we don't have that.
So what you're telling me is so in 2 years, if this line goes in and their septic tank fails, you're not going to come back at them and say, you got to put in this X $1,000 system?
White House Utility District will not say that.
Okay.
Mr. Tinsley, do you have another question?
Yes. My second question, and I know this is directed to White House Utilities. How are you going to access this road if it's underwater? How are you going to access these lines? Because that's along a low-lying creek bed, and I know that it floods because I've seen some pictures and some videos. So you have a 30,000-pound truck you mentioned. How are you going to get a 30,000-pound truck through floodwater?
Yeah, you can't drive those through floodwater, so obviously you have to wait till the floodwater goes down to be able to access the road.
Okay. So you're putting in an access road to, so what I'm trying to get at is, you just told me that you had to have a quick response to this, but if it's under flood water, that's not a quick response, right? So what you're telling me is you're putting in this access road, but if it's underwater, you're just going to have to sit there on Long Hollow Pike and wait.
Yeah, but for instance, on the 2010 flood, there is a pretty much identical sewer system going down Station Camp Creek right now that this main would connect to be extended to the north. So in the 2010 flood, which was about a 1,000-year storm, we wound up having no customers losing service during that storm. The manholes were completely covered by several feet of water, but our pump stations continued to operate. So we're not too concerned about that. What we're concerned more about is that state law that we were mentioning earlier also requires that you do routine maintenance and inspections on those sewer mains to ensure that they don't back up if that's possible. So we need to be able to go in there to do the routine inspections, and then in the chance that there is a flood, the system has been robust in the past enough because of the other things that we require in the design that we didn't have a problem through the 2010 flood. So I'm not saying we would never have a problem that would line up with what your case is that you're laying out, but we feel pretty good if we can pass the 2010 flood test that we think that most other storms would be able to handle.
Okay. So, next question is, what would just for a ballpark figure, what would the pressurized system cost?
We don't have a design to compare to know that. That would be, I don't know if anyone else has checked that or not.
So nobody's looked into it, the cost on it?
Mr. Harrison, go ahead.
One of the reasons Ms. Harrison was trying to explain that is a design for a system like this to serve a school, plus reasonably and practically serve the residents along that line, is just not practical. So therefore, we haven't priced that out in great detail for that reason. We did look at that route, but that route with a gravity sewer is a route that didn't work because it wasn't practical because it was too deep.
So you didn't look at it at all?
Well,
you looked at it, but you didn't.
There's really not anything practical.
You didn't give us another option.
There's not anything practical to look at from a pump station standpoint, as Ms. Harrison explained, because it's not a situation that fits that type of design.
Okay, thank you.
Can I add one more thing?
Sure.
One of the reasons we wouldn't want the pressurized system is based on the presentation that we just made earlier. So we would try not the best we could to have any pressurized sewers more than is necessary. So,
but that's your company's guidelines. That's not like a state law or a federal law or a county law or anything like that. That's just your specifications for your company.
Correct, because we want the best service for our customers.
Okay. Thank you.
Let me ask one question before we're going to go to Ms. Eccles next. But one question I had, because we had Mr. Harrell mentioned that White House Utility District is not going to require people to join, tap into the sewer if their septic tank goes line. But Ms. Harrison, my question is, as you said in your presentation, that TDEC would require it. Could you clarify that for us?
Septic tanks are permitted generally by the county. And the county in general it has been my experience that counties will not allow you to replace a failing septic system if a gravity sewer or other sewer system is accessible to your property. Now, that doesn't mean, that has to do with the county, I mean, it's the
Right.
county's discretion. So the county could make another decision, but it is my experience that where the county is permitted, and the
Sure.
state permits some of them, but the state will not allow it, certainly. But I think in this county, the county permits it.
And hang on, I'm going to clarify, the law director's going to clarify that, but I just wanted to say, I completely understand Mr. Harrell's point that White House Utility District does not want to be in the business of forcing people to get on the sewer main. But I think, as with everything with government, there's multiple layers of requirements. Ms. Denny, would you clarify what you just said, where everybody can hear?
Our septic systems are permitted through the state. We don't actually have county employees that do that. It's a division of the state.
So in that case, my experience with the state is that if your septic tank failed and you have municipal sewer available, they would not issue you a permit to put in
For another septic
a
tank.
septic system.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Harrison. Ms. Eccles?
I have a follow-up question on that, because that was what I was going to ask Ms. Harrison. So you mentioned it's about $10,000 for an E1 pump if you're on a pressure system and your septic goes out and you have to tie in. Do you know the approximate cost to tie in on a gravity sewer if you have a septic tank that fails?
I don't off the top of my head, but it's considerably less than $10,000.
Okay, thank you. I'm thankful that it feels like we're working towards a compromise on this issue, and I like better than anything else that I've heard the vegetative access road idea. I had one question for Mr. Harrell. Thank you. Of the 6,871 gravity sewer customers, how many of those are in a floodplain?
I don't have that on the top of my head, sorry. Most of those would not be in a floodplain. Most people's homes are not permitted to be built in floodplains.
Mr. Graves? I'm sorry, Ms. Eccles, were you done?
I'm done.
Okay. Mr. Graves?
Easement's one of the things, but I want to cover if the septic system fails. TDEC, is that correct? The state, I'll use the state. The state, I don't know which one of y'all want to answer this, I can. So I heard a figure of $10,000. What does White House Utility would charge for connection to that customer?
If it's a standard residential connection, so just a typical home, the sewer tap fee is $2,700.
$2,700. And also they have to run their own lines.
Correct.
From the sewer.
Correct.
Line.
Yes, sir.
Most of those homes are pretty good distance from the sewer line itself, of course, as you all know, around that creek. That's pretty expensive if their septic system fails. A lot of those houses probably has some issues, or could have some issues. So that's a financially not feasible for them, but at some point, I guess they wouldn't have a choice. It would make it a burden on the people up and down that line. What will the school have to do the same thing? $2,000 to hook up?
No, sir. It's based on flow for commercial or institutional customers like that. So we need to find out what flows that is projected for the school to generate, and then we base the tap fees on that.
So we don't have an idea right now how much that's going to cost?
No, sir, not right now.
Of course, we be the county school system and the county commission. We will be funding the whole line, correct? Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
My understanding on the road, there never was a figure put in that, was it, Mr. Harrison, I guess you, down the Upper Station Camp.
You mean are you talking about the access line? You're talking about the road. You're talking about the road for the
upper
pump
station
station,
camp
the upper
road for the-
station camp.
Uh-huh.
The only figure that we had was in our presentation, which was the gravity sewer figure. Yes, sir.
I guess, now the easements, I don't know who's going to cover this. How will that easement work to the homeowners?
So you mean like what things, how does it impact their property?
Yes.
Okay.
You're going to run the sewer line, White House Utility or the county is going to run that line down. How is it going to, how will it affect the homeowner's land? I guess what I'm saying. Will you put a fence up and a gate at every, or the county put it up at every homeowner's property line, or?
Well, the ground over top of the sewer will be returned as much as possible to the natural ground, but one of the things we want to do is make sure we smooth it off so that any kind of high waters wouldn't wash or disturb the ground. But they'll have the right to do what they want to do on top of that property. The acquisition parties, and Pat may want to add something more to this, but they've discussed with each party whether they would like to have fences or gates up. And that's something really just kind of by individual that's decided based on what they prefer.
My understanding, another question is, there's about 15 or 20 probably easements to be acquired in that area. That easement, what will that allow after the construction, probably a year, is that correct? After a year, y'all would take it over?
As soon as the sewer main is tested and we get the record drawings, things like that, and make sure that it'll operate properly, there'll be a 1-year warranty on it. And then we'd formally take over operation and ownership of it after that 1 year of operation. We'd actually operate it for the year of warranty, but formally taking it over at the end of a year.
Okay. Now, this easement won't be it will just be allowing y'all only to enter that property?
Yes, sir. Us or our contractors that might need to enter it to repair or do maintenance on the mains.
I guess that's all right now. I may have another question later on, but I do have one thing. Was a step system, maybe the school, Dr. Phillips or somebody from there, was it ever explored about a step system or we could keep it on that school property?
Mr. Harrison, could you answer that one?
We did not, in any kind of extensive way, search through a step system, largely because we've used step systems on different things throughout different counties within Middle Tennessee, but normally they're where you can't feasibly get sewer to, and it's a much, much longer distance, quite frankly.
I just know we got, excuse me, do you want to comment on that?
Yeah, and the reason that people don't do step systems if you can get a gravity sewer is because it's expensive. It costs a lot more to a step system is basically a septic tank treatment system, and it has septic tank lines, but because of the size of it and the requirements that the state puts on you for operating them, they're much more expensive than putting in a gravity sewer, which is why people don't do them unless they're forced to.
I'm fairly familiar with the step system, and I've been consolidated over in Rutherford County. And they have several of them. I guess most of them is residential. Don't know about commercial. But I would like to see, personally, my belief is, I'd like to see some numbers on the step system because you'd be containing it in that property. I mean, we've got 250 acres, and I asked somebody, what we're going to do with that other 100 or 150. So anyway, seemed like that would be feasible, but I'd have to know some numbers, of course, just like everybody else. Mr. Chairman, I think that's all I have right now, but I may have another question.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Graves. Mr. Mansfield.
Yes, Mr. Chairman. I had a question What sewer flow capacity is required by state law for the school?
The adjusted gallons per day for the schools are 28,800 per day, 48,000 per day, and 72,000 per day, for a total of 150,000 per day. That's adjusted for a peak factor of how they flow through the line.
And is that from TDEC or is that from?
Yes, sir. That's
Okay.
estimates from TDEC.
All right,
Yes,
thank
sir.
you.
Thank you, Mr. Mansfield. I'm going to try to keep our rule of going through everybody that hasn't gone yet. So, Mr. Tinsley, I'll come back to you, but I'm going to go to Mr. Becker first.
All right. Got a couple questions. Where the 258 pressure sewers, where are they located, and why? I guess why do they exist versus 100% being gravity?
Yeah, we've got about, 70 miles of gravity sewer mains and about 27 miles of pressure sewer mains. So at some point, you run out of the ability for water to run downhill to a point. It might be at one of our boundaries of our service area. It might be at a ridge line that we can't go through or over, through with the gravity line, or they would get too deep, like was mentioned about where the slopes are really flat. So at some point, you do have to wind up pumping it to get it. So for instance, the wastewater in this basin eventually makes its way down Lower Station Camp Creek Road to just below the Station Camp School Complex. And then there's a pump station down there that gathers all of that water from the whole basin's gravity service and then pushes it up over the hill into Gallatin. So Gallatin treats White House Utility District's wastewater. We don't operate a wastewater treatment plant. So most of the customers that are those 270 or so, or 50 so, are along those routes where there's only a force main. So that's the only way they can get into that line. And rather than run another parallel line to that as a gravity line and have double the infrastructure costs to serve someone, we would just allow them to tie onto those existing force mains with the grinder pumps, kind of like Ms. Harrison was talking about.
So the terrain of the land really necessitated the pressure sewers versus the...
Yes, sir.
Which may tie in, the terrain of the land may tie into the higher service calls, not so much the type of pressure versus gravity?
Yeah, when we set that up, so we just said any call related to a pressure-served customer, which most of the cases are grinder pumps, that's what generated those pressure service calls.
Yeah, I understand that, but it sounds like maybe the terrain of the land or whatnot it might be a big factor in the number of service calls, not necessarily it being a pressure sewer versus a gravity sewer.
Well,
so, I mean, because your data is very clear, but I'm just trying to think if there are what factors are playing into the extreme numbers.
Yeah, with a gravity customer, it may be obvious, but the only thing involved is gravity and it flows through the pipe. No mechanical operation there. There's nothing to rely on electrical. In a pump, with a grinder pump, it's kind of gross, but it has a cutter blade on it and it has to chop everything up. Okay. So when those run, they're in a pretty extreme environment. And they have level controllers in there that tell the pumps when to turn off and on. They got alarm floats in there that tell when there's a high level alarm. They've got a low level alarm. They've got a lot of things like that come with motors and pumps and choppers. So all of that together doesn't last that long in that environment.
Gotcha. Thank you, sir. Got another question though. So the cost. So let's say a homeowner's septic tank fails. So help me understand the total cost here. If I wrote it down correctly, $2,700 fee to tap into the sewer line.
Correct.
And then what other costs associated with that? Is that the total cost, or there's cost on top of?
I think it was the cost of the pipe to run it to connect.
The cost of the pipe would be, I think, significantly less than $10,000.
Pay for the line that goes, correct me if I'm wrong, Ben. The homeowner has to pay for the line from the house to the main sewer that's already there. So if it's a gravity line, they pay for that 4-inch gravity line that comes from their house.
Okay.
Or if they have to be on a grinder pump, they pay for the grinder pump and the 1 1/4-inch line that runs out to the main.
Okay. And a rough estimate, I think you earlier said significantly less than 10,000, but is that, what would that be?
It's probably less than $2,000 to run a sewer line out there, even a long
Okay,
way.
so let's say $2,300 for a total of $5,000. Okay, how many properties are we talking about here? If everyone's septic tanks failed tonight, how many property values? Huh?
15 or 16.
Okay.
Mr. Harrison, do we know how many easements we're trying to acquire to get to the school?
There's 19 tracks, but they don't all have a house that's situated that would come into play. So I'm just estimating, I think there's maybe 15 houses or something like that. So, but there's 19 pieces of property that pass, that the sewer easement passes
So
through.
15 houses at $75,000?
Yeah,
Right?
roughly.
Okay. So just a comment, if this proceeds through, I would be in favor of the county paying to tap these residents into the sewers if their septic tanks fail, but whenever we get to that point.
I think, Mr. Becker, let me clarify, because the resolution that we have on the agenda tonight went through legislative, and it would deal with, it's dealing mainly with language to take out the greenway and what we request in terms of an access road. I think in terms of, I hear what you're saying about protecting homeowners completely in this process, but I think what we would need to do is go through budget with an.
No, I understand. No, I understand.
But I mean, not tonight, but I'm saying like in July, we could, July, August, we could certainly look at doing that.
I understand. Thanks.
I just wanted to clarify, we had a lot of people here, that, it's not going to be something we can do on the resolution that we have tonight.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Becker. Commissioner Mo Taylor.
I think it was asked, but I want to make sure. There's nobody here that can give me a price of guesstimation. I know it's going to be a guesstimation. In your best guesstimation, what a step system would cost for the school. $1 million, $25 million?
Well, if I had more information, I could give you that information, but I just started looking at this today, so I don't have enough information to be able to tell you that.
I've been asking questions for years. So, I mean, another question I have, when y'all get done, we're paying, everybody in this room is paying to run the sewer to the school, correct? Sumner County government.
Correct.
Which is funded by taxpayers. After we get that line to that school, who owns the line?
White House Utility District would eventually.
Okay. So you said something about a year warranty. I guess that warranty falls back on the contractor who lays the pipe.
Yeah, it usually does, yes, sir.
So if something happens in a year, it don't come back on us.
It depends on how you set that up with your contractor. So the contract that we would have with the school would state that the warranty was required, and that ultimately whoever signs the agreement is responsible for the warranty. Now, most people take that and saddle their contractor with that warranty, but how you choose to do that would be up to you.
So it would have to be in the language of our contract that we write to cover ourselves, not have to pay for the malpractice of the pipe layer.
However you'd like to handle that, it would be up to you.
But then after that, you take ownership of the pipe.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
And anybody that ties on to it in the near future.
I'm sorry, what'd you say?
And anybody that ties on to it in the near future.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Okay, Commissioner Luke Tinsley.
Let me elaborate just a second
Okay.
on the step system thing. It's very hard to come up with a number off the cuff because it is entirely dependent on the type of soils that are located out there. And so the process to get the acreage that you need, to determine how much acreage you need, involves going out there and having the guy from the state come out and dig pits and all kinds of stuff in order to get a definitive number. So because I don't have the soil information, I can't come up with a number on the top of it, off of the top of my head, because that has a huge bearing on it.
Okay. Thank you, Ms. Harrison. Commissioner Tinsley.
Well, I have some questions written down, but Ms. Harrison said something, and it kind of alarmed me a little bit. Did you say that you've only been looking at this today? Just today? You've not looked at this before? No. Let me finish my question.
Mr. Tinsley, let her answer the question. You asked the question, let her answer it. Then you can follow up.
I don't work for any of these people. Jim and I know each other. We have done projects together in the past. He called me on Friday afternoon and asked me if I would be willing to come and give some additional information about gravity sewers versus pressure sewers, because I do that kind of work all the time. So I have not been engaged in this project up to now. The reason that he asked me to come here is because I could offer more information about that particular subject than he can.
Ms. Harrison, how many years have you been working with pressurized sewers?
35 years.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Tinsley, do you have any more questions?
I do, and I'm not sure who to direct this to, but can somebody give me an example? They've talked about that. Michelle brought this to my attention earlier about this vegetation road thing. Can you give me an example in Sumner County where that's used, just to kind of, so that we can all have like a visual image in our head?
Not sure, other than the cases where we've used it before. So we have about 3 of those in place now, and we do have a little bit of experience with those, but we're satisfied that they'll perform for the function.
Okay, and my kind of follow-up question to that is, I know several of the property owners up through there have livestock, horses and cattle and such. Does that affect them in any way? I mean, it looked like that was a metal or some sort of construction material.
It's
that just kind
a
of
high-density plastic.
Okay.
They're used, or at least the use cases that we've seen are in pastures, so I'm not aware that that would be a problem.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Sullivan.
Just a follow-up question from Commissioner Becker's question. If a property owner along through there that ties into the main chooses to do that, or their septic fails and it costs $5,000, if their septic tank fails, what would the cost be to replace their septic versus the $5,000 to tie into that main if that wasn't an option? What would it cost to do that?
If Mr. Harrell can't answer, I think Ms. Eccles may have some recent experience.
We're not in the septic business, so we don't really have a lot of experience with that. I don't think I can help you with the costs on that.
Go ahead, Ms. Eccles.
I just looked that up because I had the same question in my head, and it typically costs $3,000 to $7,000 to replace a septic system.
Okay.
So it's roughly the same. There's certain costs associated with being a homeowner.
Okay. All right, Commissioner Graves. Oh, I'm sorry, Mr. Sullivan, were you done? Okay. Thank you, Mr. Sullivan. Mr. Graves.
Mr. Harrison, do you have an idea about how much a foot the homeowner, from that line, that would be charged to the homeowner per foot to dig that line, the sewer line, from the sewer pipe to their house, per foot?
It depends on the condition. It depends on how far it is. It depends on what it's going through. So I don't know.
You don't know?
It depends on the situation. It's generally somewhere in the neighborhood of $10 to $15, but it's per foot. But it depends on the situation, quite frankly.
Okay.
I would like to see us explore a step system before we approve this officially.
Okay. I'll remind everyone, just as we move forward, we've got a couple more people in the queue for questions. But I would remind everyone the resolution, the feedback that we're getting tonight, or the presentations from White House Utility District and from Mr. Harrison, Ms. Harrison, is primarily to give information about different types of sewer systems. The sewer system has already been approved. What we're looking at specifically is language on easements and to take the greenway off the table and to get the least invasive route to the sewer system. So I just want to clarify what's on the resolution tonight. So as I mentioned to Mr. Becker about homeowners, Mr. Graves, that motion would need to come through budget next month, if you wanted to look at that.
Well, I have another question.
Okay.
I think Mr. Harrison said 19 possible easements there. Wonder if we have at this point, I've dealt with water quite often. in the last 14 years. Wonder if there's 4 or 5 of these homeowners that don't want that sewer line through there and don't want to give an easement. Maybe Ms. Leah could answer that, or somebody.
Yeah, she's not the attorney doing that. I think it would be, my guess is, it would be eminent domain
I just thought we weren't going to do eminent domain.
for the greenway.
Same difference.
Okay.
You don't have a legal opinion on that, Ms.?
I don't know how
Lee?
many,
I just what if, you know,
I don't know how many people have signed or not signed, I'm not the attorney of record handling it for White House. But yes, if the Board of Education and the county determines that this is the best route for the sewer, and ultimately there were people who did not want to participate, eminent domain would be our option on behalf, and actually, it wouldn't be us. In that particular case, it would be White House that would be doing it on our behalf, because they will ultimately be the user of the sewer line.
thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Graves. Mr. Good.
A couple questions, Mr. Harrison. Remind me, I forgot your bio there on the front. How many years' experience have you have specializing in this? 33?
Yes, sir.
And Ms. Harrison mentioned 35.
Please remind everybody that keep sidebar comments to yourselves and direct everything through the chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So, and thanks to Commissioner Eccles, it was noted that if someone had a septic system, even if they just use an option to replace one of the two, the cost will be roughly the same. And I'm no appraisal expert, so I don't want to allude to the fact of that, but I think the value of their property would be greater on a sewer system and with less headaches, obviously, ultimately. So one Mr. Harrison, you've got all the proper permitting for this and have had it for quite some time, right?
Yes. We have.
And if it were to start over for whatever reason, even though I think that would be a horrible mistake, that would be another, I'm assuming, 4 to 6 month, maybe longer process with TDEC in the state.
It would take.
So
yeah.
there would be no school system going forward for at least another year if we started from scratch for some reason.
Yes, sir.
And so I just want to, Mr. Chairman, I want to commend the due diligence. They've done exactly what we as in the county and especially the school board hired them to do. And collectively, they have 70-some years of experience. I don't know how many civil engineers we have here on the board, but I know for the almost 15, 14, 13 years, whatever I've been here, and some even longer, when we did Station Camp, for example, we hired experts like this to take care of these issues. So that's it, Mr. Chairman.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Good. Michelle.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just was going to jump in the queue to answer a couple questions that were asked because I have done a lot of homework on this system, and I should have just jumped in and, like Ms. Eccles, and answered it when it was asked. But the question was asked by Mr. Tinsley about the pastures, and I did make a phone call today to the company that actually makes this and asked them about that, and they said that it would be appropriate for this. And they also did inform me, I know you asked for a place where we would be familiar with this. It's actually on the White House lawn, is what they told me when I spoke with them. That is the material that goes down. There are armored vehicles along with a helicopter pad that lands on the lawn of the White House. I think we're all pretty familiar with the White House. So that would be a very familiar spot where a material from their company is actually used, is what they told me today.
Okay. Thank you, Michelle. Mr. Wright, last one in the queue.
I got a question for Mr. Harrell. You said it was about $2,700 for a tap fee, correct?
Yes, sir.
What is the monthly charge for septic?
Excuse me, they're based on the volume of water that you use. So most people have about a $12 a month minimum charge for their sewer bill. So then for every 1,000 gallons of water you use in your normal water use, then you be charged about another $8 or $9 a month for that. So it's dependent on water use, but approximately double or a little bit more is what most people can use as a rule of thumb if they want to take their current water bill as a way to estimate that.
So not only not only for the cost of them to tap into it, but there's a monthly fee, which I understand that. But these people cannot replace their septic tank if they have 20 acres down through there. They cannot replace their septic tank.
Well, again, we wouldn't require them to connect, so if a homeowner decided that their septic was failing and they wanted to explore the options for doing remediation on their septic system, and they could get that passed with whatever permitting was required, we don't require them to connect to the sewer line.
Who does that?
State of Tennessee.
Is there any type of grandfather clause?
You'd have to ask the state of Tennessee.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Wright. Mr. Becker.
I got a question about the greenway portion of this. I know that's been withdrawn, but my question goes, I know there's been some concern about, this is potentially just delaying a greenway from being put in there. So is my understanding that, what's the likelihood of a greenway even being a possibility? Let's say 20 years down the road, someone wants, people in our seats, different people want to put a greenway in there. What's if this goes through with the exclusive? I think the verbiage exclusiveness or whatever. I don't know if Ms. Denon can speak to that.
Well, I don't have a crystal ball here tonight, but it would require either agreement by the property owners at the time or condemnation by the county commission. White House doesn't condemn for a greenway. They condemn for a sewer line, water access for those facilities. It would be something the county commission would have to do, or the state of Tennessee. But it would have to be either condemned or agreed to.
I'm sorry, what was your last sentence?
It would have to either be condemned or agreed to by the property owner.
And I think, Mr. Becker, I think one thing we can do tonight is Ms. Shell mentioned this in her questions and comments earlier. We can tighten up the language in the resolution to make it exclusive to sewer. And then that way, if anybody wanted to come in, you would have to come back and get easements for Greenway, that, which would then tie in with what Ms. Denon said. Okay. I would like to thank, I see no one else with questions. I would like to thank Mr. Harrison, Ms. Harrison and Mr. Harrell for taking time out to come and present to us tonight. I really do appreciate the information that you've shared, so thank you very much. We are now going to go to public comments, and let me clarify just a few of our rules. I'm going to actually read from our standing rules and procedures about addressing the commission. First off, before I do that, Mr. Weatherford, do you want to get the list, and we'll see if anybody else wishes to sign up? Yeah, let's take a 5-minute break, and we will, without objection, we'll gather back at 8:48. We're going to get started in 1 minute. 1 minute. Yep. So my interpretation is we are back in session. If everyone would return to their seat. He's working on it. All right, if we could go ahead and get started. I'm going to ask a couple things. I know we've been going for about 2 hours now and just took a break. Just a couple things. We've had several requests about turning the microphones up. Mr. Kemp is doing the best he can to get it as loud as we can without getting feedback. But I am going to ask, we'll go through the rules in just a second, but I'm going to ask if we could keep, I know it doesn't seem like much if you're sitting out there having side conversations, everything, completely understand it. But the background noise makes it really hard to hear up here. So I'm going to ask if everybody can give their attention to the speakers so that everyone can hear. In terms of our rules, in terms of recognition of the public and addressing the commission, the public may address the commission concerning any matter on the agenda as approved for the current meeting of the commission. The sign-up sheet for public comment shall be placed in the commission chambers on the podium by noon on the day of a commission meeting. Any person wishing to speak must personally sign the sheet. No citizen shall speak in an inflammatory or offensive manner concerning any commissioner, other elected officials, or citizen. The commission chair shall warn the offending citizen to refrain from further inappropriate comments. If such warning is not heeded, the commission chair shall ask the citizen to return to his or her seat. The commission chair is authorized to impose a time limit of 5 minutes per speaker during public comment. And the commission chair may warn a citizen to offer original information when a citizen repeatedly makes comments on a topic that have already been offered by the same speaker or a previous speaker. So I will ask, as chairman, it is not my desire to have to ask anyone to step away from the podium. We have 26 people, 25 people that have signed up 23 that have signed up total. 23 people that have signed up to speak. I ask that we give them our undivided attention. I would remind you as you speak, this is not a question and answer time, so your comments should be directed to the chair just as commissioners' comments are directed to the chair. We're going to go ahead and get started. What I will do is that I'm going to call the person that's up first, and then I'm going to call the next person's name to let them know that they're coming up next, just to try to help the flow a little bit, and so we can give everybody our attention. I would ask, we got a big crowd, and it's a passionate subject. I'm going to ask that we not applaud, that we hold that, because what happens is we don't hear the end of their comments. Commissioners can't hear what they're saying, and it drowns out the next person. So I'm going to ask if you can refrain from applauding or making comments from the gallery. Okay? We're going to go, and Mr. Kemp, if you're a speaker, Mr. Kemp will give you a 1-minute warning. All right, first up, we have Mr. Scott DeVos from 208 Harris Lane. What's that? Next up is Mr. Ian Durham, 1133 Bayview Drive, Gallatin. Mr. DeVos, Mr. Kemp will start your timer when you start talking.
Good evening. My name is Scott DeVos. I live at 208 Harris Lane. This proposed sewer does not affect my property. However, an attack on my neighbor's property rights is an attack on all of us. I'd like to start by saying thank you to everyone that's here tonight, commissioners and concerned citizens. I'd like to remind everyone, as has already been stated, to please be quiet and polite. The commissioners do not have to listen to us, and they can clear the room if they so choose. Our public comments may or may not influence them. Our promise to vote them out of office is a good start, but it won't affect anyone who's not seeking another term, and by then, it'll be too late. What might influence them would be public scrutiny. This type of community involvement, this is the grassroots of our democracy. Sitting here tonight is the grassroots of our democracy. This involvement is necessary to shine a light on abuse of power, if there is any, and it's our job to guard against any conflict of interest if it's found. Personal property rights are the foundation of our civil rights guaranteed by the Constitution. The Fifth Amendment states in part, "Nor shall private property be taken for public use without just compensation." Before I address the public use of the property in question, I want to make sure everyone affected knows that they are entitled to just compensation. And that is the key phrase in the event that this atrocity goes through. If you don't feel that the compensation was just, you have the right to sue the county. I was a jury foreman on just such a case when the county took land to build a power substation on Station Camp Road near the bypass. We, the jury, found that the landowner had not received just compensation, and the cost of the land taken, as well as the easement, were adjusted up considerably. So everyone needs to know that any calculations that have been presented concerning the cost of the land involved may be wrong. These costs could go up significantly and become a burden on future budgets. With respect to the need of the land as public use, we must look at the sewer requirements for the school versus the requirements for future development. It is not our responsibility to provide sewer to builders that want to develop homes for their profit. It would appear that the school is being used as a Trojan horse for the developers. They want to use it as a cover to make us pay for their sewer. You need to know that schools are not built for your kids, but for the future kids that will move here. Do you remember the movie Field of Dreams? If you build it, they will come. Schools attract homes. Homes make profit for land speculators. It appears that this particular school at this particular location is being built for developers, and this sewer will enrich land speculators. Why should the rest of us care about these people? It's mentioned that there might only be 19 of them. Why would we care about these people when they lose control of their property? It's important to remember the difference between comedy and tragedy. Comedy is when it happens to someone else. Tragedy is when it happens to you. This land grab must be stopped. We do not pay our taxes to support land speculators. And speaking of taxes, we need to control the county spending. The current system is backwards. You can't start with your wish list and then make our taxes go up to pay for it. We first need a revenue-neutral certified tax rate, then a budget that stays within your means. I urge the Commission to pass a continuation budget to meet our current obligations and not a new pie-in-the-sky budget, which will require our taxes to go up. Everyone here wants Sumner County to be a great place to live. This will best be accomplished by having transparency and accountability in our government, controlled development, and lowered taxes. Let that be what we are known for.
Thank you, Mr. DeVos. Please hold your applause. Mr. Durham. Mr. Chris Edgerton is next. Mr. Durham is from 1133 Bayview Drive, Gallatin, to speak on volunteer fire departments.
Ladies and gentlemen of the Commission, thank you for your time and allowing the citizens to speak on these subjects. As the Chairman said, my name is Ian Durham, and I'm a lifelong resident of Sumner County. I have watched this county grow and change over my lifetime and wish to see nothing but the best things happen to it. I'm here tonight to speak on the issue of funding for the volunteer fire departments. The men and women that staff these volunteer fire departments are some of the finest around. They are available 24/7, 365, often missing family events and other precious moments with their family to respond to your emergencies. They provide an invaluable service to this county and deserve better support than what they currently receive. The fact that the charitable donations for these departments have been pulled in lieu of other projects is an absolutely short-sighted decision. With limited funding, it is impossible for many of these departments to have updated and safe equipment. This can result in injury or death to responders or citizens in this county. I ask you as commissioners if you can live with this on your conscience if it were to occur. Can you sleep at night knowing that adequate funding could have made the difference to your family, my family, or any family represented in this room tonight? Not only do I believe that their funding should be restored, but I believe it should be in excess of what they have previously received. As a commission, I hope and pray that you reconsider your position and do what you know in your heart is the right thing. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Durham. Let's do, while Mr. Edgerton is coming, Ms. Fennell's up next. Everybody take your phone out and put it on mute. That will be really helpful. Mr. Edgerton.
Good evening. Thank you for allowing me to speak this evening on the crucial topic of fire department funding and response in our county. My name is Chris Edgerton, and I'm the Chief and #1 Volunteer Fire Department. First, I would like to thank the Commission for funding the new countywide radio system that will support the schools, the Highway Department, EMS, the Sheriff's Office, and the volunteer fire departments. While my department is only a small part of this project, it will really make a huge difference for all public agencies, so thank you. Each year during the budget process, there seems to be a sporty debate about fire service within our county. I'm here to tell you that each and every volunteer department in this county is doing the absolute very best that they can with the very limited funds. My department specifically has an annual budget of approximately $60,000. This is a combination of funds from the county and private donations. Roughly 18 months ago, we replaced a 20-year-old fire engine. We now have a 15-year loan with a payment of $25,000 each year. In 2 years, our second engine will now then become 20 years old and will be well past the NFPA recommended service life of a fire engine. Our department insurance is approximately $13,000 per year. That leaves us $22,000 a year to run the fire department. That has to include maintenance, capital purchases, consumables, fuel, utilities, and the list goes on. A new set of gear for a firefighter is over $3,000. A new air pack is over $6,500. Each of these items has to be replaced every 10 years. When you look at the city departments in Sumner County, they each spend millions of dollars per year for fire service. At number one fire, because of tremendous dedication from our members and the training they complete each year, we have an ISO rating of 4. That's the same as the city of Gallatin. That number directly relates to savings on our citizens' homeowners insurance. Because we have focused every dollar on our training and equipment, we currently have a building that is 38 years old, has no indoor plumbing, no hot water, and no sleeping quarters. Our department responds to every EMS call in our zone. We have the only advanced life support equipped engine in this county. 80% of our members have a state of Tennessee medical license, which includes emergency medical responders, EMTs, paramedics, and even critical care paramedics. In addition, 90% of our members are state-certified firefighters. As you discuss the budget for this coming year, it is essential that we maintain the current $24,000 contribution to each department, but also do our best to grow that. As many of you know, we are in the midst of a study of the county fire departments by the University of Tennessee's County Technical Assistance Service, which was requested by this commission. As I read the report by Mr. Kevin Lauer, the state fire consultant, his most recent statewide report says that the average county is spending $7.13 per capita on fire service. This is after he removed the 3 top outliers. So this means to be on par with other Tennessee counties, we should be allocating approximately $1.3 million annually to fire protection. Currently, we're at about $300,000 to $400,000. I would urge you to act now to set aside at least $1 million for the county fire service so that once this CTAS study is delivered, you will have the funds available that you need to act. Our county is woefully behind on fire protection for our citizens and your constituents. We both have a fiduciary obligation to act. We're doing our part by donating our time for training and response. Now we need you to do your part for funding the capital to provide appropriate levels of service. Thank you for your time and your continued support.
Thank you, Mr. Edgerton. Ms. Fennell and Ms. Barbie Griffith is up next. Ms. Fennell, if you'll state your address. We'll start your time after your address.
Okay. My name is Ruth Fennell. I live at 1049 Blue Jay Way in Gallatin. I'm here representing no one but myself. I'm not affected by the sewer issue. However, I'm only sharing my opinions and perspectives and observations. Last week to the Legislative Committee, I told them that I had been watching our county government for about 10 years. As I said then, and I'll say again now, my hope is that the people elected to office want to make a positive difference, and they want to make things better for the citizens of Sumner County, collectively and individually. However, only you know what motivates you to be here, and only you know if my comments will apply to you personally. What we do know is that elected officials should never want to make things better only for themselves personally, and they should do their best to even avoid that appearance. Yet as more and more facts come out, that seems to be exactly what has been happening for many years now. In the last few weeks, I have watched as citizens across this county came together from different walks of life, different backgrounds, different political perspectives for a common purpose, to stop government overreach, and I'll say the word corruption, even the appearance of corruption. In February of 2016, I stood before the Sumner County School Board and asked them to consider me a watchman on the tower. I specifically told them, and I quote, "Our county is becoming a cesspool of corruption because of an arrogant, out-of-control government." Now, over 3 years later, I stand by those words. Some of you may or may not know me. Some of you may dislike me personally. If so, I don't really care, and I don't lose any sleep over it. You know why? Because I think some people will use that as an excuse to not listen to the warnings that I and others have been giving you for a very long time. Sometimes the truth is uncomfortable, and it's easier to blame the messenger than to listen to the message. So here's the message, and I hope you'll truly listen tonight. The leaders of this county have made several big mistakes in the last few months. First, cramming a school property purchase and rezoning plan down the throats of parents without fully consulting them, and then dismissing and disregarding their input. Secondly, trying to pull a fast one on unknowing citizens by violating and abusing property rights under the guise of a sewer installation. And there could be more mistakes tonight if you vote without better due diligence, and if you vote to spend money that the county doesn't have in the budget, and then raise taxes to cover that financial irresponsibility. These mistakes have opened eyes across the county. They have sprouted individuals who, just like our patriot forefathers, are willing to fight against tyranny and for the blessings of liberty. These citizens concerned with irresponsible government and fiscal blindness are here tonight. Some of you may want to just make it through our comments and then do what you've always done, but that would be the wrong move at this time. These citizens are now here with open eyes, watching everything you're doing, and many will stay here for the entire evening. The new Liberty School fiasco, the Greenway debacle, and the looming tax increase have awakened a sleeping giant. There are enough people awake now to see what has been allowed to go on behind the scenes, and time is up for those who are corrupt. For every member of this commission, I am asking you today to consider, as for you and your house, who will you serve? Who will you protect? Will you serve and protect those who have lied to citizens? Will you serve and protect the ones who have manipulated outcomes for political purposes? Will you serve and protect the ones who have quietly taken actions to personally benefit from county decisions? Or will you serve and protect the ones who have placed their trust in you? Will you serve and protect the ones who came here tonight placing their faith in the Tennessee Constitution, Article 1, Section 1, subsection 19, that says they have a right to instruct their representatives and to apply for a redress of grievances? Will you protect private property rights? Will you reevaluate decisions made years ago that negatively impact people today? Will you be a servant to these citizens or a master? Will you protect the elderly on fixed incomes who can barely pay for medicine? Will you protect the working single mother who is trying to pay for food on a table with a budget that's already stretched to the limit? Will you live within the means of this county like you do at your home? Will you spend money you don't have, then tax the citizens of Sumner County to pay for it? Will you be a servant to these citizens or a master? I ask you again, for every member of this commission, as for you and your house, who will you serve and who will you protect? Thank you.
Please hold your applause. Ms. Barbie Griffith, Ms. Griffith, if you'll state your name for the record. And Mr. Kyle Robinson is up next.
Good evening. My name is Barb Griffith, and I live at 113 Fire Street Court in White House, in the Sumner County portion of White House. My husband and I sent an email today to all of you, to the commissioners, and I heard back from 4, and I would like to thank the 4 who took the time to acknowledge our concerns. I would like to thank Mr. Foster, Mr. Becker, Mr. Mansfield, and Mr. Mo Taylor. It is appreciated when you take the time to acknowledge a citizen's concerns, so we appreciate that. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to kind of read my letter with a few changes based on some things that came up tonight. So to all the county commissioners, as citizens of Sumner County, we have a few requests from you. First, we ask that you please exercise fiscal responsibility and do not pass the budgets until you have received the revenue-neutral certified tax rate. Please only approve a continuation budget tonight to fund current obligations and no new ones. Second, we ask that you build the sewer for the schools along the road, which is the least invasive route, for the homeowners and for the property owners. As I sat here tonight and watched these presentations and listened to everything that was said and all the questions that were raised, it came to mind, are we forgetting this is not the government's property? This is the property of individual citizens, their private property. Where was that discussion? It's alarming and it is shameful that they seem to be forgotten in this process. And there does seem to be a lack of due diligence and a lack of studying. There needs to be further study in this process. And I hope that you will consider that. This is an invasion of their property. Don't forget that. This land grab is shameful, and I hope that every commissioner here has researched and studied the vast amount of information that the citizens have already presented to you and will be presenting to you even more tonight. Imagine that this was your land. Is this the right thing to do, to run a sewer through their yards and then to demand access to it? Absolutely not. The bottom line, no, just it's not. Again, it is shameful, and please Don't let this very wrong land grab lay at your feet. You have the power. Every one of you have the power to stop this. A third concern that you'll be hearing more about is the Comer Barn boondoggle. Yes, we consider a boondoggle because as we learn more of the details about it, it's anything but something that, quote, everyone is behind and loves, as we were told a couple of meetings ago by a couple of commissioners. Please research the details behind the Comer Barn plans. Reconsider whether or not you think that it is fiscally responsible. I can tell you now that as the taxpayers, as they've been waking up to everything that's been going on, as they have learned, they've read, and they've heard more about this Comer Barn deal, the plans, they don't think, first of all, they're appalled by it, and they're not in agreement that they think that this is fiscally responsible. In fact, most of them will tell you that it's not fiscally responsible, and we will be sharing more information about that with the citizens at a later date, and we'll be coming back before you and asking you to reconsider. And if you've not done your due diligence and researched further into the Comer Barn deal, please do, because it's alarming. I want to thank you for your time, for listening to my concerns, my husband's and mine. And again, we request that tonight you do not pass the budgets, you do not approve any kind of sewer line or access road on private property. Please listen to the citizens who have voted each of you into your position to represent them. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Griffith. Mr. Kyle Robinson, Ms. Natalie Robinson is up next. Mr. Robinson, if you'll state your address, and then Mr. Kemp will start your time when you begin speaking after that.
Kyle Robinson, 414 Upper Station Camp Creek Road. So first, we'll get this out of the way. I strongly request that no new budget be voted on that may affect future tax revenue until the certified tax rate's been released. Raising our property taxes to increase county revenue shouldn't be on the table until unnecessary spending within the county is addressed, and no new budget should be voted on without the certified tax rate. So now the main reason why I'm here, the sewer and greenway easements for Liberty Creek schools. I'm glad that we had some presentations with information from both the engineer and from White House Utility. It's only taken 10 months to get information that we've been asking for all this time, and some of it just raises more questions. So in the regards to using outside sources for info, we've been forced to. We haven't been able to get this information from the people that should know this. So the time that we have spent, myself and others, outside of work, outside of family, has been tremendous trying to get information because it's not something that's been given to us readily. So our trust as citizens of this county has been betrayed to the point that we can't reasonably expect that anything we're currently being told is true, even after tonight's presentations, and that the county or White House Utility will abide by anything we agreed to at this stage in the process. Tonight's the first time I've seen this access road proposal. There was a proposed or a apparent state regulation that we've all been told multiple times that a paved access road is required for the sewer placement. I guess that just disappeared. So our current position on this issue in response to repeatedly being given false or inaccurate information from everyone that has been involved in this project. The only way we have any chance at regaining, or that you have any chance at regaining our trust, at reaching any type of amicable solution for all those involved is to have the current leadership, including the county executive and involved commissioners, remove themselves from any further involvement in this project. Also, the affected homeowner should be allowed to choose the chair and 3 other commissioners to serve on a committee of 7 commissioners to start this entire process over and give them the opportunity to do the right thing. The remaining 3 committee members should be chosen by the committee chair. We do not trust that the citizens' best interest will be considered if left to the commission to assign the committee members due to the current chair of the committee on the committees. For those of you who don't know, because it's a confusing name.
Mr. Robinson, you're out of order. Please move on from that.
No, he's not.
Please keep the comments.
This committee selects members for committees, and the commissioner who chairs the committee on committees has been in attendance at several meetings discussing the Upper Station Camp Creek Greenway extension and been involved from the very beginning, as far back as 2010. It's our belief that the senior commissioner from the 8th District would be a fair request for the chair position, as he is experienced and respected within the commission and has spent time as the director of schools. There should be an open dialogue that's transparent between this committee, the residents of this county, and the rest of the commission. The current failed leadership has put us all in this outrageous position, and we as citizens expect the truth about what's happening, decisions that weigh and consider our best interest, and that county officials take responsibility and have accountability for the decisions that affect this county and its residents. So one of the many reasons for this mistrust is lack of transparency and information. Through many conversations with outside sources, we were informed that TDEC, I'm glad we clarified that tonight, can at any point in the future come in and require us that we have to tie into the available sewer on our property. If sewer is available and they deem there's a septic system failure, they will require us to tie in. According to our source who actually installs these, says these can cost anywhere up to $20,000 to $40,000 depending on the length of the line and the location of the current and the configuration of the current plumbing that has to be tied into. Why was this not brought to our attention by the utility company? This would have been information that they knew, should have known. Instead of being open and honest about what is planned and how it would affect us, they chose to keep very relevant information to themselves. The current easement offers for sewer and greenway combined won't cover the cost to connect for most homeowners. This must be a part of the negotiations moving forward. It should have been a part of the negotiations from the start. As previously mentioned, we have been given false information, and that there's been false information spread during commission meetings from the very start. The very beginning of this process as homeowners, which was late 2018, we were contacted by Crofton Associates, who was negotiating on behalf of White House and Sumner County.
10 seconds.
My first and only phone conversation with the representative of this company included myself asking if any of this regarded a greenway, and I was told flatly no, no greenway. So what happened in the month from when we were told there was no greenway involved in the easements to our attorney receiving letters for easements
Mr.
for
Robinson,
greenway
Mr. Robinson, your
and for
time's
sewer?
up. Yes, sir. Okay, motion made by Commissioner Taylor, second by Commissioner Mansfield. So motion to suspend the rules to let Mr. Robinson finish.
Point of information,
Yes.
is there a length of time or is it indefinite?
13 minutes. Total, so 8 more minutes.
Okay. 13 minutes.
You're
Is
going to
that,
get it
Mr. Hang on. Mr. Taylor, is that your motion, 13 minutes? Okay. Mr. Mansfield? Okay. All right, so a yes vote is to give Mr. Robinson additional 8 minutes to finish. A no vote is to continue with our rule of 5 minutes for public comments. Let's vote. And we got to give.
Mr. Chairman, point of information.
Yes.
Does this apply just to Mr. Robinson or to everybody?
It would just apply to Mr. Robinson right now.
All right, we're going to vote under Amendment 1 for the vote. But the vote is now open. Each commissioner, please record your vote. Nineteen affirmative votes. The rules are suspended.
All right, so this greenway plan didn't magically appear overnight, and we received our offers only weeks after speaking with Crofton Associates. As we keep digging, we show planning and knowledge of this plan as far back as 2010. And as stated earlier, it's interesting how nobody had any information when we were asking about this just last year. Yet again, there have been public statements at commissioner meetings stating that over half or greater than 50% of the involved parties have agreed to the project. This is false. By my count, which isn't exact properties, apparently there are 19 properties, I counted 13 affected properties based on property owners, one of which is commercial property owned by our county executive, one is owned by developers, which leaves 11 owned by homeowners. Of these 11, one has agreed to the current sewer and greenway plan. So for you that need help with the math, it's 1 of 11 or 9%. You can also use the other number and include the other two. 3 of 13 is 23%. So this is nowhere near the publicly claimed over half. These statements have been made publicly by the county executive and the county law director during public meetings. One such occurrence was by the county law director in direct response to a question at the June 10th, 2019 legislative meeting on how many parties have agreed to the plan. This false information can influence the votes of commissioners. This was something that we already kind of hit on that kind of got discussed tonight, so I won't go as in depth, but more false information was the state requirement for paved access roads. And I had the state statute here and the fact that we talked to multiple people at TDEC that said that was not in fact the truth. Again, more false information is that we have had the option from the beginning to sell our property instead of negotiating an easement. This would eliminate the issues of homeowners paying taxes on property they can no longer use, as well as the injury liabilities if someone gets hurt off the greenway. This false statement was made by the county law director at the June 10th, 2019 legislative committee meeting and was repeated when directly questioned by a commissioner. We have documented proof that when a counteroffer for purchase of the affected property was presented by one of the affected homeowners, the response was that this was not something the county would be willing to discuss, and then it would be turned over to their attorneys at that time. We recently learned that the system is a gravity sewer with a 15-inch trunk main. Based on the conversations we have had with outside engineers, because we're forced to, a gravity system with a 15-inch trunk main will not only service the schools, it will service subdivisions all the way to Highway 25. The outside engineers we spoke to stated that a pressure system down the road with a grinder and pump system at the school would be less expensive to install and not require the acquisition of easements, as they can be placed in the existing 12-foot utility easement at the road. The county has set aside $500,000 alone just for the land easements. According to the engineer we spoke to, if for some reason a pressure system at the road is not an option, the second option would be gravity system with around an 8-inch main. Before we knew the size of the main, he stated anything over 8 or a maximum of 10-inch main will tell you the expectations or intent of that line. In his expert opinion, an 8-inch or a maximum of 10-inch main would handle the school's needs. This current design is not for schools, it's for future development. The schools will be a user on the sewer line like future developments in Upper Station Camp Creek and the surrounding areas. Why are the tax-paying citizens of the county being told that they're paying for a sewer system for the schools when, in my opinion, we're subsidizing sewer for future development and the benefit of developers at a future date? Was there an analysis of what the most efficient and cost-effective sewer system would be for servicing the schools only? Why would the county be paying for more than this? What's the expected project cost as planned, which we got tonight, along with some other estimations that I'm not sure when they were made? Is there any plan on how the county is going to recoup the difference in the cost of what is needed and what is planned? Because I guarantee you they're different. According to the statements that were recorded on video from a town hall discussion of an engineer involved in the long haul corridor plan, sewer dictates growth, not water, not electric. Sewer is expensive to install, and he stated that personally when he had meetings with developers, they'd meet a couple times and realize the cost on the sewer and they'd walk away because it was too expensive. Again, sewer dictates growth. It's my opinion the county is subsidizing developers with taxpayer money to accelerate growth in and around the Upper Station Camp Creek Road area, of which there will be people within the county personally that will benefit. So last Monday at the June 10th legislative meeting, an email correspondence between the 4th District Commissioner and the lead engineer at White House Utility was used as evidence against an outside opinion regarding current design, the current design of sewer. It was, in my opinion, it kind of was regarded as a smoking gun. It was used pretty like hey, this is fact right here. It was just responses to email questions. In my opinion, the email was purposefully incomplete and responses were uninformed. The question 4 was, can the sewer line be placed along Upper Station Camp Creek Road and the road serves the access point? And in short answer, the answer was no, because the depth needed to place a gravity sewer at the road. And they showed that again today. A more appropriate question may have been, are there any other types of sewer that can be placed adjacent to the existing road? And if so, what are the pros and cons and alternative options, including cost comparisons? Next question from the email was question 5. Can you tell me some other places in our county that have access roads similar to the one being recommended along the creek? The supplied answer was yes, and all the responses were in regards to subdivisions. These subdivisions and their roads and driveways were designed with the sewer, so it makes sense to place them in close proximity to one another. A more relevant question would have been, are there any sewers that have been installed across private property with an access road within 150 yards of existing homes? That's how close they are, closer to a lot of these. And if so, could you supply these locations? In my opinion, they were uninformed questions, easy to respond in a way to only present one side of the discussion, and that was for a gravity sewer system, which may be the right Might be the right decision, but there's not been near enough questions asked that are relevant to get to that point. I'm going to skip that because I think that you guys have already heard this. Hopefully this will be at least help everyone in here get an idea of what we're dealing with as homeowners. It should not be too much to expect that our elected officials are informed, honest, and transparent on issues that affect the county they represent. There's very little or no accountability with the current leadership of this county, and it must change. Tough decisions will always have to be made, and not everybody's going to be happy with outcomes, but everyone involved in these decisions must be able to take ownership of those decisions and accept their consequences, good or bad. Thank you for your time.
Ms. Natalie Robinson is up next. Ms. Deborah Holmes is up next. Ms. Robinson, if you don't mind stating your name and address for the record.
Yes. My name is Natalie Robinson, live at 414 Upper Station Camp Creek Road. My husband Kyle, he pretty much summed everything up on our behalf. As you can see, this is a long, drawn-out process that has really taken a lot of time from our family, just having to go outside of the normal avenues to do our own research. So he kind of summed up everything that I need to say, but I will kind of raise 2 points here. After listening to Mr. Harrell and Mr. Harrison speak, I still have this question that I haven't found the answer to. From what we've learned today, what is the cost analysis between a gravity system and a pressure system? I think we could all benefit from knowing this because no one has a clue what those numbers mean. We don't know if they're close or if they're far apart. So I challenge you to think about that, because if maybe you can answer that question from what you've learned today, but I can't, and I'm involved. I'm also concerned about having any access road on this project, dealing with this project. Since it's going to be in my backyard, I'm concerned about having any access road at all. And I'll tell you why. Because out there in that hallway, there are 4 examples where we had to go trudging through yards, farms, private property to find sewer systems that are in fields that don't have any form of access road. So obviously we've learned today that those 4 examples are examples why we can't trust what is being given to us. So take a look at those examples out in the hall. That's a specific reason why I don't want an access road in my yard, because I can't trust what's going to happen in 5 years with that road. So.
Thank you, Ms. Robinson. Ms. Deborah Holmes is up next, and Ms. Gina Carpenter will follow her. Okay. Okay. Thank you, Ms. Holmes. Ms. Carpenter. Mr. Jack Chappelle will be up next. Ms. Carpenter, if you will state your name and address for the record, and your time will begin after that.
My name is Gina Carpenter. Address is 742 Douglas Bend Road. I don't like to follow Kyle and Natalie, but I'm not going to talk about the sewer. In the May 30th edition of the Hendersonville Standard, there's an article that talks about land purchases on Tulip Poplar Drive, right behind this very location. The commission voted to approve $450,000 land purchase, and now the school board has voted to spend $1 million on 7+ acres in the same location. When a new school is about to be built and still needs to be staffed and furnished, as well as eventually adding another building to that campus, why is the school board purchasing land that they don't even know what they're going to do with? Why is my county government now in the real estate business? I reached out to several school board members to ask them this very question, and to no surprise to me, I did not hear from a single one of them. Their motto, after all, is one board, one voice, and that is a shame. This sounds like an irresponsible use of our money. In a recent meeting, our county mayor stated that we don't spend money on things we don't have to. So I'm sure he'd agree that this purchase just doesn't make any sense. Therefore, I urge you to reject their budget and encourage them to try again. You may not have any say in what they spend our money on, the school board I mean, but you can certainly give them $0 until they present a fiscally responsible budget. If anyone attempts to make the argument that you have to fund schools and your hands are tied, then also follow that up with why this commission is even necessary in approving their budget at all. Also in the county's budget is funding for renovating the Comer Barn, which you heard about earlier. I hope that there's further discussion on this, as it's my understanding that we could potentially pour money into renovating it and then have the building taken from us. It doesn't appear to be a great deal for anyone other than Rogers Group. I would also ask why my county government is looking to go into business that will take business away from citizens that you represent. Your job is to provide what is necessary and to spend our tax dollars wisely. Our county mayor recently stated that we don't spend money on things we don't need. So I'm sure he would agree that this is a low priority and should be removed from the fiscally responsible budget. Let's let the citizens run the businesses. And last, I live about a minute down the road from the #1 fire department, volunteer fire department. When I heard that their funding had been removed from the budget, I reached out to my commissioners to ask why. I was told that the budget committee probably has every intention of adding it back in once they discuss the details of how much to allocate and also where those funds should come from. The idea that there may be a new tax added and only for non-city residents came as a surprise to me. Much like our schools that are funded by our tax dollars, whether you have kids attending them or not, city residents do also stand to benefit from our volunteer fire departments. Surely you can imagine the scenarios where a city resident may need services of a county fire department. Why would this commission continue funding so many other nonprofits and take the one necessary nonprofit and toy with their funding? I can only come up with one reason. Fortunately for us, by removing the Comer Barn renovations and the unnecessary land purchase by the school board, our volunteer fire departments can continue to be funded for decades with no additional taxes based on previous budgets. I ask that you pass a continuation budget only tonight rather than allocating new funds until after our assessor has presented the new revenue neutral tax rate. Then I ask that you still only approve a budget that includes what is necessary so that we are living within our means. Our county mayor recently stated that we don't spend money on things we don't need, so I'm sure he'd agree with me on this. And I wasn't going to say anything about the sewer, but I will add, and I want to commend the conversation, the dialogue that happened tonight. It was actually refreshing to see, and you guys are why that happened. It wouldn't have happened had you not been involved, and so citizens right there. Thank you.
But as asked at the start, I'd ask everyone to refrain from clapping after speakers. Mr. Jack Chappelle is up next. Mr. Kevin Begert, you will be up following Mr. Is it Chappelle? Did I get that right? Chappell, I'm sorry, Mr. Chappell. If you would state your address for the record, Mr. Chappell.
Hi, I'm Jack Chappell, 1758 Long Hollow Pike. And I would like to say to all that we are concerned that this body and others are creating a future that we do not want for people who are not here and for the financial benefit of land speculators and developers who will leave with their money and leave the mess behind for us to deal with. That is our concern. And the Greenway and the citizens' reaction to that Greenway, to what we consider to be governmental overreach, is the pointy end of a wedge that got me involved in this issue because it looked like governmental overreach. It looked like people taking property for an illogical reason. I appreciate that my supervisors, our commissioner, called me or talked with me, Mr. Foster and Ms. Schell. Thank you very much for responding to my emails. And thank you for working on a program that will resolve some of the concerns that I had with respect to a public access way through people's backyards. A 4,000-foot long public access way with, if the grant proposals that were written several years ago were to have gone through, would have had pedestrian lights every 100 feet and benches and trash cans every so often because, of course, the people who traverse that parkway, that greenway, are going to put their trash away. The sewer line is the opening wedge to development in areas that are now pastures and farmlands. There are areas that are accessible by two-lane roads. There are areas that are going to be opened up by the pressure of locating a school complex, not one school, not just an elementary school, not just a middle school, but a school complex occupying some 200+ acres. All of the things that are necessary for the servicing of that school complex are going to be imposed on the surrounding area, and high-density development will follow that. And it will all be along two-lane roads. Roads now, I just drove that road, 2 school buses could not pass by each other on Upper Station Camp Road. I'm concerned that the sewer line is in a flood zone. I understand and I respect the engineering expertise presented by the gentleman here, but things happen. Unexpected things happen. The sewer lines will be buried between, I believe, I was told, 9 feet. If we put additional development upstream from these areas, roofs and asphalt are going to speed and limit the runoff, and it will all go into that creek, and it will all come down that creek, and we don't know what the erosion effects will be, and we haven't done any environmental studies to see what they might be. We're just guessing. It's an educated guess, and a guess based on years of experience, but everything happens for a first time, even with experience, and we don't want to have a whoopsie, my sewer line's gone out, and where all that sewage has gone down Long Hollow Pike. Lastly, I asked the Commission to withhold approval of the budgets until after the revenue-neutral certified tax rate has been provided by the state. It's only at that time that we'll be able to discuss how much we'll be able to spend in order to live within our means. If development is good because it means that the property tax base has increased, then homeowners should not have to pay increased tax levies. Apartments, high-density development, and zero lot line residences that have come on since the last assessment should be able to pay for themselves. It should be able to pay for itself once it's built, but moreover, the county must implement impact fees to require advance payments to pay for necessary infrastructure. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Chappell. Mr. Begert, you're up next. Mr. Sean King, you will follow Mr. Begert. Mr. Begert, if you would state your address for the record.
Yes, sir. Kevin Begert, 424 A.B. Wade Road. I'm going to go totally off script because you've probably heard a lot of this already. Most of you, especially some of the veteran commissioners, you probably wonder, like, why did Kevin and Laura move to Sumner County? You probably all believe that it's because just to harass you, right? And much to your chagrin, that's not the case. I love every single one of you. The reason why we moved and left all our friends and family was because of Tennesseans like you. You make me proud to stand up here and tell these people what they should be doing for you. But I want to just hit a couple of points that some of you touched on, but I really want to just bring out. Yeah, we've included and we glossed over the fact that there's $1 million line item in the school budget for 7 acres of property bordered on one side by a CSX rail line that the school board is buying. There's not a single school in this county that sits on 7 acres of land with a railroad track running right next to it, unless maybe we're going to bus in illegals or something. I don't know. Just food for thought. But,
Mr. Baggert, that's not necessary. Please move on.
You're right, Chairman. I'll refrain from that. But I think it's awfully appropriate, too, that we have a commissioner and the county mayor at an E911 commissioner, whatever, conference, right? In this year's budget, we're increasing the budget by 19% for the E911 center. And let me ask you this, folks. We've taken all the funding out for our volunteer fire department, so who are you going to call? Honestly, this is not laughing. This is serious. We've defunded our volunteer fire department, so who are all those 19% more funded people going to be calling? What are they going to call up? You call up and say, hey, my house is on fire, and they're going to say, oh, thanks. See you later. Bye. Anyhow, just wrong. It's wrong. Nobody's talked about the $865 line item in here for the land swap that we're doing with the First Baptist Church in Gallatin. I'd like to see. I go to a parts swap. I swap parts. I don't pay them $865,000 plus my parts. I mean, it's just it's irresponsible. And honestly, why didn't we just look at a location where we could have put everything? Because guess what? This criminal justice center, it doesn't include a new jail. And what's the one thing that's really failing in our criminal justice center system in Sumner County? It's our jail. It's sinking into the ground. It's constantly needing lots and lots of repairs. But our new system isn't going to include that. So we're going to have to do another land swap, right? How much is that going to cost us? Somebody mentioned also about that we're competing, we're subsidizing rebuilding the Comer barn for $3.5 million, and we're going to compete. And I met a lovely gentleman here who runs an event center. That's just wrong. That's not government's role to be playing in the private sector. That's what free enterprise. And every single one of you, I guarantee you, when you run for re-election, you will claim to be a Republican. Limited government, free enterprise system, right? You'll all be at the Republican breakfast on Saturday morning claiming you're Republicans. I claim foul. But I ask everybody here, the commissioners, to reject this budget, okay? Do not increase our taxes more than above the certified tax rate. Spend money on needs, not wants. Take care of the people that live here, because it's a precious, precious thing that you have here. These people, I love every single one of you. You are why Laura and I moved here. God bless you all.
Mr. Keene, if you'll state your address. Mr. John Miller, you'll be up next.
Good evening. My name is Sean Keene, 3501 Tyree Springs Road, Hendersonville, Tennessee. I just had a couple of things to note. I, for one, have had some experience with commercial septic sewer or septic tank systems, and I wanted to say it's a viable option. It's there is some maintenance involved in it, as with all septic tanks, but typically we did spend on I think it was about 15,000 gallon system for a plant in Pennsylvania. We spent about $2,500 a year in maintenance, which included water testing and supervision of the system and application for permits. And along those same lines, I'd like to bring up something that nobody else has touched on here, and it has to do with conservation in Tennessee. The area around Station Camp Creek Road has got an endangered species known as the streamside salamander. And as little as insignificant as it seems, it used to be on Lower Station Camp Creek. It used to be in Carrollton, and it may not be in Upper Station Camp Creek when it gets done. And this is just in a small area that is left in our vicinity. And in Sumner County and in Tennessee, we have such a rich diversity of environmental resources. And I realize that growth is important. I realize it's necessary. But at the same time, we have to respect the indigenous part of what's here and to protect that for people as they come up and grow. So that's all I had. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Kane. Mr. John Miller, Mr. Joe McLaughlin will be up next. Mr. Miller, if you'll state your address for the record.
I'm John Miller. I live at 104 Pond Drive in Gallatin. You know, when all of us here do our budgets on January 1st, we look at our income, we look at our expenses, and we classify those expenses. We got must-haves. And those must-haves are our mortgage or our rent, or our transportation, our food, electricity, our gas, our taxes, actually. Then we have the like-to-haves. I'd like to go to Disney World for 2 weeks with my kids or my grandkids. I'd like a new puppy. I'd like to upgrade the kitchen countertops. I'd like to go to restaurants twice a week. And then we have the, man, don't I wish I had these things, like a new Porsche. Maybe that big all-wheel drive truck. All right. And then we compare those expenses to our income. And that 2 weeks at Disney World turned into 1. Puppy adoption got put off for 6 weeks. The air conditioning in the house is set at 75 instead of 70. The guy that cuts the lawn comes twice a month and not every week. And the new countertops in the kitchen aren't going to be top-of-the-line granite. Eating out, we're going to do that once a week, and we really hope that that 2% bump in pay that we're supposed to get this year really happens, because it hasn't happened in the last 5 years. County isn't quite like that. The county just lists all their expenses, and then they come back and they backfill the income. All right, they just calculate the tax rate. Wouldn't it be nice if we did our piece on January 1st, and then January 2nd, we could go to our boss and say, hey, I calculated how much money I need this year, and you're going to have to pay me $25,000 more. All right, because we're going to Disney World. All right, it just doesn't work like that. I'd ask each commissioner to think about this proposed budget. You're not being asked to approve a budget tonight. You're being asked to approve a spending package. The budget part comes in a month or two when that certified tax rate comes in. And then you'll add to it, because what you approve tonight is a guaranteed tax increase. All right, so I would ask you, I would beg you, all right, not to approve it, and just approve the spending that's necessary to keep us going until the certified tax rate comes in. And I would ask each of you to look at each line item in the budget and review it again and take out the Porsche. Cut back the trip to Disney World. All the things that we have to do on a day-to-day basis and on a month-to-month basis and a year-to-year basis, so that we can afford the taxes. You know, I think it's important that each one of the citizens here understands what a penny is. A penny's worthless to us. It really is. I mean, you can't buy anything with a penny anymore. We throw them away a lot of times, put them in a jar. You know what a penny means to this county? A penny in your tax rate? $450,000 in new revenue. 1 cent. Repeat that. 1 penny, $450,000 in revenue. Penny buys a lot in the county. A new house, an average new house. Average price of a house in Sumner County is now running around $331,000. Average house in Sumner County on a parcel of land that was vacant. The taxes on that house are 25 times, 25, what the taxes were on the vacant land. That's a lot of money. $100 worth of taxes on the vacant land, $2,500 once they build a house. Multiply that by the number of new houses in Sumner County.
10 seconds.
The budget on the table tonight increases the revenue neutral tax rate by 18 cents. 18 cents isn't much better than a penny does. All right, doesn't buy you a soda, doesn't buy you anything. But it's $8.1 million to the county.
Mr. Miller, your time's up.
All right, I would just ask you again, do not pass the budget. Thank you.
Mr. McLaughlin. Mr. McLaughlin is up next. Mr. McLaughlin, if you'll state your name and address, and then Mr. Dwight Dixon is up next.
Thank you, Mr.
Thank you, Mr.
Chairman.
McLaughlin. Yes, sir.
Joe McLaughlin, 2238 Highway 25, Cottontown. As most of you know, I'm the fire chief for Cottontown Fire Department. I've been representing the volunteer fire departments at the Emergency Services Committee meetings for the past 2 years. I'm also one of the volunteer fire department representatives on the Emergency Communications Center Operations Committee. I'm the volunteer fire department representative concerning the new county radio system. Tonight, in anticipation of another debate about funding the volunteer fire departments, I thought I'd review some facts and figures to the full commission about the volunteer fire departments that service the unincorporated areas of the county. The unincorporated areas of the county are protected by 9 volunteer fire departments operating 14 stations. This includes Westmoreland City Volunteer Fire Department, which services the unincorporated areas outside of the Westmoreland city limits. Sumner County is roughly 543 square miles. The volunteer fire departments cover 479 square miles. Based on 2017 figures provided by the tax assessor's office, volunteer fire departments protect over $1.1 billion in property values. This figure is probably several million dollars higher today. I know in the Cottontown Fire District alone, and over the past 2 years, roughly 75 new houses have been built. In 2017, volunteer fire departments had 3,894 calls for service. In 2018, there were 4,345 calls for service, an increase of 451 calls from 2017. Through May 2019, there have been 1,915 calls, an increase of 164 calls over the same period in 2018. In addition to firefighting, volunteer fire departments provide services such as medical first responders with the ambulance service, motor vehicle collision response, extrication, search and rescue, animal rescue, and I don't mean cats in the trees. I have been out in the middle of the night in the winter pulling cows and horses out of frozen ponds, and I know some of these other departments have been doing the same thing. We support the sheriff during manhunts. We respond to natural disasters, gas leaks, propane leaks, carbon monoxide alarms. We've trained alongside other agencies for active shooter incidents. We back up the city fire departments. More often than not, a volunteer firefighter is the first person on the scene of an incident in the county. The volunteer fire departments are an essential service to the unincorporated areas of the county. As the county continues to grow, calls for service will continue to increase. New residents are moving into the county from areas where fire protection is financed by, if not provided by, the the county, or local governing body. They should expect no less from Sumner County. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. McLaughlin. Mr. Dixon's up next, and then Ms. Juvence is up following him.
I'm Dwight Dixon. I live in 1914 Liberty Lane. I have property that is involved in the Greenway sewer easement. That's my interest in it. First off, I want to thank the neighbors and all the citizens of the county that have got behind us and helped us with this endeavor. I have a few definitions I would like to direct to no certain person or group, but I looked up the word trust. A firm belief in the reliability of, the truth and the ability and the strength of something or somebody. The definition of trust. It says synonyms are confidence, belief, faith, free from suspicion. After enduring all this, there's some people that have lost the meaning of word trust. I looked up conflict of interest. A situation in which a person is in a position to derive personal benefit from his actions or decisions made in an official capacity. Reliability. The ability to be relied or dependent on as for accuracy, honesty, and or achievement. Some of the synonyms of that is honesty, authenticity, trustworthiness, fidelity, and faithfulness. Since we've been in this, the county government has dug themselves a terrible hole as far as these definitions of these words are concerned. And they're going to have a hard time digging out of that hole, but they can do it. It's going to be up to them. I just hope the dirt they've dug out of this hole isn't thrown in on top of them before they get out of it. I'm a lifetime resident of Sumner County. I've lived, the farm we live on right now would be a fourth generation farm. It was my dad, mine, my sons, my daughters, and my grandchildren. We all live on it. We farm it. We do hay, tobacco, cattle. We used to have cattle, and we farm it. This is not a golf tan. Thank the people that worked on this, but I'm like the old dog that lays on the porch. I don't stir up a lot of stink. I just sit there and watch the day go by. But you get up on my porch and start trying to do something, you're going to get bit. I have been deceived, and I've been in this county my whole life, and I have never experienced anything like what's happened in the last 6 months. The ball's in y'all's court.
Ms. Jovance, I apologize if I mispronounced your name.
Oh, that's okay. It happens all the time.
Mr. Justin Edwards will be up next, and if you don't mind stating your address for the record, and then you can start.
Okay, Michelle Juvance, 1335 Long Hollow Pike. I live about 2 miles from the station camp sewer that we're all talking about here this evening. I'm here actually to represent not only myself, but my husband and my parents and my siblings. We all together have 8 properties in Sumner County, so with all of us combined, we're significant taxpayers. So I wanted to comment on the sewer and also on the budget this evening. I'm here to state on public record that we oppose the county using taxpayer dollars to sue these good people for a sewer easement. I don't think it's a good use of taxpayer dollars. I was at the budget meeting last Monday here, and I listened as the highway director talked about not having enough money to take care of all the roads. And that's a really, really basic thing that the county is supposed to fund and pay for and take care of. She was asking for more money because the materials have gone up in cost. She was telling us how they have equipment that's 35 years old and they can't replace it because they only have enough money to just get by right now. So this is really disconcerting to hear that the basic things that we should be funding are not being funded properly, and yet we have money in the county to pay lawyers to sue people for their land. And I just think that that's a really backwards way to do things. It just doesn't make sense. Like, the priorities are messed up. I think that after listening to everything tonight, probably a lot of you are conflicted in the way that you're thinking of voting on the sewer easement. But I think it's actually really easy. It's not a difficult decision, because as you're sitting in these seats, you need to remember who you are as you're sitting in those seats. You're not you. You're us, because you are our representatives. And when you're in these seats, you're not supposed to say, self, how shall I vote? This is a difficult decision. But if it is a difficult decision, you can make it really easy on yourself, because all you have to do is say, constituents, I'm here to represent you. What do you want me to do? How do you want me to vote on this? And I've heard it very loud and clear tonight. Like, I think that what they're actually saying is, we would like to have been included all along with a transparent have it transparent, like, tell us all along, like, what's happening, like, what's been going on with the sewer, and we want a choice. I think that they want a choice. They don't want to only be told, this is the way the sewer is going to be, and we're going to sue you over it. And I think that if you gave them a choice and worked with them in a transparent manner, then things would go smoothly, and you wouldn't have to use money to sue them, and we could have more money to spend on the things that really matter, that we're supposed to be spending money on in the county. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Mr. Justin Edwards is up next, and Mr. Hartley Scott will be up after Mr. Edwards. Is Mr. Edwards here? Okay, we're going to move on to Mr. Hartley Scott. Mr. Scott? Okay, how about Laura Baker? I see her. Seth Vaughn will be up next. Ms. Baker, if you don't mind stating your address for the record.
Laura Baker, 424 A.B. Wade Road in Portland. I just found a penny on the floor. That's $450,000. more than one comedian in our house, I guess. First of all, I really want to thank all you commissioners. Most of you know us, see us here a lot, and I know this isn't easy. And I can't tell you how much I hate being up here. I really do. And I feel really bad that you have to go through all this. I know it's not easy. Kevin and I would like nothing better, like he said, than to just be home and living out our bucket list. And some of you newer commissioners, this is your first term, you got away with more than 6 months into the new year before you had to face one of these big meetings. And like Kevin said, we think this is just fantastic. Our first meeting, well, actually, we went to a few meetings, but our first meeting was that January 23rd meeting. Went till 1 in the morning. And that was such a big deal to us because we felt right then and there that the citizens weren't listened to. It wasn't just the tax increase, although a lot of people dismissed, oh, it's $200. It's like, it's not your right to tell us whether it's just $200 or not. It's our money. But right then and there, we knew that the lines had been overstepped. The way it was done, how much it was done. And this is just another example with these folks out here, although I'm primarily going to speak on the budget. This is just another overreach. There wasn't no transparency, although I give everybody a lot of credit for what happened here tonight. This was a really great first step, and I commend you all for that and for everybody listening and a good dialogue and a lot of information. But it's just a first step. These people deserve a town hall meeting with an exchange where they can ask every question. You all can't think of every question that they want to know. This is their homes. This is their backyard. And I agree that we shouldn't be spending county money on this to do this to these people. What in the heck is going on? This is America, for crying out loud. But this budget, too. I don't know how we got so off track. 2011, a resolution was passed by this very body, not all of you were here, to be debt-free in 2023. Instead, this budget talks about how much more money we can borrow, and that's been a discussion month after month after month. So now we're going to not only put these people out of their homes, but we're going to saddle our kids and grandkids with debt for decades to come. What is wrong with us? We complain about it when they do it at the federal government, and we're doing it here. Not only have we raised the budget 3% every year, year after year, we keep getting more money in. Where's that money going? We talk about inflation. That covered inflation. We should have been putting that money aside so that we could have paid part money for this school or for the courthouse. Instead, we're funding all of it. Who does that? Who buys a house and finances 100% of it? Who has 2 tax increases in 4.5 years? I don't know. I'm just so, as you can see, I'm overtired, hungry, and just very disappointed. And I encourage you all to really think about what you're doing. As somebody said here, you're here to represent us. I don't feel like that. A commissioner said to me, and I know they didn't really mean this, but that one of the reasons they were fighting for these folks was because they have a friend of a friend who this is impacting. And then when we talked about the cause that you all are in this mess, they didn't want to talk to me about it because I'm the enemy. You know, that's really sad. We're all in this county together. We chose to live here. We chose to move here because this is such a great community. I really hope you guys don't vote on this budget tonight and really go back. I want you all to be really successful. I really do. I want you guys to be heroes in here. And I know some of you who have put effort into this got thanks and praise for what you're doing. I want all of you to have that. I know it seems sometimes like Kevin and I want you to fail. We don't, because it hurts everybody here. Thank you.
Mr. Seth Vaughn. Mr. Seth Vaughn, and Mr. Dudley is up next. Mr. Vaughn, if you don't mind stating your address for the record, and then we'll start your timer when you start talking.
My name is Seth Vaughn, live at 1202 Upper Station Camp. Last week I addressed some of you in the legislative committee, mainly with this petition to stop Greenway on Upper Station Camp Creek Road. We changed that a little bit to include not only a greenway, but any type of road on Upper Station Camp, or access road. It's now a little over 1,000 signatures. I believe the last number was 1,025. So I just wanted to present that to y'all. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Vaughn. Mr. Doug Lee, and then Mr. Christopher Newton will be up after Mr. Lee. Mr. Lee, if you don't mind stating your address for the record.
Doug Lee, 231 Bowling Branch Road, Cottontown. Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, ladies and gentlemen, I come to proclaim the need for additional funding for our volunteer fire departments. I'm a member of the White House Community Volunteer Fire Department. Please don't think that I am representative of the age and bodies. However, there's not much stress involved in being chaplain. Well, sometimes there is. The fire department is not something that is on everybody's mind at all times. You don't think about it until you smell smoke. And I know from my time serving on the Robertson County Commission, no tomatoes, please. I know how important it is to utilize the funding that you have appropriately and to save money wherever possible. That is basically what you promise to do when you run for re-election. So I'm reminded of a story. There was an old farmer up in the northern area, and he went to a pub and he was complaining about having to spend so much money feeding his mule during the winter. Mule was sitting in the barn, not doing a thing except munching down food. And one of his buddies in the bar said, well, you know what I do? I found out that if you mix 10% sawdust in with the feed, the mule doesn't know the difference. He's just as happy. That sounds pretty good. Saved 10%. Went along a few weeks, raised it to 20. Went along a little while and he raised it again. And the point of the story is everything was fine until the mule died. Now, in 1977, I joined the White House, or the Sumner County Volunteer Ambulance Service. And I served them. And in the coming years, we had to fight for a budget of $100,000. Don't sound like much now, does it? We gave as good a service as we could with that amount of money. Now, we have a paid service now, and I will not diminish their importance, but you're now paying with mine, taxpayer dollars, about 15 times what we were paying for the volunteer service. Now, could things have been done differently? Could things have been done better? I submit they could have. So anytime, commissioners, you look at the budget and you think about where can I save a few dollars, I want you to think of your family, your friends, your next door neighbors outside of the city limits, and think how sad it is when they lose their home because the fire department is not properly funded. Now, I don't know about you guys, but I got to pay for fuel, tires, maintenance, insurance. Well, even though the fire department doesn't give anybody a bill, the fire department has to pay for these things too. So my suggestion to you is, if you fail to adequately fund the community volunteer fire departments, you are not saving money. You are not saving money. But your money that you spend on the volunteer fire departments is an investment in the safety, the security of the people that you ask to vote for you. Now, I ask God's blessings upon each one of you. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Lee. Last speaker of the evening, Chef Christopher. Mr. Newton, if you don't mind saying your address for the record.
I live at 1072 Paddock Park Circle. A lot of you don't know me. Me and my wife, we own Epic Event Center. We opened it about 8 years ago. When we first started, people don't know this, our first electric bill, we rolled quarters to pay it. And here we have this body wanting to go in business against me. There's 25 to 30, there's fixing to be 30 event centers in this county. Y'all are taking away there's not enough parties to go around now. There's not enough events for all these people. We either keep building them, and y'all want to compete against me? Why don't you just open up, let's make it a car lot. Let's make it an insurance company. See what the insurance company would say about you wanting to open an insurance company, a car lot. Me and my wife and my 3 kids, it's really a family-owned business. You know, we rely on the people that, you know, for us to do parties, but we can't compete against y'all. I mean, I got to pay my water, my electric, I got to pick up trash. When I first started this thing, y'all first come about, Anthony Holt, he come to me, he says, Chris, come sit down, I want you on the board. I said, yeah, I'd love to sit and talk about it a minute. At the time, we're going to spend $350,000 on a roof. I said, yeah, well, yeah, that's a pretty good idea. I said, why don't you make it a museum for horses? That's what it is. Well, he said, that won't make the county money. Is it y'all's job to make money for the county? Are y'all in business? Yeah, it's not a business. Business is hard. When he first came to me and talked to me, I happened to be in our courtyard, made me feel good. I was pulling weeds. I was outside pulling weeds when he got there. Do I think any of y'all are going to come out there and pull weeds around the property? No, you're not. You're going to have jailhouse people do it. You know, I can't compete. These people, nobody can compete. You can't compete against the county. You have unlimited funds. I got a great idea. Let's take that $3.5 billion and give it to the fire department. How's that sound? That will fund them for a long, long, long time. When we first started looking for this property we wanted, me and my wife, it took about 1.5 years to find this property. We actually looked at Coma Bar and we thought that would be a great place to do it. There's not a bank that would loan you $1,000 to build that property. There's so many restrictions. There's no way. They wouldn't give you $100. You're affecting my livelihood, my kids. I plan on my kids taking this over. Me and my wife are both born from broken homes, very poor people. We wanted to change our kids' lives. We have so far. I have three kids in the business, all of them on homes. My job provides them homes and kids and grandkids and all this. Y'all gonna take that away from me? After I've worked so hard? I work 100 hours a week. Not one of these people are going to work 100 hours a week down there. They're going to find somebody to come in and do it for them. This is a travesty. It's kabuki theater. It's not right. It's not morally right. It's got me so mad about this whole thing. I can't compete. I might as well close my doors. You open that, I might as well close the doors. They can pick any price they want. I'll say, I'll give you the room for $100. I can do whatever. It's for free. It's no problem. Take it for free. Well, it's taking money away from us. It's not just me. There's properties all over this county. There's almost 30 now. You're going to take it away from all of them. And all of them are struggling. You know, it makes no sense. No common sense. You know, and that's what it's all about, common sense. Now, if y'all want to go in business, a lot of y'all are probably businessmen. Wouldn't you hate it if the county opened, just say you're auto care person. We're going to open an auto care place there. And let the county run it. Can you compete against it? No, you cannot.
1 minute.
Thank you so much.
All right, we'll move forward now to our consent agenda. Is there a motion to approve our consent agenda? Yes. Let's do, since I already started the consent agenda, let's do that, and then we'll take a recess. Motion made by Commissioner Foster, second by Commissioner Chris Taylor. I see no one in the queue. All in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Let's take a 3-minute recess. 5 minute, 5 minute. 3 won't work. We're going to come back to order in 1 minute. 1 minute. We'll call this meeting to order. Back to order. All right, next up on our agenda is to approve our notaries. Is there a motion to approve our notaries? Motion made by Commissioner Eccles, seconded by Commissioner Chris Taylor. Let's vote.
Notary applications on the board. Each commissioner, please record your vote.
I will. I missed it.
21 votes are entered. Anyone not voting, wishing to vote, anyone wishing to change your vote. Notary applications are approved with 21 affirmative votes.
Also, let me note for the record that your written reports filed by county officials are on your desk. And we'll go to Committee on Committees. Excuse me.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Committee on Committees met in a regular scheduled meeting due June 17th, 6:30 tonight. There were 3 items on the agenda. Actually, I apologize. There's 2. There is for Information Only Resource Authority. We're waiting on the City of Gallatin, the City of Hendersonville for reappointments for the Resource Authority. The name's been submitted. Mr. Lanham for reappointment, Mr. Young for reappointment. That will come back next month after the City of Gallatin and Hendersonville. Tourism Board, Maurice Tice is a reappointment recommendation by the County Executive. It was unanimous. I so move.
Motion made by Commissioner Good, seconded by Commissioner Becker. I see no discussion. All in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion passes unanimously. Mr. Good.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Civil Service, there was a reappointment from Terry Mims, 2-year appointment from the County Executive recommendation, reappointment. It was unanimous. I so move.
Motion made by Commissioner Good, seconded by Commissioner Becker. See no discussion. All in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Okay. Mr. Guthrie abstained. So let the record reflect it was unanimous except for with Mr. Guthrie abstaining. Thank you, Mr. Good.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. As always, on the agenda is the next month's business. Since I'm standing, if it's okay with you, Mr. Chairman, no formal report on education except for the business at hand and with the special budget and joint meeting to come forward in Mr. Taylor's committee.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Good. Highway, Mr. Graves.
Mr. Chairman, I got one resolution. It's a resolution approving the driveway permit policy for the Highway Department. We deferred that back to committee, and we went over it pretty good and asked Judy a lot of questions. And it's virtually the homeowner or the developer will be putting in their own tiles, but it'd be by the highway standards and the policy of it. You have to have at least a 15-inch minimum diameter tile and at least a 20-foot wide. By doing this, now that we've got tiles all over the county now, we're just trying to get some regularity about this. And the Highway Department is going to be working with the Construction Development Department about trying to get more people putting the right size tiles and such like that in. So if anybody's got any questions, I'll refer them to Mr. Hinton over there. But I so move.
Motion made by Commissioner Graves. Need a second?
Second.
Second by Commissioner Gamenden. Mr. Hinton, before there were any questions.
This stormwater, water control for driveway, that's state regs. That's not ours. We don't have a lot of options on that. You'll the state will do the dictating on the sizes on these towers. So if you have developers telling you that they've having to hire engineers to size pipe, they're right, but it ain't our rules. It's state rules. It's getting passed down to us.
Okay. All right. Thank you, Mr. Hinton. I see no one else in the queue. Let's vote. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Okay, please reflect that Commissioner Mo Taylor is abstaining, otherwise it's unanimous. All right, Mr. Graves, did you have anything else?
That's all, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Graves. General Ops, Ms. Shell. Emergency Services, Ms. Kruger. Okay, thank you, Ms. Kruger. Legislative Committee, I think Ms. Shell is standing in for, since she was here last week.
Thank you, sir. I have two resolutions that were passed through the Legislative Committee. Resolution 1906-03, which is authorizing a continuous 5-year reappraisal cycle, which was passed unanimously, and I so move.
Okay, motion made by Commissioner Shell, seconded by Commissioner Eccles. I see no one in the queue to debate. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passes unanimously. Ms. Shell.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The other one is 1906-04. It was passed through Legislative Committee as a resolution to remove any further expenditures for the Greenway on the Upper Station Camp Creek to the new school site, and ask that White House utility districts build the least invasive route to access the sewer and water lines, and I so move.
Motion made by Ms. Shell, seconded by Commissioner Goode.
Commissioner Chairman, I'd like to immediately ask to amend that resolution.
Okay.
Based on the information that we've heard tonight and the discussion, I would like to ask that we amend that resolution to remove all Greenway verbiage and change the easement from non-exclusive to exclusive, that we would remove access to from Long Hollow to the home's property and use the GeoWeb vegetation access.
Okay. Second. Okay, motion made by Commissioner Shell, seconded by Commissioner Goode. We've got 3 people in the queue. Mr. Mansfield, do you wish to speak to the amendment or to the main motion?
Was the amendment accepted into the main motion?
What's that? Well, let me ask this. You made the motion. Would you like to just make what you just amended? Would you like to make that your motion?
Yes, please.
Okay. Okay.
Thank you.
Yes, can you repeat that one more time, Michelle? We'll come to you.
The motion would be to remove all Greenway verbiage and change the easement from non-exclusive to exclusive, that would just include the sewer, removing the access from Long Hollow to the home's property, would go under the bridge, as civil site, Mr. Harrison said we could do, and then using the GeoWeb vegetation access to allow White House Utilities to access it.
Okay.
Did you get it?
Okay. Did you get that?
Point of order, Mr. Chairman.
Yes, sir.
The Legislative Committee sent a resolution.
Mm-hmm.
Hers is an amendment.
Okay.
So I don't believe you can.
I think you're right, Mr. Hinton. I'm going to go with Mr. Hinton on this one. So we're on the amendment. Okay, Mr. Mansfield, do you wish to speak on the amendment or the main motion? Okay, you're fine. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I would like to pose some questions just as food for thought for us as a legislative body, and also because these are questions that the citizens have requested that I ask on their behalf. You know, after listening to these citizens tonight and for the past several weeks in public meetings, to me, the question is it not obvious that they feel that this proposed sewer line in their backyards is an egregious abuse of eminent domain in order to provide a taxpayer-funded amenity to profit private development? Do you honestly feel that it is just and right to use a citizen's hard-earned tax dollars that they have entrusted us with to fund private development at these homeowners' expense? Do you honestly believe that any hardworking, law-abiding taxpayer in this county feels good about what their opinion is stealing access to their land? And those are their words that they previously stated. And this is under the guise of it's for the schools, when in reality, it is not. Is this the lesson you want to be teaching our children that are going to be coming to this new school? So the biggest problem, in my opinion, that we face as a legislative body is that this sewer and this condemnation process has moved forward improperly. And I question if it was even done legally because of the improper way that we moved it forward. So I thank you for the opportunity to bring it forth the right way. And as the citizens have said tonight, and albeit in
open and transparent manner. So I would ask that you please bear with me as I provide for you some facts and timelines surrounding this mistake and, in my opinion, how we can get back on track and move forward in a right direction. The citizens spoke tonight a little bit about trust and that they have trust issues, and rightly so, because the past several weeks in meetings, our county representatives and county leaders have misspoken facts, given false information, and they've given inaccurate data and inaccurate information that has been proven true by citizens doing their own research. I followed up what citizens have said and done my own research, the same things. So, but it really starts back with November of 2018, there was a question asked by the senior commissioner from the 1st District. And he stood up here and asked, he said, does anybody know of any plans for a greenway? Now, the answer was, the budget chairman spoke on behalf of the commission, and so I'll give him the benefit of the doubt that he did not know. He said, I do not know of any plans for a greenway on Upper Station Camp Road. And that was the end of the discussion. So the senior commissioner was asked that by a citizen. He told them he would ask that question here. Now, the reason that's important, I know we're talking about removing greenway condemnation from this resolution, but it's important to know how we got to such a mess that we have caused such an uproar in the community for these citizens to be here and to be upset with us rightly, because we did it improperly. And I say that because I started doing some digging around, and I did find out that in 2015 and 2016, that Sumner County applied for Upper Station Camp Greenway grants, 2 separate years, 4 years ago and 3 years ago, respectively. But the problem with that is, you know, when the senior commissioner asked the question, I'm obviously new, and I'm not sure if it's appropriate or to speak up and say, if you know an answer contrary to what's being given, to interrupt and say, hey, I know a different answer. In my opinion, that should have happened that night, because there are 3 commissioners here who are on the sign-up sheets for these grant applications and knew about the greenway. Also, the county executive is on the sign-up sheets for this greenway and this master plan for the greenway all the way up Upper Station Camp. The goal, the county executive said in March 2019 that when asked again by the senior commissioner from the 1st District, and he asked the county executive specifically, and he admitted that the plans were to extend this all the way to Cottontown. So the problem with that comes into what we've done inappropriately, because when you say you want to extend a greenway all the way to Cottontown, and you're stealing sewer easements and claiming state law requires and White House Utility District requires, which were the words used by our county executive and the county law director at that time. So I'm not here to shame anybody. I'm not trying to throw anybody on the bus here. I'm just trying to state the facts and help you understand, for us to come to a true conclusion on what we need to do here, we've been given so much false information that you really need to understand how this process is played out. The citizens need to understand. A lot of you commissioners have not heard what I'm sharing tonight. Only a select few of commissioners and legislative, and I spoke in general ops 2 weeks ago, legislative last week, sharing the information that we'd found. So how, in my opinion, that we moved inappropriately, and nobody has spoken contrary to this, is in the February 2016 meetings. It was said 2 weeks ago, well, this is a done deal. You guys approved it. You approved meaning you approved the condemnation of their land. You approved the condemnation funds to take their land from them, to have a lawyer send out condemnation letters to these guys. That was stated in that general ops meeting 2 weeks ago, that this was part of the process, and there's nothing we can do about that. So I just wanted to go and look at those meeting minutes from those notes, and I wanted to look at all the commission meetings and the agendas for those notes. And unfortunately, for the commission, there is no language anywhere on February the 22nd of 2016 for condemnation of land, for greenways, for greenways, trailways, trail design, nothing. The only thing that this resolution was passed was a design and engineering fee to Civil Site Design Group to do a study for a sanitary sewer route and water line route to the school campus. That is it. So moving forward, the county commission has never ever spent money to condemn these people's land. That's why I say what we did was illegal. That's my opinion. I think they'd have a case in court for that. I'm not a lawyer, but that is my opinion, and I can express it. So I think it's wrong. And so, but what's even more egregious, in my opinion, is beyond that, when you really start digging in further, we come up with something called the proposed Long Hollow Plan. We spent about $160,000 or $185,000 on this plan. They got buried when the citizens found out about it and what this commission was trying to do. One of the people who was talking to a landowner, a part of this plan, who has 15 acres, horses, in the country, unincorporated, he was told by the person involved in this plan that he as a landowner was not compatible with this plan. That's offensive to me, that you would tell a homeowner that you're not compatible with a plan that we're coming up with that's going to affect their livelihood and their life. And, you know, a part of this Long Hollow Corridor plan, there were public meetings. And so I went and watched some videos from this public meetings, and very, very, very eye-opening. One thing about this Long Hollow Corridor plan, the news reported that it could add another 119,000 people to the Long Hollow Pike Corridor. And that's talking from Goodlettsville all the way up to Gallatin, basically to Cottontown and White House. That is the main area of study. 119,000 people. Could you imagine? I mean, our county's of what, 170,000 right now, something? You know, that's almost doubling the size of our county in one area. So one thing that was very specifically said at these meetings for the Long Hollow Pike Corridor plan is that this plan will be dictated by sewer. So on a meeting on July the 20th, 2017, the planning director, Rodney Joyner, stated on video, most of these lines, meaning within the study area of Long Hollow Pike Corridor, meaning Upper Station Camp, is really the area of affected they were talking about. He was saying most of these lines are on septic. Sewer is not cheap. He said this, we will meet with the developers when they come in, we'll ask them about their plans, we'll have 2 meetings, and they disappear when they realize how far they have to run the sewer. That's what really dictates development, he said. It's not water, it's not electric, it's sewer. It's not affordable. He said, let's call it what it is. This guy was really honest. He said that alone will actually filter that area and really dictate the growth and the speed of growth. He also went on to say, when you get off the corridor, meaning a Long Hollow Pike, which is the majority of this plan, it will be dictated by the sewer. If it makes you feel better, and he was talking to homeowners, if it makes you feel better about how fast it will grow, you can rest assured that it's only going to grow as fast as the developers want to pay for the sewer. That's it. It's sewer, the first thing they look for when they come in. So questions that should rightly be asked by the citizens, and that should be rightly asked by us, if this is supposed to be for the schools, the language in these resolutions were for the schools. The language in our bonds are for the schools. It is not for private development. So if this is supposed to be for the schools, why are the hardworking taxpayers of this county funding this to profit private development? Why aren't the developers being charged impact fees to pay for this infrastructure? Taxpayer dollars should not be confiscated for private development. And that's what is happening with this sewer line in their backyards. We should not be condemning these folks' property through eminent domain to put in a 15-inch sewer line that is twice the volume that is actually needed for a public school system. This will support new developments all the way to the post office in Cottontown, this size of a sewer line. Again, if this is really for the schools, why aren't we installing a pressurized force main, which is much cheaper to install, straight down Upper Station Camp Road? We already have a 12-foot utility easements. We would not have to pay the homeowners a dime for easements. We're going to be widening this road. We're going to have a water line down this road. We could put a greenway down the road. We wouldn't have to ask anybody's permission to do these things. If you truly want a walkable community, walkable trail, and a bikeable community, put it down the road. If you truly need access to sewers to maintain them, put it down the road. If this is truly for the schools, put it down the road. Again, I asked the question, is this purpose of this sewer, is it to serve the schools, or is it to open up to new development? So I have some things to say about the sewer line statistics. I appreciate the presentations given tonight. I personally did not appreciate 1 day's notice for an engineer to give testimony when these folks have been asking questions for 10-plus months. I did go out to last July or August, went out to one of these homeowners' lands, 2 of them, twice, because they were asking questions about development, about zoning, about the greenway, sewer lines. I didn't know any of those answers. I did go and meet with Mr. Suddeth. He was a relatively new planning director, a couple months in. He spent 3 or 4 hours with me going over the plats for Carrollton and on that entire area, educating me a little bit, answering my questions. He was very patient with me, great to work with. And at that time, I was able to find information out for the homeowners. And that brings us forward to Commissioner Taylor asking about the greenways in November of 2018. But one thing that I do want to say that you guys have to know, what you're being told is not truthful. It's not accurate from our county leader, especially by the county mayor. He has specifically said in the 2 meetings that I've been in the past 2 weeks, he said the county is only doing what White House Utility District is requiring for the project. Those were his words. However, according to written communication that I have from the general manager at White House Utility District, those statements are inaccurate. Here's what the general manager of White House said. And this was a question posed. I had asked the senior commissioner from District 1 to ask some questions because I've been busy asking my own, and asked him to ask these questions for me, and these were the answers that were given to him. According to White House, he says, as to your question on the size line of a gravity sewer, the county submitted to us a 15-inch gravity main, which we approved. White House did not require this. Again, it's been proved by TDEC and citizens. There is no state requirement requiring an access road, a paved access road, any kind of access road anywhere in the state. All you have to have is an easement to get to it, to maintain it. That could be a driveway. I talked to the director of public works for Metro Nashville, who has a background in wastewater. He laughed at me when I asked these questions. He said, that's ridiculous, because state law doesn't require it. He said, if it's really for the schools, run it up the road. He said, you only have to have it 3 to 7 feet down, basically below the frost line. You can have the pump grinders. It doesn't have to be very deep. It doesn't have to have gravity flow. One of the things that was presented in this presentation, it's a one-sided argument. It's a straw man argument. It's lopsided. It's softball questions. Well, it's not economical to do a gravity sewer down the road. That's true. That's why you don't do a gravity sewer down the road. You do a pressurized force main down the road, which is actually cheaper than a gravity sewer. Gravity sewers are more expensive for rural areas. They only are profitable when you can actually have high density, a lot of people paying in. The engineer spoke tonight, kept on talking about servicing our customers, service our customers. Well, the question is here, my taxpayer dollars, their taxpayer dollars, we're not concerned about their customers. We're concerned about the schools, financing the schools and funding the schools. Our only customer, according to these resolutions, we have one customer. It is the Sumner County school system, and it's the new Liberty Creek campus. That is our only customer, period. Singular, one campus. So another thing that White House did say, they said, we evaluate the water flow and sewer flow based on the estimated flow rates, which are provided to us by the consulting engineer. Again, White House Utility does not dictate the sewer line, the size of it, or the route of it. It was dictated by an engineering firm hired by the county that does a lot of high-density developments in this county. So, because, as the citizen said, we can't trust the sources that are given to us, I can't trust what I'm being told by the county because it's factually incorrect and false and been proven by TDEC, proven by engineers, proven by utility districts. So I reached out to an outside source who is an independent environmental and wastewater engineer. He's familiar with the area. He actually bikes the area, and he went in these people's backyards. He said if you're building for the school, you don't need more than an 8-inch line. And this is very important because an 8-inch line is a standard line for a public line, and it's what maintenance equipment is designed to deal with in this type of environment. So he said, this is his words, if you're proposing anything larger than an 8-inch line to service a school, that tells you without a doubt that you are needing it for private residential development. If you're proposing it for a school project, it shouldn't be anything more than an 8-inch line. If you're proposing more than that, let's call it what it is. This is for private development. This engineer went on to state that a 15-inch line would develop pretty much everything all the way up to the post office on 25 in Cottontown. He also said, which is a very interesting comment, there has to be payback involved in putting a system in this size due to the size and cost. Meaning it doesn't make sense from a capital outlay perspective to put a gravity sewer in because it's not profitable unless you have high density. That is the only reason you're going to do this. So again, the question comes back to, and a citizen asked tonight, is Sumner County now a developer? Are we in the real estate business? Since we have requested a 15-inch sewer line when only an 8-inch line is needed for the schools. This is unnecessary. This is a waste of taxpayer money. These guys have been lied to. I know to say that is a very strong thing to say, but it's the truth.
Yes, Ms. Kruger. Mr. Mansfield, we got a point of order using the word lying, liar. Mr. Mansfield, I will ask that, in our rules, we do refer to not making derogatory comments about elected officials or citizens of Sumner County. I ask you to step back from using the word liar, and you can continue.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, if I said liar, I apologize.
Okay.
I meant to say lie too, so that's a big difference to me. So, point taken. Thank you. So, one thing that's been brought up, and I'm thankful for you guys bringing this up tonight. This engineer said to me a couple weeks ago, TDEC doesn't like septic tanks. The Tennessee Department of Environmental and Conservation, I think. He basically said all of those who have access to the sewer, meaning homeowners, they don't have it now and they're on septic. They will be looked at by TDEC as being required to tap into that sewer. TDEC will require that of them. So the goal of the citizens tonight is to not have a gravity-fed sewer in their backyard. The goal of the citizens is to do heck, let's read this resolution. Again, I'm going to read it for your benefit. This resolution says to remove any future expenditures for the Greenway on Upper Station Camp to new school site and ask that White House Utility District build the least invasive route to the access sewer and the water lines. Well, the least invasive route for anybody is down the road. And it's not a gravity sewer system. It is a pressurized force main using pump grinders. Every single gravity system eventually goes to a pump station. Beach High School complex eventually does. Station Camp does. I was told by a former commissioner, not verified this, that he thinks that Madison Creek is actually a pressurized system. It's not a gravity fed. So I don't know the accuracy of that statement, but so somebody feel free to check me on that. But the point being, these homeowners have asked me to settle for nothing less than changing the plans to go up the road. And it'll be stated later tonight, that's not going to delay schools. You can build a school. All the school general contractor needs to know is where that pipe's going to come out of that school. He don't care. You don't need that to start a school. It's not going to slow down construction for any school at all. So, and the problem with, if you were to vote against the citizens tonight and not do a sewer line up the road, that's your choice. One thing that I'm asking, and is that the county pays for their tie-ins to any sewer system that runs in their property on the backside. And the reason is because what literally can happen, the figures that I got from an engineer, it could be $20,000 to $40,000 to tie in for each homeowner, some of these homeowners, because of the length, because it's just cost prohibitive. They've admitted that tonight. It's cost prohibitive to tie in. So that could bankrupt some of these folks. If I had a $40,000 tie-in bill to a sewer that's mandated by TDEC, just because you put a gravity-fed sewer in my backyard that I didn't want and I didn't think was necessary or needed, they're going to have a problem with that. You guys should have a problem with that. So basically, since our draft resolution again states that it is our intent to seek the least invasive route to the access to sewer and water lines, I'll say this: I can support this resolution only with modifications that truly benefit the citizens' best interest. So therefore, Mr. Chairman, I move to amend the main motion in the following ways, and I do have 3 amendments.
We already have an amendment on the table. We need to vote on this amendment. And
Okay.
Then you can offer an amendment, Mr. Mansfield.
Okay, great. Then I guess we'll just stay in the queue.
Yeah, we'll do that in a second.
So was it rewritten or was it not rewritten?
It depends on how the vote goes on the amendment. It depends on how it goes. If the amendment is approved, then it changes the language of the motion.
Okay.
From what you just read.
Mr. Chairman, you want another point of order? Just for the record, respectfully to the commissioner, obviously the resolution has been read twice. It's inaccurate because the amendment is on the floor.
Yeah. Yeah, we need to clarify, before we come back to the language that you just read, Mr. Mansfield, we need to clarify what we're doing with the amendment.
Okay. Well, then I still would like to come back to these 3 points.
Sure. That's fine. You can get back in the queue. Mr. Hyde. Hang on one. I'm sorry, Mr. Hyde.
Amendments can be on the table at a time. I thought it was 2.
It's 2.
If it's an amendment to the amendment?
Amendment to an amendment. Yeah, he was trying to amend the main motion, not the amendment.
Okay.
That's why I said we'll come back to, he can offer his amendment once we resolve the amendment.
Well, yeah, so it was to the main motion because you can have 2 amendments.
Yes. Yes, sir.
Okay.
Yes, sir. Ms. Shell's amendment didn't deal with the least invasive route. His amendment deals with least invasive route.
All right.
Which is on the main
I have a
motion.
question, Mr. Chairman, and I want to say up front, I haven't been conversing with my fellow commissioners or anyone in the community whatsoever about this, but my personal opinion about it is and has always been, you do not fool with people's personal property. It's sacred. And I think that all of the years I've been up here and as director of schools, to the best of my knowledge, other than an agreed-to condemnation or requested condemnation by owners, I have not done that. It's just something, that's a right you don't trample on. But I want to ask this one question. I want to vote no to this. This entire thing of being in these people's yard, property they bought without the intention of this happening to their property. What happens if we vote no to it? What does it go back to? What's on the table then?
Mr. Hyde, the motion that came out of legislative was to, the sewer was approved as part of the bond resolution. Ms. Denny can help correct me if but the sewer has already been approved. What we're trying to do, or what the motion does if we approve it, is remove all language about greenway for the county not to use eminent domain for greenway space, and then to ask White House Utility District to accept the, the least invasive route.
I understand.
Okay, so Ms. Shell's amendment that we're discussing now would also clarify that to ask for the, I can't think the name of the product, the vegetation road instead of GeoWeb. Ms. Holmes' property, where Mr. Frills used to live, to take the sewer under the bridge instead of cutting across her property through, I think it was her driveway or right beside her driveway, and then to tighten up the language on the easements to say that they're only sewer easements and nothing else, not electricity, not phone, not anything else. So if we vote against the amendment and then the motion, it's not affecting the sewer because this resolution came out of legislative.
So
Anything that will
what you're
affect.
saying, Mr. Monk, you're saying that if we vote all of this down tonight, that we're going to go in their backyards anyway and dig it up and put in a sewer?
I'm saying that the sewer resolution the sewer has been approved for, Ms. Denon, since 2016? Jeremy, what's the date on that? 2018 fall? Right. Right, okay. Right, so basically since 2016, there's been a steady progress on the sewer. The sewer is not a part of this resolution. The resolution that came through legislative was to remove the language about greenway easements.
Is the sewer designed and approved by the utility district only and not us?
What's that?
The design and the route?
Yes.
And see, I have to say, Mr. Chairman, I think that that's somewhat of a conflict because you have a utility district with members of their board appointed by the county executive. And I'm not saying that for comment or anything of that sort, but it is conflicting because if they want to be reappointed, then they have to depend upon being reappointed by the county executive. So I think it's a very conflicting kind of thing, and it has me totally confused tonight as to what is in the best interest of these people, because I really want to do what is in their best interest. But I'm afraid of what we go back to on the table if we vote no. I don't know. But for one thing, I think that every utility district in the state and state legislators ought to be working on this immediately. They need to have elected commission members that report to the people, are elected by the people, that subscribe to that utility.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Hyde. Commissioner Mo Taylor. Are you on the amendment, Mr. Taylor?
I'm on it all.
Okay.
Yeah, all of it. Let me clarify some information. Some people are shaking their head that the White House Utility District directors are appointed by the Sumner County Executive and the Robertson County Executive. There are 3 members. Sumner County appoints 2 of them. Robertson County appoints 1 of them. I know this because I don't know his title, but the man that runs White House Utility District told me this. So that unless that's not true, I mean, and that leads me into my talk. I've come here. I've lost trust with people in this building, seeking answers. I came here and I went to General Operations Committee on more than one occasion, on more than 1 month, asking for information. I didn't get it. So if I can't get it, maybe, I can look at it, maybe it's just me. They don't want to give me no information. But the citizens can't get information. So I know exactly how they feel. So I've done my own research and read the other research. So one thing visual that I want to clarify, the engineer that I listened to told me the cheapest way, if you're doing this for a school, the cheapest way for Sumner County, all I'm worried about is allocating tax dollars to get the sewer to the school. I didn't vote for the school. I posed all kinds of questions when the land was bought out there. County executive went out there and found land, and I'm entitled to my opinion. The land was found to future development of this area. Bottom line. I had a citizen asked about 2 school buses meeting on this road. I posed that question when we bought the land. The infrastructure, the cost of the infrastructure is going to far exceed the cost that we paid for the land. So, And it was a master plan by a county level elected official. So I'm just going to say it. And I want to tell you this too. I've talked, and I come here and I ask questions. And I ask questions for citizens' benefit, for my benefit, and for more, every commissioner's benefit. There's 9 commissioners in this room that weren't here when the land was purchased, when the February 2016 document, which I have all kinds of problems with, and I abstained on the vote of that because that actual document didn't include the design contract for the sewer. $127,000, I think, is what the cost for the design for the school was. $55,000 for the design of the greenway. Well, and I'm not blaming the clerk's office. The clerk can only put in the packet that we get every month what's given to them. So it's been like hunting Easter eggs to try to get information. So I went to outside people that deal with this stuff. I got a buddy that retired from Hardaway Construction with 35 years as a job superintendent. So I knew the argument. I know arguments and you know how this works. I said, well, this, do you need to know where the sewer is or how it's designed? He said, Mo, I don't care where it's at. He said, all I need to know is where it comes out of the building. That's all I need to know to construct the school. So I talked to another supervisor from another construction company who confirmed me the same thing. So I understand we've got money tied up. We've spent money. We've allocated funds. But we should do this the cheapest, not the cheapest. You don't want a cheap product when you're dealing with sewer. But the least invasive way on the people that's affected down Upper Station Camp Creek Road. So going back to what the engineer said about running it down the line, running it down the road. He said even if it is more, it costs more to maintain, I'll give them that, than the gravity. You don't get as many customers, so it's not as profitable to the utility. So he told me, he said, well, even if it's gravity, Mo, it needs to be an 8-inch line. Right here's an 8-inch line, just for the school, and that's all I'm worried about. You know, that's all I'm worried about paying for. Well, he said possibly 10-inch line. So right there's a 10-inch line. Well, what we getting is a 15-inch line. Right there's 15. So we're getting that much bigger, but we're being told that it's not for future development. This is for future development to blow up this area. That's what it is. You build a school in an area, you're going to fill it up. If you've got, if you've got the county paying for part of the access to start the process with a 15-inch line running down the creek. I understand why it's running down the creek. If you've ever dug a hole in your yard, you hit rock, it's a whole lot harder digging. Well, if you take it down the creek all the way to Cottontown, you got good digging along a creek in most cases, unless it's bordered by a bluff. So driving down Upper Station Camp Creek Road on more than one occasion, there's a reason why, they wouldn't run a gravity down the road, because of the blasting and everything else, or the drilling that they would have to do in the rock. So I get that. So, but this is just supposed to be for the school, but it's not. I don't like to lose trust in people, but I've lost a whole lot of trust through this ordeal. And, you don't want to be called two things that I was taught. Don't call nobody a liar, tell them to shut up. I come to get answers, and I, basically got told to shut up. We don't want to hear your questions. We're not going to answer your questions. So to drive home the frustration that I have by going in these people's living rooms and hearing their frustrations, to get answers, to do what's in their best interest. And that's what I hope we can do tonight, because I will not vote to do anything but run the sewer system down the road to the school only. Thank you.
Mr. Graves.
Mr. Chairman, mine's going to be a little shorter. I just want to know if anybody's ever watched Oh Brother, How Art There? Where Art There? I mean, there's a lot of quotes in there if you just think about it, and it's one of them's constituents. It's an educational movie. We could all take note from that. I don't care, Mr. Chairman, if it's me, you, we could take note from some of them. I'm concerned about the constituents out there, and future constituents, because that's what's that line. The 15-inch line would probably help growth. If that's a help, we're not controlling no growth no more. We're going to put in a bigger water line. They're going to get a mile of water line, roughly. That's going to help the private growth, not control growth. We're going to give them a mile of a wider road too, also. We're going to upgrade that road. There may be turning lanes. So we don't have all them answers. We don't have the figures on those other answers. We got the figures on the sewer. But I'll bet one thing, that's an estimate. I'll bet one thing, it comes in higher. I've been in the utility district 14 years on the board. We have yet got an estimate that's low, come in lower. It's always a little higher, or a lot higher. I believe, and I'm concerned, I believe there's a better route. I don't know what system. I'm not an engineer. I know they heard that out in the audience, Mr. Chairman, a lot. But the ones that said like me, I'm not an engineer, I'm not an attorney, I don't want to take nobody's property. We're still going to do the same thing. You may have just use 4 people out of the 19 or so. We're going to take their property, I heard that, to get a sewer line in. Well, there's got to be a better route. It may cost, we're spending taxpayer money. I think it should be more efficient. The best way, but not only the citizens, but the school. We're funding this school. Our children in this county is one of the most important resources we have. We're not setting very good examples right now for that. I would be proud to say that we found another route and we could vote the sewer in that way without disrupting and putting a burden. It's going to be enough burden on the people if we put everything down the road. Can you imagine going up that road for the next year or 2 years? You're putting enough burden on them now. That's the reason why I had an idea to look into other options. But I really don't have nothing. Just everybody go home, you get a chance. I might do it tonight. Watch that movie. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Graves. Ms. Eccles.
Okay, I have just a couple things. First, I've been told by a constituent that it's helpful when we explain why we vote the way they vote, so I'm going to vote for this amendment because it imposes further restriction than was originally included in the legislative, and I'm in favor of further restriction. That doesn't mean I'm going to vote for the main motion. But second, it does bother me, and it bothered me in legislative, and I forgot to say it, that we're proposing to take out Greenway verbiage when I've never read any Greenway verbiage. So that does bother me, and I'm not sure how we can legislate to take out something that didn't really exist in the first place. That's it.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Eccles. Ms. Shell.
Thank you, Chairman. Just wanted to say, in response to Ms. Eccles, the only Greenway verbiage that I have seen, which was what was originally put forth in the document, in the general ops agenda that I asked to be pulled because it had Greenway verbiage in it. So I didn't want that to come back in any way, shape, form, and I asked for that Greenway verbiage to be taken out because we were not in favor of a Greenway. So that's why I, again, just being overly cautious, put that in there because it was on the original agenda that was sent out to all the commissioners before it was removed.
Okay, thank you, Michelle. Mr. Becker.
Yeah, I was just curious, what would be the timing? How long would it take to get like a cost estimate for the pressurized sewer down the road? And then also I'm curious about the timing that, if we were to ask for that to be designed as well. Do we know that information?
The cost benefit analysis I can't speak to, but I do know with the amount, a lot of the licenses that you have to apply for through TDEC and other state entities take 120 days. So, if you're looking at that plus, I would guess probably RFPs, things like that, I think at a minimum you would be talking 4 to 6 months or longer.
And it would be designed by then?
Possibly. I know the 4 to 6 months just because I know roughly the turnaround time on the licenses and stuff.
Can we suspend the rules to ask?
Yeah, I can. If without objection, we'll suspend the rules. If Mr. Harrison could talk us through the application, or Ms. Harrison through the application process. Yes.
Are we asking for the application process, or are we asking for the complete engineering?
Complete.
Complete engineering.
Thank you.
And it may not, Mr. Harrison, if you can't answer that, that's fine.
I don't have a specific cost. We were over here talking about generally what it would cost, and we're thinking roughly it's $4 or $5 million, something like that. But we're just estimating broad numbers. But if you come back with something like that, we'll be glad to follow up with information to fill out the details on that. But it would be substantially more than what the gravity sewer cost.
Okay. And what would the timeline, turnaround time on that project be?
It would take at least another 6 months to do the design and do the permitting and everything else. So it would be, I'd probably be more like 6 to 8 months.
Okay. And the cost of, it was roughly $177,000 the first time with the cost in terms of the engineering study. Would that be about the same for that?
I'm not sure that would be the same. That might actually be a little bit less because we've actually got survey in that area.
Okay.
And so a big part of what we did before had survey included as part of that price, and also environmental as well.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Harrison. Mr. Becker, did that answer your question?
Yes, thanks.
Commissioner Ring.
Yes, sir. I just want to point out that we seem to have gotten off track. All we are voting on right now is the amendment, to my understanding, which is that we give them exclusive easement instead of non-exclusive. We're recommending or asking that they do the GeoWeb vegetation, and we remove access to the Holmes property. That's all we're voting on right now. So we've had a lot of discussion of other things, but I haven't heard any discussion about that at all. So unless somebody has, I'm going to call for the question on the amendment.
Okay. Question's been called on the amendment. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Commissioner Kruger. Let's vote.
All right, the vote on the question on the amendment is on the board. Each commissioner, please record your vote. $23 votes are entered. Does anyone wish to change your vote? Question receiving 17 affirmative vote is approved.
All right, let me clarify on the amendment what we're discussing here. Specifically, what we're talking about is removing, Michelle, would you run through your amendment again, please? Or here, hang on, I've got it right here. Be it resolved by the Sumner County Board of County Commissioners, meeting in regular session on this, the 17th day of June, 2019, that the body does hereby remove any future expenditures for Greenway and remove any future Greenway plans to Liberty Creek School site, and be it further resolved that the non-exclusive sewer easement be changed to an exclusive sewer easement, and be it further resolved that the access points use GeoWeb or similar product for a vegetation access, the access points, and be it further resolved that access points for the homes parcels shall be under the bridge from Long Hollow Pike. Okay, so voting yes on this amendment is to add that language to the main amendment, or to the main motion. Okay, so we're voting on the amendment.
All right, the amendment to add the 3 points are on the board. Each commissioner, please record your vote. $19 votes are entered. 22 votes, all 23 votes are entered. Does anyone wish to change your vote? The resolution is amended. We're back on the main motion as amended, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, Mr. Hinton.
We have been asked tonight to digest as much information as we usually get in 3 meetings. There's, I mean, we've gone from pressurized to non-pressurized to this size pipe to that size pipe to behind the house to out on the road. And I don't feel comfortable making a final decision on this issue. It just keeps getting bigger, and you find out more, and it gets bigger, and you find out more, and it gets bigger. And there's things, stipulations and statements been made and, that we ought to do diligence and verify, or find out that they're maybe a little bit mistaken. I'm not comfortable wrapping this issue up tonight based on all this additional information. So my motion is going to be that we refer this back to the committee, and the points, the issues that have been raised here tonight, that those to be answered as best we can remember. We got it, we're all on tape. We can go home and listen for 4 hours and hear it all over again. But some of these things specifically ought to be answered and brought back as part of this thing for a decision to be made. I don't know how to wind up going. If we got a pipeline going in there that's bigger than the school needs, and we've heard comments to that effect. I don't know whether that's right or not. Somebody needs to make that for a fact rather than an accusation or however it come out. If we want to run sewer to the school, if it's just sized for the school, and if we have to start, we're not going to build a school year after next anyway. We got time to play with some more sewer pipe if that's what it takes to get it like it ought to be done. And let me speak indirectly to the crowd. Please don't clap for me, because you don't need to be clapping here. That's inappropriate that takes place, no matter if I'm the one that's talking. But I'm going to make the motion that we refer that back to committee, and let the committee do whatever's necessary, that no answers, no questions will just be laying there unanswered when we come back next month.
Hey, let me clarify a couple things, Mr. Hinton. First, refer or defer?
Refer.
Refer, okay. And then which committee?
Who'd it come through last?
Came from legislative, but let me ask this, because I feel like, Mr. Ring mentioned this just a minute ago, and I really want to clarify, because the motion that we have here is from legislative, and it's only to tighten up the language
Yes.
based on, specifically about Greenway, and then this amendment that we just passed added some more specific language in
Yes.
terms of the type of access road. So I hear what you're saying, but I think my concern is that if it's anything revolving the actual structure of the sewer, that's something completely different than this resolution.
I agree.
So my question is do we want to refer this motion? If so, where? Because if we do that, it's not going to accomplish, my concern is it's not going to accomplish the purpose that you're seeking with the referral, because, we're still not anywhere. We send it back to legislative and come back and do this again next month.
That's
We're
right.
still looking at the language on the resolution.
Yes, and we need to be seeking answers to questions, not just deciding in what format it's going to be presented. My jaw is going to break, but I'm going to say general operations, I reckon.
Okay, so motion to refer to general ops has been made. Commissioner Taylor, I think you seconded it. Did you say? Okay, no, I'm sorry. Commissioner Graves. I apologize, Mr. Taylor. Okay, are you okay with general ops?
Yeah, man, can I amend this motion?
It's a referral. I don't think you can amend a referral.
I would like to add water and road to it, too, Mr.
Okay. I mean, honestly, I don't think, I think.
I'm probably out of order, but let's don't beat this horse no more. Let's take one item and see if we can get rid
Mr.
of
Graves,
it.
let's do this and let's see what happens in committee, because I feel like we're probably already out of order, but I know that would make it even farther out of order. So, yes, sir. All right, so you're good with the second? Okay. All right, so motion to refer to general ops. No debate?
It's referred, it's debatable.
Okay, so refer is debatable. So if you would like to debate whether or not we refer this, Mr. Mansfield, you're next in the queue. Do you wish to speak to the referral? Okay, you have the floor.
So I guess speaking to the referral, a little confusion I have on why we're doing this. The previous amendment that just passed, on the language surrounding it, I guess it was exclusionary and versus exclusive, correct?
Right.
Okay, I
Yes.
just want to make sure. So the county law director confirmed earlier tonight that if his sewer comes in their backyard, it still can be condemned for a greenway. It's not deniable. And so the problem with any kind of exclusionary language is because the county commission can still vote to condemn that as a public necessity. Tennessee has some, unfortunately, I think, some pretty liberal laws on that. So I guess my problem with referring this is because part of what I was hoping to do with the main resolution is to have I'll say a fourth party, because I mean it's nice to have a one-sided argument here for your benefit, but we're not hearing another side of the argument. I disagree with the engineer said because I've had other engineers to contradict and conflict what he said. So I don't think it behooves us to have a vested singular party who is biased towards our cause to give insight to something as far as what an independent survey would do.
Yes.
We're not degrading this company that has been hired from us 3 years ago, that does work all over the state of Tennessee.
All right, Mr. Gooch, point of order. Hang on. Mr. Gooch, point of order is correct. Mr. Mansfield, I direct you to not point derisive comments at Mr. Harrison and his company.
Mr. Chairman, I guess I appeal the decision of the chair because...
Okay, you can appeal it.
Okay, I appeal the decision of the chair and I call for a division of the sentence.
Is there a second? Are you seconding it, Mr. Taylor?
No, I got a point of order.
Wait, hang on, we got to deal with this one first. We got an appeal to the chair's rule, and then we'll come back to your point of order, Mr. Taylor. Is there a second for Mr. Taylor, for Mr. Mansfield's appeal to the chair? Okay, motion, challenge dies without a second.
What's this got to do with the referral?
Okay?
Okay.
So.
All right, Mr. Mansfield, are you in favor or opposed to the referral? That's what's on the floor right now.
I'm opposed to the referral because part of what I think needs to happen, I guess, if this is going to get referred back, we need another engineering firm that we haven't already hired. I think it'd behoove one that the citizens might be able to have input about. Somebody who is not already contracted or committed or involved with the county in any way outside of our scope of influence, so that I think that they can get, in my opinion, unbiased viewpoint. Because I just think if that's going to go through that process, that committee process, I just don't think having one side presented is fair to the citizens. We're not going to get anything different. So that's what my opinion is. So.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Mansfield. Commissioner Graves, are you on the motion to refer, or are you on something
No,
else?
actually, I was the second on Mr. Hinton's.
All right. Commissioner Mo Taylor, are you on the motion to refer? Okay. Commissioner Eccles, are you on the motion to refer? Okay, well, I'm sorry. What's your point of order, Mr. Taylor?
Before we even started this meeting, that if you called somebody out of order, that the proper protocol is for the chairman to ask the person who's called out of order to state their point. I never heard a point on the last point of order.
Right, it's
Parliamentarian.
part of our rules, Mr. Taylor.
I know the rules.
I understand. Well, let me finish. I'll let you finish. Part of our rules are that disparaging comments towards citizens of Sumner County, other elected officials are not acceptable. All right, I hear your order. I hear your point of order, and I disagree with it.
Well, I object, and I'm not going to call for division of the House, but I object.
Okay. All right. Ms. Eccles.
Okay, I'm not in favor of a referral because even though I think that the sewer issue needs more of a look, I really would love to put this Greenway thing to bed tonight. Is that possible? Can I make an amendment?
Not to a referral.
Man. Well, I'm in opposition to that because I really would like for all these citizens that came out, the number one thing that I heard when I began speaking with them is, we're okay with the sewer, and I understand that may have changed for some of them, and there's a lot of trust issues, but we do not want this Greenway, and I feel like this body needs to put the Greenway to bed however we can. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Eccles. Let's see. Mr. Tinsley, are you on the referral?
I think so.
Okay.
So I'm kind of confused on where we're at in this whole process. And I feel like our goalpost keeps moving farther and farther every time we sit up here and we talk about this. It's getting, I'm lost on where we are. So I thought the point, and when I spoke with the citizens, I heard over and over and over again from them, they were okay with the sewer line, they wanted the Greenway removed. I think all of us have worked well with them to try to help them along with getting this Greenway removed. I think most of us aren't going to vote for the Greenway anyways. So I kind of want to just, echo what Lauren said, and just, I think if we can, take this part and just put it to rest tonight, then if we want to readdress the sewer issues next month, then let's readdress but let's get one part of this done and over with.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Tinsley. Commissioner Ring.
Yes, sir.
Are you on the referral?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
There is nothing in this resolution that talks about placement of sewer lines except ask White House Utility District to seek the least invasive route to access these sewer and water lines. We are not going to solve any sewer line issues tonight with this resolution or next month with this same resolution. There's no point in sending this back to committee because it doesn't deal with the things some people seem to think it deals with. If we need to have Ms. Denon read the resolution again, or Chairman Langford will read the resolution again, that's fine, but it doesn't deal with some of the issues that have been addressed tonight, so I don't know why we're spending so much time worrying about them when this resolution is pretty specific about what it deals with. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. Mr. Goode.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I wasn't confused, but I think I'm a little confused now myself based on, I'm not sure what the commissioner is trying to accomplish, because we hired 3 years ago the way we've done it since day one. My colleague from the 8th District mentioned being school director. We're running 8,600 feet of line. We ran 96 or 9,800 when we did station camp. We did it the exact same way, except I think we hired Reagan Smith. I may be wrong on that, but I think that's who the school board and director hired back then. So that's the way this has always worked. We send bids out, we hire them. We have put, there's another commissioner with that this entire commission has worked nonstop with to put money in water lines in the Westmoreland area. We've never questioned it like this because we have hired outside companies.
Mr. Goode, are you on the referral?
Yes.
Okay.
That's the importance of this, Mr. Chairman. And I like Commissioner Graves said, we should start doing all these, the most financial, most appealing, and I'm paraphrasing there, I may be off right then, because the way we have done Westmoreland, where there's minimal taps, it's by far the least. And I'm not picking for it, I've voted for it every time, because it's the right thing to do, is to help get people water in this county, as that one is example. Now, we're sitting here saying the way we've done everything from the station campus to you name it, where we go outside and we hire an outside company to do their due diligence with decades of experience. What the commission is trying to say now is we don't trust them. We've spent tens of thousands of dollars, so let's spend tens of thousands more. It's funny the people that come up here and say, don't spend a dime on anything hardly. I'll never spend a dime on that. But now, because we don't like the outcome of a company that we have hired and used, and they're well known all over the state of Tennessee for their reputation, let's spend tens of thousands more to get a different opinion. And if we stop this, it's supposed to go out to bid in like 6 weeks, as Mr. Commissioner Ring pointed out. This was done 3 years ago as far as the sewer line goes. We're crossing a lot of lines here that are irrelevant. And if we say to them, we don't trust you, we want a second opinion, even though you've got the trust of the school board and the director of schools, we're going to put this off a whole nother year. So that's what's going to happen.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Goode. Mr. Hinton.
The reason I ask for a referral is if we vote on this tonight, that ends this issue. It's no longer in front of the county commission. When we vote this tonight without a referral, nobody else is going to talk about it. So we'll solve the Greenway. We'll solve all of that. But there will be no discussions about if we went to a different system, a smaller line. That issue is not going to be settled. Now, it won't go away. We know that. So my referral is to get that conversation finished, or at least worked on in a committee, rather than trying to do it with 24 of us. I don't mind withdrawing my referral motion. I don't mind doing that at all. If you'll come up with a protocol to we'll pass this tonight to handle the Greenway, and then if you'll accept a motion for a referral of the exploration of other possibilities for the water line, then maybe we can clean this up.
I think, Mr. Hinton, what I hear you asking is not necessarily a referral of this motion, but passage of this motion
Referral of the issue.
With a promise of the issue being taken up in general ops or budget.
That's right.
Okay.
So if somebody withdraw their second, I'll withdraw my motion to refer.
Okay, Mr. Graves, you okay withdrawing your second? Okay. All right, we're back to the main motion. As amended. Mr. Becker.
All right, so, trying to think here. I'm a little confused about some of the questions I've heard tonight. I'm looking back through some emails and some posts that I guess the junior commissioner from the 11th district I put out there on Facebook as recent as last week. And in several emails from property owners in that area and elsewhere, the concern, in fact, I'm going to read the junior commissioners from 11th district. It says, it is important to note that the homeowners are not fighting the sewer. They also do not want to hold up the building of the new school or cost the county a lot more money when the county sues homeowners, leaving the homeowners having to fight the county in court. It says this greenway or paved access road condemnation will be very costly. I think we all agree to that. And I think, and a lot of the emails I received, specifically, they weren't against the sewer, they were against the greenway, or actually it changed to access road over the course of some of the emails as the timing came through. And so now if we take away the verbiage, the allowance of a greenway, and then we take away the access road, the paved access road, I mean, when it's grown back, what is GeoWell? When this thing's grown back, it doesn't even, you can't even, from the pictures, you can't even visually tell that it's there. So to me, it seems like we've addressed the concern, and now the concern is sort of shifted to a theme earlier in the meeting, and I don't disagree. It goes back to trust. Is that they don't trust that the county commission in a future date will somehow throw a greenway in there. I believe that's probably the main concern. And so how do we go about, can we make an ordinance of somehow that says we will never use this property for a greenway? Why can't we do that?
Because every county commission could come in and make that decision, but it would have to be condemned, and the condemnation for a greenway is completely different than the condemnation for a sewer line.
Okay. So what are the options on that then?
Mr. Becker, I think, and Ms. Denny can correct me if I'm wrong, I think we're taking the action that we can. You know, if we had, initially when we had the language that was sent out to the homeowners about greenway and sewer easements, we were seeking to get both. Then when we talked about doing a non-exclusionary, it would have meant it was still pretty open to what you could do with that easement once we purchased it beyond just sewer. The amended version of the amendment that we passed would limit that to strictly sewer easements. So if a county commission wanted to come back in and do a greenway, as Ms. Dennen said, it's a completely different process. We can't bind a future county commission. I mean, there are plenty of things we would like to bind, as I'm sure previous commissions would have loved to have bound us to different things. But what we can do is put in place a system that makes it much more difficult to do that. And by just doing sewer easements here, then a future commission would have to go back and go through a lot more elaborate lengths. It's not impossible, but it would be way more challenging than having to just try to, to do it along with a sewer easement or with a non-exclusionary easement. Ms. Dennen, does that capture that?
That's correct.
Okay.
I mean, you'd have nothing. You'd be starting with nothing.
What do you mean by that? I'm sorry.
Well,
Starting.
It'd be no different from if tomorrow, I don't know, the county commission decided to condemn the road across the street and make it a 4-lane road. We have no rights there. We'd have to start with nothing. That would be how this is. We have no rights. The sewer easement belongs to White House Utility District. They are not the county. And it's only a sewer easement. There is no other right.
So I think just to add to that, this is all from my research, okay? So court cases, case law is pretty clear. If a utility district asks for an easement for a sewer, it's almost universal that they get it. You know, there's clarification on what the price that the homeowner gets based on the negotiation, but usually, very rarely do utility districts lose eminent domain cases for things like sewers or water lines. It's very iffy on green, because as Ms. Denon said, completely different thing. You're asking for a greenway, which is more public access. Like the case law is not as clear that they would one side, that they would, as it is for sewer easements. That's what, from what I've gathered from my research. But that's just, Ms. Denon can correct me if I'm wrong. Ms. DeWitt, I'm sorry, Mr. Becker, does that?
So, okay, so then the resolution that we're voting on right now is to remove those 3 points, but then what's the next steps? Like, so help me understand, what are the next steps in this process after this resolution gets voted?
I think, to go back to what Mr. Hinton's point was, I think what we're looking at doing, all I can tell you is a resolution that comes out of legislative. It's not been through budget. So anything that would significantly affect the sewer system that we've already approved would require movement through at least budget, but probably general ops. So I think what we would be is, what I would suggest is commissioners that are concerned about the sewer easements would broach that subject in general ops or budget so that it could come back here. Because the thing is if we tried to pass something tonight to affect the sewer, we would have to refer it back to budget because we don't have any money. If we're talking about adding another engineering plan or something like that, that's a significant expenditure that would have to go back through.
So I'm definitely against a greenway for the rest of eternity on this property, and then and the paved access road as well. So I'm going to vote. We'll be voting yes for this for that reason. So thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Becker. Ms. DeWitt.
I just would like to summarize a couple things. I'm embarrassed at the amount of misinformation and the struggles that our neighbors went through trying to get some of the right information. So I am sorry for that part of the process. But I believe that there is a room full of people that would like closure tonight on this topic. And as you just pointed out, I believe that really over the last couple of weeks, there has been a lot of information that's been sought, and we've been doing it, all of us, I think, have been doing a ton of research to make sure we understood when we came here what the options were. Mr. Hinton, I know you talked about referring it, and I really think we have the information that we need. I know residents really primarily expressed their concern around the greenway access or the paved access road, and I heard it said many, many, many times over the last 10 to 14 days that there was no objection to the sewer. I believe that we hired a very reputable firm. I really appreciate your representation here tonight to speak to the design process that you went through. I believe that no matter what we design, White House Utility still has an authority to impact what we bring to the table, because they will be the ones that have to take it over. So I think I've heard it very clearly that a pressurized system is not on the table, that a gravity-fed solution down the creek is really the only feasible design option. There might be other options that are more expensive, but they wouldn't necessarily ever be accepted by White House Utility. And these schools, that's what I'm here for. I am here to support the project with the schools. I believe that most everyone in this room agrees that we need to provide sewers to the schools, that we need to push this forward. And so I will be in support of this, this amendment resolution tonight. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. DeWitt. Commissioner Mo Taylor.
I still have questions about the access road. We're laying the new stuff on top of the sewer line. That's got to be an increased cost because it wasn't factored in to the original design. And a clarification. We've never approved sewer or a greenway. All we approved was the design for both. That's the only thing we've ever approved. Because I had citizens contact me about the budget that's on the agenda tonight, wanting to know where the specific line item was for sewers and greenways in the budget. It doesn't have a specific line item. So there's got to be an increased cost to the material being laid, and in the floodway plan area, whatever the FEMA has this designated as, if asphalt will wash up, this stuff will wash up, even if it does have a little bit of grass on top of it. So that's just, we can't make another commission do something, but we can't really stop them either. And I see an access road, or this, there's a reason to put this type of stuff to be able to access it, but it can also be the prime, pretty little thing to put a greenway on top of. So, thank you.
Mr. Mansfield.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just to kind of qualify, things change. Appreciate the senior commissioner from the 9th District quoted me from about 2 weeks ago, I think, roughly. Things change daily with this project. So the problem is, based on what we've learned tonight, there is nothing stopping condemnation of their property for a greenway outside of putting a sewer on the road. That's the only thing that will guarantee 100% for infinity their backyard not having a greenway. And that's the simple fact. You guys can shake your heads however much you want to. Law directors confirmed it. There's nothing stopping the state or the county from condemning their land. So their request to me tonight was to move. So I know I'm not giving my amendment, but can I just tell you what I was going to say anyway?
Sure.
I mean, basically, it was speaking to the original resolution that we were going to seek the least invasive route to access the sewer and water lines. And for these citizens, the least invasive route is on the road. It's that simple. It's not complicated. So I was going to move that we sought, by their request, not mine. This is the citizens. This is them requesting this, that an outside independent engineering firm that is not currently involved with the sewer project or a greenway project or other private development projects in the surrounding area.
I don't want to interrupt you, but you've already said this the last time. So do you have something new that you wanted to add?
Well, Mr. Chairman, this is what I wanted to say, because it was asked, what's the point? What are we talking about? This is what we're talking about. They don't want an access road. They don't want a greenway. They don't want the sewer in their backyards. And that can change daily. And it's okay for them to change their mind from what they told you 2 days ago, because unfortunately, they're learning new information daily. They have that right. Unless they tell me, hey, Commissioner, we don't want you to fight for that anymore, I'll just sit down and gladly accept that. But that's not what they've told me they wanted to happen. Because unfortunately, the satisfaction that they're not going to get is the fact they'll never get satisfaction of not having a greenway in their backyards turned into a public park unless the sewer is not run through their backyards. And that's just the fact of the matter. So thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Ms. Shell.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have a couple points I'd like to clarify. And Ms. Denon, please feel free to correct me if I'm wrong on this statement. But if we were to move the sewer lines completely to the road, if in 10 days or 10 months or 10 years, this commission as a body decided that they wanted to extend that greenway, which I think is very obvious, this commission is not interested in that. But in the future, if a commission did choose, even though it was along the road, to continue that Station Camp Greenway along the creek, they could still do that. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so I respectfully disagree with Mr. Mansfield that the only way to 100% guarantee that that is not going to be a greenway is to move it, because that is incorrect. At any point, anybody can decide, any body could decide to move forward with that. To answer the question of if asphalt will wash up, well, this product certainly will wash up as well. I've spoke directly to the owner, the company that designs this product. This product was designed in a partnership with the Army Corps of Engineers in order to move large machinery along the beach. which is constantly has movement of water, which would be very similar to if something were to flood and were to rush through. They are 100% standing behind this product, that it would be a good product for what we want it to be at. Next is, I want to make sure for Mr. Hinton's, I think he's removed his referral off, but with maybe the promise that we would make a motion to send it back to Gen Ops or to Budget. I just want to make sure from my personal knowledge what we are legally allowed or not allowed to do. Because it's my understanding that yes, we can as a body choose to fund, send it back to budgets, through Gen Ops back to the budgets. We can fund I think it's been called now a fourth opinion on this, but ultimately, whatever opinions are put forth as a body, do we have any jurisdiction in saying what size pipe would be used, exactly what pressure would be used? So if it needs to be referred back, and we have some jurisdiction over that, then let's refer it back. But if we don't, or we can discuss referring it back, but if we don't, then why are we referring it back? Because I've been on this body for several years, and never have I heard anything where we've had a discussion, even with the station camp and during the research. I don't ever recall the commission having a voice in what size pipe we're using. And so I just want to make sure that if we're referring it back for that particular discussion, that we as a body have jurisdiction over that. I know we can fund it, but do we have any jurisdiction? Does that make sense?
I don't think, let me clarify. Mr. Hinton withdrew his referral motion, but I think he withdrew it with the understanding that the questions that have been posed about the sewer would be addressed. So I don't think we're talking about referral for action. Mr. Hinton, correct me if I'm wrong. My understanding is that what we were trying to do is get, all the answers. Like, for me, I think a very fair one would be is to say, what would a pressurized system up the road cost? Some things like that. I think that that's something that we could do in general ops. I don't think we're necessarily, Mr. Hinton, correct me if I'm wrong, you were not looking for a specific resolution to be referred back tonight, but just the opportunity to get answers to provide legislative oversight to the process.
Questions that have been tossed out tonight that haven't been answered, toss them out of the committee meeting.
Yeah.
And try to get them answered.
Yeah, okay. Thank you, Mr. Hinton. And I would like to say, if I can have a point of privilege here, and then we're going to go to Mr. Hyde next. I think in the last week, we've made a lot of inroads on getting questions answered by the people, and bringing in people that can answer those questions instead of the barrage of information that goes out from all different sources and all different places. So I think if we approach it the same way, if everyone would like to email me questions to my Sumner County email address, I can gather those and provide them to the committee, kind of like we did for our engineers tonight that they were willing to address. I think we can absolutely do that, and then I can give those to you, Ms. Shell, for general ops. Mr. Hinton, does that work with what your idea was? Okay. Mr. Hyde.
Mr. Chairman, I was not going to say anything else tonight about this issue until Mr. Good stood and said what I did as superintendent. And I'm the only one that can speak for what happened during my superintendency. What is happening to these people is entirely different from what happened at Station Camp. Do you remember any television reports, any radio reports, any community meetings? We worked so agreeably with the community when Station Camp got sewer. There was no meetings up here. There were no meetings on television. There was nothing, no fanfare. So it was entirely different from the way this was handled. As a matter of fact, the only disagreement that existed during the entire thing was when we could not come to some kind of an agreement, and I can't quite remember what it was, with White House Utility District. And we said, okay, we will pull it and just build a treatment center on the campus and take care of it ourselves. And it was something called something like a sand filter treatment center, something like that. Well, then White House began to work with us on getting sewer there. But a treatment center on campus could be done. That's not what we ought to do, but this is in no way like this situation.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Ryan. Hang on, Mr. Scoot.
Mr. Chairman, he mentioned me first.
All right, look, everybody's going to sit down and we're going to move on. No, Mr. Scoot, sit down, Mr. Hyde, sit down, we're going to move on.
I'll be glad to respond.
All right, and to the audience, I've been very, very flexible about allowing people to applaud and carry on. I'm going to ask you to stop clapping, stop applauding, let us conduct our business so that we can get some resolution, as much resolution as we can tonight. And I'm going to ask everyone to allow us to do our job and make the decisions that we need to make. Mr. Graves.
Mr. Chairman, the commissioner at the 4th District up there, I withdrew my second also, but I think if we can look into sewer, and if it don't need but an 8-inch line, we're trying to protect the children and the citizens. They are also citizens. If we don't need but an 8-inch line there, who knows? We might be able to save $500,000. Okay. So anyway, that's the comment I had. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Graves. Mr. Tinsley, last in the queue.
So I'm going to pose a question. Leah, I think this is probably something you're going to have to answer. You've probably already answered again, but I just want a clarification. If we listen to the commissioner from the 11th District, and we put the sewer line up the road, we put the pumping station and all those sewer terms that I don't know because I'm not an engineer, and we put it up that road, and we put that certain pipe up there, and let's say in 2050, whoever the county commissioners are sitting up here, they can put a greenway, they can try to condemn that property and put a greenway on there anyways, right? Correct. Okay. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Tinsley. All right, so let me clarify what we're voting on. There's no one left in the queue, so we're going to vote. The vote is to restrict our language on the easements to make it exclusionary just for sewer, to change the access point to the Holmes property to run under the bridge instead of through their driveway, and then to use the GeoWeb system instead of a hard surface access road, in addition to removing all language about greenways. Mr. Mansfield.
Just a question.
Yes.
If this ends up being voted on for a gravity-fed sewer system, it was mentioned earlier, what is our position on paying for a tie-in for these homeowners? How does that get addressed?
I think, Mr. Mansfield, what we're doing tonight, this resolution came out of legislative. This has nothing to do with that.
That would be.
I think that would be budget.
So that we'd bring that forth in budget?
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, sir. And to clarify, this doesn't have anything to do with the sewer at all. It doesn't specify gravity, pressure, or anything. This is dealing with greenway language and tightening up the specific way that we approach easements, just to clarify. All right, let's vote.
Resolution as amended is on the board. Each commissioner, please record your vote. $20 votes are entered. Does anyone wish to change your vote? With 20 affirmative votes, the resolution is approved.
All right, Mr. Taylor. Mr. Chris Taylor, sorry. All right. For would you? She's just going to put it on the agenda. Does that work for you, Mr. Okay. 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 It'll be on the agenda, Mr. Hinton.
Yeah, go ahead, Jerry.
I'm sorry, Mr. Becker. I'm sorry. Mr. Becker, would you like to say anything about financial management tonight? Okay. Thank you, Mr. Becker. And I apologize. I got excited there and just jumped to budget. I'm going to highlight you next month, Mr. Becker. Commissioner Chris Taylor.
All right. This is going to be Resolution 1906-05, and it's the beginning of the budget. The way we've always done it and the way it is on here is initially we approve nonprofit, then we would approve the budget. And then there's a third resolution on there that if we didn't approve anything, it's a continuation. Just so everybody kind of understands where we're, as we move along. Mr. Long is going to begin a pretty extensive presentation. And I apologize to everybody, but this is information that we have to convey and it needs to be put out. He's going to be as concise as he can. There's some points I'm going to make during that point and afterwards. I would just ask that if anybody has any questions, please write them down as we go along for the commissioners, because we also have a section where he has taken questions from different commissioners over the past couple weeks. I have, and he's compiled those in kind of an FAQ that will hopefully address most of everybody's questions. So when we get to that point, it'll be kind of clear. David, you ready?
Yes, sir.
And I knew there's probably going to be some sort of presentation, but there's nowhere listed on here anything saying anything about a presentation on the agenda.
Okay. Without objection, we'll suspend the rules to allow Mr. Lowing to present the budget presentation.
Thanks.
Go ahead.
Commissioners, in front of you tonight is the 2020-2000 fiscal year budget. And we have you a nice colored copy, and I want to discuss the things that are actually in this budget and give you a few of the details. First, we have an estimated revenue in this budget, but we do not have a certified tax rate. The reason we do not have the certified tax rate is twofold. One is the appeals process is going on, but also we want to discuss inflation and how it ties into this particular budget. The appeals process started, May 2nd. The final appeals will be set, for local appeals, will be set June 14th. Is the last day to set one, and they will end on July 30th, talking to Mr. Isabel today. After those are completed, they'll go to the state, and you have the later of August 1st or 45 days. So what this means is right now, until July 30th, we have no ideas how the appeals will affect the certified tax rate. The evaluation has been estimated to be somewhere around 35%, but we cannot tell you at this time. But we can give you an estimated of what the certified tax rate's revenue will bring in. One thing we do want to look at is there's been a lot of discussion tonight, the difference between growth and inflation. This is just a simple representation of growth in the county, and we're going to assume no inflation just for simplicity. And this is what a lot of people were thinking. Every $100 of the new citizens brings in $100 of taxes, and we continue on perpetually without adjusting the tax rate. When we kind of look at this and excluding inflation, this is your actual growth in population from the Census Bureau for the last 5 years. And we're going to compare that to the population growth. When you look at that, you can see that the property tax revenues are growing faster and the population's growing slower, and they switch positions. Looking at those, it's kind of hard to tell, but over the last 5 years, they've been approximately equal. So there's the growth in the property tax and the growth in population has been equal, but what we don't account for is this. This is from FRED, which is your Federal Reserve Economic Data Center from the Federal Reserve. What it actually shows you is the CPI, which is your best indicator of inflation, and that's what we actually use to build several numbers in the budget. It goes up over time, it's inflation, it's increasing your buying power. If we look at inflation since 1999 to 2018, the average inflation was 1.79%. Back in 2014, the last time the taxes were adjusted, we have a little over $104 million of property tax revenue. If we apply that to it and we compare real dollars to nominal dollars, one adjusted for inflation, and look at loss of buying power, it brings you somewhere to a little below $60 million or a 42% loss. So if we go back to this little simplified model, and just for simplicity's sake, We're going to assume the first one's $100 cost for your first set of citizens. We come into the second, we're going to assume that all of your growth is the same, property tax, for simplicity, and your population growth. But we're going to round the inflation from the 1.79% and to the $2 and let you see what it does. And something that happens on the next generation is compounding, really good for your investments, CDs, really bad if you're paying a loan or trying to run a business or a government in an inflationary period on nominal dollars or non-inflation adjusted. So it actually increases the whole year after year because of the power of compounding. So what did we build into this actual budget? It does not have a certified rate, but we actually took, if you look at the line that says March 28th, 2019, that's your actual property tax rolls as of that day. We put in the estimated growth based on the last 4 years' average. It's about 2.25%. That should bring us to a number that is materially close to the certified tax rate. The next two lines are just to show you that we're making the assumption that we're going to be materially revenue neutral, which is the goal. If we wait to set the rate to late August to mid-September, then Mr. Isabel, which he's not here at the time, we'll have a listing of all your appeals at the state, and you will be able to make a decision of how to reach revenue neutrality. You may reach it through the local appeals, but you may have to take action. We can see the size and the magnitude at that point of those appeals. Looking down to the next line, this is based on inflation. Inflation from January 1, 2014, and your last reappraisal was through December 31st, 2013, to December 31st, 2018, this reappraisal has been 7.4%. This is Fred again, and if you look at the periods and take the difference of the two indexes, 7.4%. You can also go to the Bureau of Labor Statistics, and I can give you the site if you want it. You can actually enter $100, and it'll show you it's 1.074 some odd percent. The other thing that we've got the budget built on is the percentages going into the funds based on 2017 rate. As most commissioners know, if not all, over the last 2 fiscal years, a large amount of the money's been moved from debt service over to the capital projects to do pay-as-you-go. To pay the current bonds and projected future costs for the county, those will need to be moved back to follow the 2014 long-term capital improvement plan. What does this budget include? It includes several things that were discussed back in 2014. One is long-term stabilization. If you look at the two large areas up here that are highlighted in red, if you notice there's a similarity between the first and the second hump. The $3.6 million is what we take as our best estimate of where your fund will break even on a normal economy if that's the amount of general fund balance budgeted. Back in 2014, when we were non-sustainable, we were at about 4.5%. If you compare it to last year's appropriations and we take out flow through, what I mean is grants, where if the revenues don't come in, the appropriations aren't used, then we were right in line with that. So what this means is if we have a really good economy, you're going to pick up a little fund balance. If we have a really bad economy, you're going to lose some, or for long-term sustainability. Your general fund, most of you have seen there's a lot of reserves, designations. Unassigned fund balance is the most important, and we also have the hospital reserve or sale proceeds, which you're calling reserves. For simplicity's sake, I'm going to show this in two categories, which is your unassigned and all other, and your your hospital sale. So last year, we budgeted about $3.9 million of unassigned fund balance. This is your estimated revenue for everything except for the hospital sale proceeds, and this is your appropriations. What you want is actually for the sources and uses here to be larger than, the sources and the fund balance to be larger than the uses. You're about $121,000 to the positive, would put you about $121,000 better than last year. To come back to your total revenues, we add in your hospital sale revenues on the left, 191 some odd thousand, and the $4.5 million of hospital appropriations. At first sight, that looks like the hospital sale proceeds are going to be a long-term issue, but there's 4 items in there. The first one is the $3.5 million that's discussed tonight about the Calmer barn. The other is $500,000, which should be the last payment, as far as we know, toward closing the Caps Gap landfill. $100,000 for Ford Sumner that's paid out of the reoccurring interest, and $57 some odd thousand that's been given to tourism for 2 one-time events that we hope boosts the local economy and brings in some additional sales tax to our local businesses. Here, I'm going to go through without reading them to you slowly. These are a listing of the staffing changes. And there were several other. These are the ones that the Budget Committee felt that were most pressing to actually continue your services. And the first group, I want to be clear that it was funding from a proposed increase in fees next month for engineering.
Just so everybody understands, what we directed is, when we built the budget, we built it on growth. When we call it growth, that's new taxes from new buildings, residents, commercial, whatever it might be, and then capturing the inflation. So it wasn't any additional funding from anywhere else. And what we told each department and elected official was they had a 5% budget to work with. We no longer give COLAs or across-the-board raises anymore. That's up to each individual department head and elected official to decide what they're going to do. And then we've also told them that they have to remain revenue neutral as far as any new positions, anything they want to do, it has to stay within that number of growth. And the reason we do that is if we always stay within our growth, then we're fine and we can sustain ourselves that way. So if we hit a recession in a year or two like some people are calling for, all we're going to do is just not have any additional growth that year. We won't have to lay off people. We won't have to reduce services. We'll obviously try and cut some costs if we can, but we can sustain it. And as long as we don't grow past that, and when I say that, we don't bloat any particular department. So with that in mind, each department was asked if they wanted to add new people, to find a way to do it. So I'll give the first example would be emergency medical services. There's 3 paramedics, 3 EMTs. Chief Miller had brought up the point that they have a bad disparity in the response times for the Shackle Island area, and that's thrown off a lot of other parts of the county. So we've started losing money because they can't do revenue runs anymore for that. What he did was by streamlining different Medicaid and Medicare collections he had, in addition to using some of the funds he was being given, he figured out a way to work where he could get another ambulance for that, so we can not only reduce our response time in that area, but that in turn will allow us to capture more of the revenue ones that we had been giving to private ambulance services over the past year because we couldn't fulfill the need. He's completely done that, making it revenue neutral. It wasn't going to cost us anything. We look at the sheriff, who's got 5 regular deputies and a transport officer. Obviously, he asked for more than that. When we gave him the money that he was going to have, he worked through it, realizing that he couldn't give maybe the raises he wanted to. So he readjusted that and worked through some different costs and cut some other areas that he had requests for to make sure he could get those 5 road deputies and the transport officer. A best one is we've been screaming for years that we need an engineer. If you have an engineer, you also have to have a draftsman, and then we also want an inspector. Working with Josh and Ms. Denham, we were able to capture some of the fees that have been going outside of the county to the engineers we employ to do drafts and approve things, and instead we'll be able to capture that funds along with some other fees that we can change that we're approving already, and that will almost make it completely cost neutral for the engineer and all of the additions. Because we are actually going to enforce some of the fees and the fines we have that we haven't been able to enforce over the past couple of years, by the collection of those fees and fines, it's going to allow Rodney and other people to hire another inspector, so that way we can start doing a little bit better job. I think, and if there's any need for this or shown in the Planning Commission, we've all heard Somerset Downs over and over and over how bad it's been. Because we were able to send an inspector out there, because we were able to get Josh out there and do the things we need to do, they shut it down twice, and they've now gained compliance on the biggest problems that were out there. And in turn, that has affected the flooding already for some of the neighborhoods. So I think it's one of those things where we say we need these services. We're trying to make sure that we don't go past anything that we can sustain just based on growth alone. There's not going to be any new taxes that are needed for this. This is just as long as we capture inflation. And if you want to go back to 2014 when we did the tax increase, the year before that, we had hired 14 SROs, but it hadn't been funded yet. So that was one of the things that we did have to fund through that tax increase. So just so everybody kind of understands, what we're doing this year is we're saying this is our basic services budget. This budget will make sure the county functions at everything that we need to function. But also bear in mind, this is not going to have anything extra. This is about as bare bones as we could get and still grow things and do things by keeping it cost neutral and being very creative. And because we're very blessed with amazing department heads and elected officials, they worked it out for us and they did it right. And every one of them came in where they needed to or under. So with that in mind, if we want more SROs than what we've got up there, we have to pay for it. If we want some other improvements, like Miss Judy's going to have some money that she's going to need, we got to pay for it. And when I say that, I'm saying that we have to come up with additional funds. So everybody understands that when you vote on this budget, you're voting on the basic services budget. Obviously, nonprofit is included in that. This is probably the last year we're going to do nonprofit this way. We've got some people that are willing to step forward on a committee to try and address the way we do nonprofits and actually bring it up to this current time frame rather than just how we've always done it, which is not a slight on anybody. It's just time to do it a better job. One thing to bear in mind, when the volunteer fire came up, and that was a tough one, we had slotted $10,000 or $10,000 or $14,000 like we'd done previously. They were very, very open and very honest with us when we had the budget workshop, and every one of them was counting on the number of 24, which is what we changed it to on the floor last year. There wasn't the money there for that. Because we had found some money in different places last year, this year we had to spend more on the jail roof. We had to redo locks on the jail, so we had to use a lot of capital money that took away some of the money we used for water lines before, and in turn that we were able to spread around a little bit. Because of that, we kind of looked at them and said, look, we can't do any more than that. And they kind of said, hey, we have to. And in fact, you heard the chief talk about it. They got a new truck. They couldn't afford to get all the new hoses and everything else that goes with it. So they're having to repurpose a lot of stuff that's not going to work. And it's not really to code. It's not the way it needs to be. So they had definite needs. Another one of the departments had all their tanks were going bad. They can't walk into a fire with bad tanks. I think we all understand that. The problem was we've asked CTAS to do this study. They're not done yet. We thought they would be, but they hadn't got finished. We just got an update the other day. They're now collecting all the emergency information. So it's a progress, and we're hoping it'll be done before next year. And in turn, when it's done, they're going to help us figure out the best way to provide fire service for the unincorporated parts of the county, including where Hendersonville and Gallatin help, and White House. And they're also going to help us with some ideas about how other counties have addressed it with money and done a better job. That's not here yet. So we had to do something this year. So what I'm asking you is they're not included in this because what they needed we couldn't pay for this year with what we have in our budget. It just wasn't going to happen. So it's going to come up later. And where I'm going to ask for a one-time, 1 year, and call it a tax increase, call it what you want to, $450,000 improvement for them. That's going to give them all the $24,000, which you heard how tight their budgets are under this, and it's also going to give us $130,000 extra that the Emergency Services Committee can review and let them present their case for how much they need, and we can try and divvy it out as best we can. In all honesty, they probably need double that, but we can't do that right now. We don't have the money, and it's not right to ask that much. So when that comes up, I just want everybody to understand the volunteer fire not listed in here because we couldn't do what we needed to do for them this year. And I want all of you to understand that we're going to have to, I'm asking you to step up a little bit when it comes time to approve the budget, and then something separate just for the volunteer fire. And we'll make it very specific that it's 1 year, only one time. But, so all of that to now turn it back over to David.
Yes, sir. The next portion we're looking at, I've had a lot of questions about the capital improvement plan. As you've seen on the previous slides, the revenues are returned back to normal. So we're going to look at the capital improvement plan, make it very simplified, just a 20-year shot here of what your capital improvement plan looks like. We're going to make several assumptions that may not be realistic to give you a feeling of what capacity you do have. We know right now somewhere between $68,000 and $75,000 over a 20-year period will bring in about $1 million worth of construction costs. So if you came in today based on what's in the budget and issued $40 million worth of debt, you could issue it today. If you did that, the next time you could issue any debt would be 2022, and it'd be around $81 million, and it would layer in. If you didn't issue the first layer, then you'd have a combined layer of $120,000 because they just layer on top of each other. It's a very simplified approach. 2023, $135 million. 2035 would be $63 million. And then in 2038, you could do $92 million, which would be these last two layers. If you look at it, we know it extends out 20 years, but just to give you an idea, to give you a point of reference, if we take the same one, consider we're going to issue at the same time, and we just add in a 2% growth, it would bring your $33 million worth of revenue over a 20-year period to $49.3 million. The first year would still be the $40 million. Through the power of compounding, the second year would go from $80 million to $90.5 on 2022. 2023 would go from 135 to 145. And your next big issuance is 2035. It would go from $63 million to $193 million. And then the last one would go from $90 million to $130 million. That's just with the 2% growth assumed. Looking at these, we know there's these gaps. We made it very simplified to, because you got straight amortization just to make the model simple. What this budget does not include, and Mr. Taylor discussed several of them earlier, This is your SRO officers over the last several years. This coming budget does not have any extra resources outside of normal growth for additional SRO officers. Right now, we have 32 officers, 1 captain and 1 sergeant. A lot of the money that was raised in 2014 was to cover from the 8 to 21 from 2013 to 14. So really what you did with the last increase, you went from 8 to 8 to the 34 officers, or picked up 26 new employees. When we start looking at the monetary investments, we can tell you one of two things. It's going to take many years with growth to finish your SRO program, or we can look at it this way. The budget right now contains $2.447 million some odd dollars to cover the existing officers, but the additional one to have one forever school, which would be a total of around 50, just officers, and to add 1 more administrative staff would cost you somewhere around $1.34 million next year. The other one's volunteer fire departments. This is the history all the way back from 2007. The current budget, is Commissioner Taylor mentioned, does not contain this, but I think the request is to add this in tonight. The water line projects, before 2016, they were discrete projects out of reserves, and before that, they were large projects that was taken out of one-time reserves. They got added into the budget in 2016. If we're just looking at inflation and to do things such as jail repair and several other items in the budget, there was not enough money left in the capital projects to cover them for the coming year. There's uncommitted money of somewhere around $59,000, not including this. The Highway Department spoke with Ms. Harden, and this is kind of give you some graphical representations of what is going on with Ms. Judy's fund and the reasons that we can show you of why it's happening. If you look at the graph above, it's got 4 years of actual and 1 of estimated and 1 of budget. For full disclosure, the estimated and the budget we expect to be much better off than what we're seeing there, somewhat to much better. But the 4 actual years, I can tell you, the first year there was a decrease of 38%, 25%, and 29%. If you want to look at the reasoning, first we can match up the cost per mile, which if you go from 2010 to 2019, you can see a 137% increase, or just a 13% increase since the last tax increase. This is the first one of the major products they use in the road construction. And right off the surface, it does not look like it's a real problem, but when you extrapolate it at the amount of asphalt we use, that's actually a 12% increase since 2015. And then we can go to concrete, which is one of the other large items we use in road construction. And it's actually been a 37% increase since 2015. And then the last item, everybody's going to ask about the local labor market, and I've heard a lot of discussion about it tonight. But I pulled these numbers actually from the Bureau of Labor Statistics. Sumner County's average income since 2014, the last increase, has actually been a 14% increase. And I look at all 3 of the indicators. The other one that we've got here, if you highlight that area, that's the family incomes. They've actually went up 16.3%. And Sumner County, at the same time period, because 2017 is the last year they've got fully calculated, is actually at 18.6%, which is per capita, which means you take all the income in the county, every individual, man, woman, and child, and that's how you come up with the per capita. See, all the indicators show that the labor market is part of the issue with the highway, and it also shows you where we're going. One of the other items we looked at with Miss Judy was these. One of them that was discussed tonight in this group right here, 32, oddly enough, she has 3 vehicles that are over 32 years old. When you start taking the percentage, only about 38 some odd percent is in this category, which means the remaining pretty much 62% is 10 years or older. And over here at the very, very old, it's over 21%, is 20 plus years in age. So right now you have a declining fund balance, a perpetuating cost, and an aging fleet in the highway department. So it is becoming a major concern. And this is the question slide. One of the questions I had from one of the commissioners is we were telling them there was some retention problems in the county. And one of the ways you can see it, this is the average age of employees in Sumner County now. This is the actual average age for Blue Cross and Blue Shield in our same group. And if you go back just 3 years, we're actually declining in age every year because we have significant turnover right now.
What that's saying is, we actually have a younger workforce in the county. The problem is we have a younger workforce, so.
It's training, retention. Right now, we're
Issue
competing with the job
problems.
market. We're having issues retaining the older employees. The other one was the concern on raising the CPI. This is the family income for the tax freeze. If you're over 65, you meet this income limit, and you signed up by April 1st, 2019, then they will not be affected in any way by any kind of tax changes. Additionally, we have programs, which is the tax relief program, and I've got the stuff on my table. If you're 65, elderly, and meet the income limits, then you actually receive help from the county and the state. If you're disabled, you receive it from the state. And if you're a disabled veteran, you actually received, and I believe last year's $865 without income limits from the state of Tennessee as property tax assistance. One question was, what does the Social Security Administration do? They loosely base it on the CPI. Over the last couple of years, the compounded amount's around 6.9%. That was a question. Someone was asking me if our economy's improving. The preliminary numbers say that our unemployment for April's went down to 2.2%. And then that's our historical tax rates, and that's our surrounding counties. And then somebody asked me they had heard that Rutherford County was increasing, so I put the slide in there that was the discussion tonight. And this is the same slides from 14. We're having the same discussion, what causes your taxes to increase. One's inflation, newer increased initiatives, except this time we're asking you, as the Budget Committee is asking you if you want to include the initiatives. And does anybody
The reason
have any
David's
additional questions?
commenting on that is when we reset the tax rate in 2014, there were several things that the commission was already committed to, one of those being SROs and some other issues, so we had to adjust the rate to cover that since we were already committed to that. This year, and what we're trying to do is, other than inflation, we don't want to commit the commission to anything unless everybody in this room agrees that we need to commit it to it, and that'd be by a popular vote. So.
But the one thing you have got is your property taxes are equivalent to your growth in population right now. You have several like court fees and things that are not growing. You have sales tax that is growing, but it's at the school department, because I've had some discussions about that, and it's in debt service. So when you start adding in inflation, you have a significant issue in continuing the same rate of services long-term if we don't capture inflation at some point.
Specifically, if we don't capture inflation on this one tonight, then what happens is we literally will have to start cutting services. So, I mean, there's no other way to say it. We won't be able to continue providing what we provide right now. So.
And you could go by and deplete fund balance, but you got to think right now you're in a good economic time. The best strategy would be to build your reserves up now, and then when you have a recession, use those reserves to keep providing the same services through the recession.
That's when we talked about being financially strong as a county. Right now, if we were to have that, and I said, if we have a recession, we're good for the first year because we haven't dipped into our fund balances, because we've avoided the temptation to spend that money and we leave it in there. So because it's one that we know we get back each year in savings. So
You should have a strong reserve in strong economic times, and that's what you've done. And it's to protect you for the future. And this budget right here is based on long-term sustainability. And anybody have any additional questions?
Does anyone have questions for our budget chair or Mr. Long?
All right. Then I'll make a motion that we approve resolutions 1 and 2 for the nonprofit and the budget itself.
Okay. Motion made to group and approve 1906-05 and 1906-06. Is there a second? Second made by Commissioner Gamenden. Commissioner Mo Taylor, you're first in the queue.
Well, can I ask you a question?
Yes.
Can I do a video next month or a presentation debating this?
If you're chair of budget, you can.
Will you let me do one, since you're the chairman?
You can request it.
Okay. This, I got a lot of response on budgets and different things. On the nonprofit, I know it's all grouped together, so it's all thrown in one basket now. Not funding in this process, the volunteer fire departments. I'm going to offer a few amendments to this budget process. I can find you the money. to do a whole lot of things. We could have had the money to fund volunteer fire departments with 2 land deals we made this year that wasn't planned. So, and I have some grave concerns that you know, that wasn't touched on. I got one page here, some departments' spending going up by 10%. Overall, 13%. That's spending. Our revenues have grown in this county, even in 2010 when we were in a recession. We had revenue growth. It was great, not what it was now, but we're basically bringing in, I think it's like not 10, but 4 or 5 pennies on your tax rate just in growth revenue. But we're spending it. So our money's spending. I mean, we're spending our money. We don't have a growth problem in revenue. We got a spending problem. So I'll just say it. We got a spending problem. You know, you can't go buy every shiny penny, every shiny car that's presented to us every year throughout the year by different department heads. That's not planned and not budgeted. So we can't, we say we're not cutting services now, but we're cutting funding to the volunteer fire departments. Well, and we're cutting funding because I'm called the waterline commissioner, because I've been pushing that ever since I've been here. It started before I got here. But, so we're not, we want to add to that. We want to increase your taxes to increase your taxes for something else. We're going to increase taxes, and this will be the second time in less than 5 years. And our revenues have grown every year, exponentially. They've grown. I mean, it's like the guy said, you build, you got an acre lot and you get taxes off it. Then, well, if you put a house on it, you get 25 times the tax off of it. Look at the houses we built in Sumner County in the last 4 years. Look at the ones that's on the books. I mean, look at the revenue that's coming in, but we're sending it out. We're sending it out quicker than we can bring it in. So we don't have a revenue problem, we got a spending problem. So I'm gonna move, well, first, if there wasn't all these people in the crowd, I would just move to table all this, because we don't have a certified tax rate. And I really think that's what we should do. We shouldn't even be voting on the budget at all without a certified tax rate. Not at all. I read newspaper reports back in the spring, I don't remember when it was, but the county executive put in the newspaper, we are financially rock solid. But we're finna raise people's taxes? I mean, we're fixing to raise people's taxes is what we're fixing to do when we set a certified tax rate. The trains are coming. It's already left the station. It's most especially left the station when you pass this budget. And you don't even know what your certified tax rate is. There could be some big error. Maybe we'll get a good error to the good. But, so, I'm gonna quit talking because everybody's ready to go home. I am too. But I'm gonna move to amend the budget and add back. Can I do different things in an amendment? Can it be a moving and rolling amendment?
Well, you got to do it all right now.
Okay, all right now.
But you can put whatever you want in there right now.
All right, whatever I want. I want to add back the funding to the volunteer fire departments at what they received last year, $313,000. Is that what? $312. I want to eliminate the line item for the Comer Barn project. And I also want to cut And this is where this is gonna get me killed, I know, but anyways, we got a deal going on back here behind us that I can't get no answers on. Ain't seen no contract. We approved 3 acres of it. We bought, but it ain't done yet because it's tied in with the school stuff. The $1 million for the additional 7 acres. So I'm gonna ask to reduce the allocation to the school board because we got a $2.8 million capital outlay going over there. So and it wasn't nowhere in the presentation that I got at the joint meeting about $1 million land deal going back here. So that's my amendment.
How much are you cutting the school capital allocation?
1 million.
1 million. Okay, motion's been made, or is that it, Mr. Taylor?
I've left something out probably, but we'll see how that one goes, and I can always add more.
Okay. Second by Mr. Mansfield.
Point of information.
Yes, sir.
The Homer barn, I believe, is part of the general fund budget.
I believe there's a $10,000 feasibility study in there, Mr. Rain.
$3.5 million are not in the general fund budget.
Right.
It's in the hospital fund.
Let me ask Mr. Taylor, Commissioner Chris Taylor, Commissioner Mo Taylor, if you give me just a second. My understanding is that the only thing that's in this budget tonight is $10,000 for the feasibility study.
No, it's allocated, designated to be spent for that in this document right here. It's in there.
From the hospital fund. Mr. Long, could you clarify that for us?
There's a total of 3.5, 10,000 of the 3.5 for the feasibility study. The remainder is for the estimated cost of the actual remodel or upgrade or whatever.
So you want the 3.5 million, is that correct, Mr. Taylor?
Removed.
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. Okay.
Just to clarify, all that is hospital money, it's not coming from anywhere else, so it can't be used for anything else. But, I mean, I want everybody to understand, so
No,
you
it
just want.
clarify your statement, what you just said.
What you're-
Clarify what you just said.
You
It
can't-
can
you-
be used for other things.
It can't be, unless it's economic development.
Okay.
Okay.
There's a lot of stuff that falls
Buddy,
in
I'm
that
trying to help
basket.
you out right now. I'm
right,
trying to help you out with your amendment, so.
Let me interrupt here. Let me remind everybody to direct your comments through the chair.
Yes, sir.
Not talk across the chamber.
Sorry about that. If I understand right, you're wanting to remove the 4.5 million so that there isn't funding for the Cormer barn. But are you wanting to add any, are you wanting to try and reuse that money for anything, just so we can make sure we're?
No, because
Okay.
you're actually bringing up my next amendment. Because if you don't remove the $3.5 million for the Comer barn, I'm going to ask for $3.5 million for water line extensions and capital improvement projects for the fire department.
Let's do one at a time, Mr. Taylor.
Okay.
We got this one on the table right now, and we've got people lined up in the queue. Commissioner Wright. Are you on the amendment? Mr. Wright, are you on the amendment? Okay.
This goes for the volunteer fire department. Some of you folks may think it doesn't affect you. If you travel any road in this county that goes out of the city, it will affect you. It will affect you and your family. If you're sitting on the side of the road and accident bleeding, one of these folks may be there to stop the bleeding. If you need CPR, they're there. I don't give a hoot and Hades what we need to do to fund them, but they need funding. And it doesn't need to be a once-a-year thing. It needs to be every year. Thank you.
Mr. Hyde.
May I direct a question to the finance director?
Yes, sir.
If we appropriate this money tonight that you have outlined here, in your best opinion, is it going to require a tax increase?
Tax rate plus the 7.45% for inflation over the last 5 years.
Will it require a tax increase?
It will require an increase of the inflationary amount, yes.
It will.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Mr. Tinsley?
There was a, there was a motion thrown in there from the time that I clicked my button. So
Okay.
I guess I will wait until that's
You'll
over
wait until the
with.
general, okay.
Yes, sir.
All right, if you'll just queue back up, Mr. Tinsley, then we'll get you back in there. Ms. Kruger, are you on the amendment? Yeah, just go about the amendment, and you can queue back in.
Okay.
Yes, you want to speak on the amendment, I'm sorry. Go ahead, Ms. Kruger.
No, well, I was going to, no.
Did you want to speak on the amendment? You're going to wait on the general, I'm sorry, I'm sorry, I misunderstood. Commissioner Ring?
Yeah, thank you. I tend to not support things that throw a bunch of different things into the same basket. I'm all in favor of funding for the volunteer fire department, but not as part of this resolution. I'll vote for another one, but not as part of this one. And a question for Ms. Denning. Can we reduce the school budget by $1 million? Don't we have to reject it and send it back to them legally?
Legally, yes, but you could tell them all we're gonna do is give you, say they send a budget for 10, and you could say, all we're gonna give you is 9, send it back, fix that. You can't line item anything.
Because that's what it looks like this amendment is doing, is line iteming it. Is that correct?
That is a line item, yes.
So apparently, is this motion out of order?
Says that it has to be voted up or down.
The budget up or
Yeah,
down.
it's no longer sent back with a $1 million adjustment, it's voted up or down.
Okay.
Unless I'm mistaken, I'm
I stand corrected.
about 90% sure on that.
So does that mean this motion is out of order?
That part of it, I believe it is.
It has to be voted up or down.
I'm going to go back to, Mr. Ring, if you're done, I'm going to go back to Mr. Taylor, the maker of the motion. So according to Law Director, Finance Director, the part of your amendment about cutting the school capital allocation, 1 million, is out of order?
That was, I should have called a point of order, but I was trying to be nice. Didn't we just get state, state thing where we don't operate under the 2012 Act anymore?
No, we just amended the 2012 Act.
I thought it was pretty much.
We amended we amended the way we do the accounting on the 2012 Act.
We still operate under it.
Okay.
And Mr. Taylor wants me to verify, and I can actually go and get a copy of the 12 Act.
No,
Make sure that I'm not mistaken about the total vote up or down, but I'm 90% sure that's correct.
well, I'll take the million out then for that. And, cut all the increases to the tourism board.
Cut the increases to the tourism board.
Yes.
Mr. Mansfield, are you okay with that as a second?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Do we know, Mr. Long, can you get us the number if we cut the increases to the tourism board?
$67,000 for those two.
Okay, $57,000. Okay, Mr. Good, are you on the amendment?
I agree with Commissioner Ring about adding all these. So I want to make an amendment to amendment that we pull out the volunteer fire departments and vote on them completely separately, and that'd be my amendment.
Okay.
For the funds that Mr. Taylor has calculated to bring back to where we were last year.
Okay, 324,000, or 312,000, is that correct, Mr. Taylor?
We were actually asking for another additional 130,000 for the
Okay, so 400, Mr. Good, so that would be 450,000, is that?
Is that the number, Mr. Taylor, Chairman Taylor?
Okay, so we got a motion, we got an amendment offered by Commissioner Good to increase funding for volunteer firefighters by $450,000, seconded by Commissioner Kruger.
Questions of priority information?
Yes.
Is that still part of this motion, or is it?
You can amend an amendment. What we hit earlier was you can't, when we're in an amendment, you can't go back and amend the main resolution.
Requesting to pull this out of the amendment?
Hold on. Mr. Good's amendment to Commissioner Taylor's amendment would be to separate and vote now on $450,000 for firefighters and drop essentially the Comer Barn elimination of funding. Okay. All right. Mr. Tinsley, are you on the amendment to the amendment? Okay. Mr. Gamindon, are you on the amendment to the amendment? No, sir. Okay. Mr. Graves, are you on the amendment to the amendment? Okay. Ms. Kruger, amendment to the amendment? Yes. Okay. The floor is yours.
I guess I want to point out a few things. One, just as another commissioner said earlier, anytime you're on any county road, this is necessary. We have necessary first responders, and it's our volunteer fire department. I think that we have to take that into consideration, and we also have to take their safety into consideration. If we're not giving them any funding, they are no more safe than we are. And that's not okay either. I want them to get home safely to their families, just as I want my family to come home safely to me. I have personally had numerous friends that have had teenagers driving on the roads that these volunteer firefighters have extracted from their cars and saved their lives. So imagine that that's your teenage child that's been involved in an accident, and somebody needs to extract them from their car to save their life. Imagine if it's your teenage child that's life is not saved and can't be saved. Do you want someone to respond at all? Because this is what we're talking about. We need these volunteer firefighters and their first response teams in our county. There's no doubt we need them. And they have to have money to function. They can't function on pancake breakfast. That's not going to get it. And that's not okay for us to ask them or expect them to do that and protect our families and be able to go safely home to their families every day. I am adamant about this, that this has to happen. We have to fund them. We have schools, we have people that live in the city limits. For example, myself, I pay for city fire in the city of Hendersonville. But guess what? My children are zoned for schools that are not within the city of Hendersonville. I don't have that choice. The other parents that live in my neighborhood, which I live in a very high-density PUD, by the way, curse word, I know, but all of those kids go to school in the county, and they don't have city fire protection at the schools they attend and have to attend. So we're going to cut the funding for these volunteer fire departments that are actually servicing where our kids go to school. If there's an emergency at our schools, we have an SRO in the building, the sheriff's deputies, and volunteer firefighters are the first responders. And we're going to say we're not going to give them any money? Really? Reality is that's not okay. We can't get by with that and can't accept that. We have a CTAS study that we're waiting on. I said that we absolutely have to do this one time at least until we can get that CTAS study back and then make some more decisions on how to go from here. But we can't make those decisions without that study. But at the same time, I don't feel like we can cut them out entirely because that study's not done. That's not their fault. It's not my kid's fault. It's not your kid's fault. No family and no volunteer firefighters have to suffer because the study's not back yet in time for the budget. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Ms. Kruger. Mr. Mansfield, are you on the amendment to the amendment?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
So my question is, where is this $450,000 going to come from?
Okay. Mr. Taylor, would you like to address that?
It's a one-time, very specific, don't mince words about it. It's a one-time tax increase of about a penny. And you can make it effective July 1st, 2019, and cancels out June 30th, 2020. And that way, you know, it's not a recurring fund. Nobody thinks about it. But I'm saying it again, sometimes you have to pay for things. And that's where we're at the point. We've been paying for a lot of stuff, and we've been able to get by on different things. We can't keep doing that. We didn't have the money to fund them at the levels they were used to from last year. They had additional needs on top of that. I don't have a problem saying we need to do a 1 cent one-time tax increase. Other people might. But that's where the money's coming from.
Second question for that is that designated strictly to them and it doesn't go in the general fund in any way? Is that a restrictive use?
It's really a David question, but yes, absolutely. When we earmark funds like that, it goes that way. And that's why we said each one will get $24,000, which is what they were given last year, in which they base their budgets on for the year. And then that does give us an additional $130,000, which will be divvied out by the Emergency Communications Board, or I'm sorry, committee, based on the needs that are presented by the fire departments. David, you can jump in anytime.
Since we don't have a certified rate and we're talking about revenue, the easiest way to guarantee it goes to where you want to is you amend up the revenue and the appropriations by the exact same amount, if that makes sense. It's going to be in your general fund. It's going to be on the tax levy. So in other words, if you increase expenditures by 450 and revenues by 450, that's an offset to each other by the exact same amount.
But you're saying it's dedicated?
Yeah, because
Non-spendable in any
you
other
have an
category.
appropriation and a revenue for the same amount in there. Yeah, we'll guarantee if that's what you put in the resolution, that 450, when it comes in, that if you don't spend all of it, we stick it in a reserve.
So here's my problem. So I've had citizens tell me, don't you vote 1 penny over the revenue neutral certified tax rate. So what we're doing, in my opinion, this is my opinion, I feel like we're holding the fire department hostage in order to increase the taxes by 1 penny, which increases our borrowing capacity, because there's a lot of things on our wish list that we still want to do. Because when you increase the tax rate, it does increase our borrowing capacity. So the problem I have with this is, I have the minutes from our July the 2nd, 2018 General Operations Committee. And it's talking about the revised capital project list fiscal year 2019. And the minutes from this state that the Executive Holt stated, for the record, that he would not use the funds for projects not on the revised list of capital project needs fiscal year 2019. And what we've done in the past 8 months is we spent $950,000 on land deals that I was against. And so what I see us doing is doing things that weren't planned and weren't structured, and when we could have funded volunteer fire departments for a couple of years. If we were to do it at what we did 2 years ago, I guess the $14,000 rate, we could have funded them for 4.84 years, I believe. At last year's rate, I guess about 3 years almost. So it's just, my problem is the commissioner from the first district said it earlier, we don't have a revenue problem, we have a spending problem. We have a priority problem, in my opinion. And I just think we're playing games. Again, I'll agree with people's lives, and we're holding this funds hostage in a tax rate. And I've got people saying, I can't afford 1 penny more. And so when you do this, and you're giving charitable donations to other things, and you're increasing budgets astronomically in some cases, but then you're cutting what should be a super easy budgetary process that we can find money, such as the $1 million for the schools for an unauthorized land deal that we don't know anything about. Found out from the newspaper.
Mr. Mansfield, the amendment is on volunteer firefighters. I ask that you stick to that debate topic.
Sure. So my point is, we've missed a lot of opportunities. I agree. I think it's sad. I think it's reprehensible that we're doing this. I disagree with the methods. I disagree with what we're doing. I disagree with the way we're doing it, and I wish we would be just funding the volunteer fire departments within our current existing means and not trying to jack up the tax rate to do it. So,
okay. Thank you, Mr. Mansfield. Mr. Becker.
So the amendment to the amendment we're voting on right now is $450,000. I personally, from the fire department standpoint, was thinking that I'd be in favor of the 312, maintaining the 312. But I'm going to vote no because I'm not in favor of the additional 138.
Okay.
Just for the record, so everybody knows that ahead of time.
Thank you, Mr. Becker. Mr. Foster.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have to say that on this issue, I'm very conflicted. I'm all in favor of the volunteer fire department. They service my home. I know what they do on a daily basis. and I appreciate the effort that those men and women put in over countless hours. However, other than this recent issue about the Liberty Creek sewer issue, the most frequently issue that I'm contacted about is raising people's taxes. And 5 years ago, when we did that, I was conflicted also. And we went through a similar process where we saw every penny was needed for the increased taxes. But I've had misgivings about raising taxes on people, that larger percentage ever since then. And I can understand when I get emails from residents that are not in my district that say, why are you asking me to pay for a service I'm already paying for? I understand their concern. So I'm not sure that I can, even though I'm all in support of the volunteer fire department, I'm not sure that I can vote for a tax increase to fund them. I'm hoping for another solution and I don't know how, what that'll be at this point, but I'm hoping for another solution so I don't have to vote for a tax increase. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Foster. Mr. Goode.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, just point out something that the chairman pointed out a minute ago in his presentation. No one likes to pay for additional funding for anything, that's for sure. But if you want to add money to volunteer fire departments, make an amendment to fund it from somewhere else where it doesn't change it to a penny at all. We still have a month or two, maybe 3, depending on the way how things go, of where we're going to still need negotiating. And I hope we don't get to that. I hope we can get to resolution. But it's easy to say, and no disrespect to any words that's been said, but it's easy to say we're for something, but we can't vote for it because we can't fund it. Because we got numerous places to pull the funding from, which is what we have tried to do and what Chairman Taylor has tried to eloquently put together here.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Goode. I see no one else on the amendment to the amendment. We're going to vote, but just to refresh everyone, what we're voting on. Mr. Chairman. Yes, sir.
I would like to use some of my key time that I've been saving up.
Okay.
I'm kind of irritated that we are sitting here at 1:07 in the morning and talking about raising taxes for a year, $450,000 to fund a fire department. I've had a lot of conversations today with some of the volunteer fire department members, and I told them that, at home, you got to pay your house note, you got to pay your car bill, you got to pay your insurance, you got to pay your water before you go out and you buy a steak dinner. That's what I've told them all day. And the fact that we are funding things in the budget that we can put off for a year, as opposed to funding the fire department, it's disappointing to me. And I think it's disappointing because I've grown up with some of the members of this fire department. There's members of the fire. There's a member here that I went to high school with. His dream all through high school was to be a firefighter. And I think my problem is it's not fair to hold firefighters hostage over $450,000. And I would like to make a motion, but I know that we're too far along in that process. But to me, when I campaigned to come up here, I told him I would do everything possible not to raise taxes, even though it's a penny for a year. That's still a penny for a year. And you can't tell me that in this stack of budget material that I have here on my desk, we can't find at least what we just gave them last year in there to cut out for a year. You just can't tell me that there's not something that we can put off for a year to fund a necessity. So I really hate to be in this predicament, but how do you choose firefighters or a tax increase? It's a hard spot. So I'm gonna stop talking now so we can go ahead and vote, but that's my opinion on the matter.
Okay. So let me just clarify what we are voting on now. The amendment to the amendment is to vote on $450,000 appropriation for volunteer firefighters. Okay.
Mr. Chairman, I've got a question. You said appropriation. He said a tax increase now. It can't be both.
Well, we can't.
We can't raise taxes
No, we can't. We're adding, I mean, technically what we're doing, Mr. Lawing, correct me if I'm wrong, what we're doing is we're adding a $450,000 appropriation. So the source of that will have to be determined once Mr. Isbell sends our property assessment to the state and we get the certified tax rate. Then when we get that back, then we'll have to set the certified tax rate. I think what Commissioner Taylor is telling you is that based on his work, if you add $450,000, it's probably going to result in around a 1 cent increase. But we don't know exactly what a penny is going to be worth yet. Mr. Lawing, does that?
I think the discussion right now is, are you going to fund the $450,000 out of reserves and potentially deplete those, or are you going to fund the $450,000 by coming up with additional revenue? So I think that's kind of what Mr. Graves is asking, because he's talking about the appropriation, but I think there's been discussion about the revenue side also.
Yeah, and I think what we do now is, I think it would be inappropriate to do anything, and let me check with Mr. Good on the maker of the motion, or the maker of the amendment, is that we can't answer that question until we get the certified tax rate back. So, hang on. I'm going to ask if that's okay with Mr. Good.
We're going to have minimum 1 to 2 more months as it relates to budget, and maybe 3 depending on the timeline. So to Mr. Lawing's point is, and Mr. Chairman's point is, I mean, we'll have to come up, if you vote for this and it passes, and we find no other sources to fill that gap than what Chairman Taylor is saying, then that would equal roughly a penny if we don't allocate another source, which I invite all 23 other commissioners to help fill that void.
Mr. Chairman.
Yes, sir.
Would the hospital fund be available for that?
I don't think so, because it's economic.
It can't be used for, it's not supposed to be used for operational costs. Shoot, our commissioner has mentioned the fact that at some point.
Let me remind everybody, direct your comments to the chair and not across the chamber.
Sorry.
Go ahead, Mr. Taylor.
At some point, it was brought up in one of the formats that CTAS has presented to us, is that what Williamson County's done in some other places is they have used their capital to build fire halls for them rather than give them money. And so that is something that could be used later on. The problem is CTAS hasn't finished the study to tell us exactly where the fire halls need to be yet, or what they would need to be based on fire coverage. So that's why I said we're at a stopgap. What we need to do, and what CTAS is probably going to tell us to do, is help them build fire halls that would still stay in the county's name and would be in our possession, but it assists them and gets them to proper facilities. But we're not there yet because CTAS hasn't said really where the buildings need to be. They're just now getting to that point of doing the call distributions and everything else. So, yes, sir, the hospital fund could be used to assist the fire hall, but not this year. Does that kind of answer it?
You're welcome, Mr. Graves. All right. No one else that I see in the queue is on the amendment to the amendment. So what we're looking at, Commissioner Mo Taylor, I stand corrected.
So to clarify, the amendment to the amendment is basically, it's not saying tonight that the funding for the fire department
is a tax
based
increase.
in his amendment is a tax increase.
Correct.
Tonight.
Correct.
It's hypothetical. Just like
it's
this whole budget is until we get a tax rate.
It's a revenue stream. Correct.
Yeah. Thank you.
Okay. All right. No one else in the queue on the amendment to the amendment. $450,000 increased appropriation to volunteer firefighters. Let's vote.
All right, the amendment to the amendment's on the board. Each commissioner, please record your vote. Votes are entered, all 23 votes are entered. Does anyone wish to change your vote? With 19 affirmative votes, the amendment is approved. We're now on the first amendment as amended.
Okay, so that just takes it back to the, takes it back to the motion.
What about the Comer barn and the tourism?
Okay. So,
Does that just increase the volunteer fire department? What about the Comer barn and the?
yeah, I think now what we have to do is, Ms. Lawing, I'm going to need some help here on this one.
It's getting late.
I mean, Ms. Denon.
would we still have the Comer Barn?
I apologize.
It would just increase the funding. It'd still be increase the funding, but we still got the Comer Barn and tourism.
Right.
Okay,
What if that
so
fails then?
here's the way I'm going to treat this. We've approved the volunteer firefighters separate from the amendment offered by Commissioner Taylor. Okay, so, Mr. Taylor, would you like your amendment now to be eliminate the Comer Barn 3.5 million and cut increases to the tourism board by 57,000? Okay. Okay, Commissioner Taylor, I have a request from several other commissioners. Can we do each of these separately instead of grouping them together? Okay, well, you can offer it. Then if you want to continue your amendment with this, then we can. Okay. Okay, so you've got an amendment to eliminate the Comer Barn, $3.5 million. Is there a second? Okay, all right. Motion made by Commissioner Taylor, seconded by Commissioner Mansfield. Mr. Gomendon's in the queue.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And this amendment is to eliminate the Comer Barn, is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. Well, as you all know, I was chairman of the ad hoc committee, still am, we did work on checking up on the renovation or restoration of the Comer Barn, and it's something that started 3 years ago, and tourism did appropriate some money to do a couple of studies, a feasibility study and an impact study. And also, everybody keeps saying $3.5 million. First of all, we don't know how much it would cost to renovate the barn. $3.5 million is just a number that was put out there because in the last estimate was like $2 million, which was 3 years ago. And we all know that materials and labor and everything, all the cost has went up. But anyway, I've sat here tonight and I've said very little. But I've been told how nobody trusts us and how we're just absolutely crooks. But I want to tell you what, I am proud as I can be to be a member of this county commission, and I'm proud to live in this county. My family has lived here since 1856. I've got tax receipts all the way back to 1880 hanging on my office wall at home. And I don't like being told that. I have never been offered 1 penny to do anything, and I don't know of anybody else here that has. Why in the world do we do this? I'm beginning to ask that question. Is why are we doing this? What did we do? We spent money out of our own pocket to run for this because we thought that we could be of help. This Comer Barn, hey, it's not a big deal. It's just something that growing up, my family, we probably went to Nashville maybe once every 5 years and went to Madison every once in a while. But we passed by that, and it's a historical landmark. It's a symbol of Sumner County. It is. It's a symbol of this county. I've got a video somewhere, I've had it in this desk, of people riding horses in and out of it. It was built in the sometime mid to late 1930s. And I do know that living in Portland, we had a depot, and in 1970s, mid-70s, it was torn down. There's not a week that goes by that somebody don't say, I wish we hadn't tore that down, because when you let it fall down, it's gone. And just the best use for it was going to be some kind of event center. It's not the intention to take any thing away from the chef here. Matter of fact, if there was any event there, there's a real good possibility that he would be the one to cater it. But anyway, it would be something that tourism could use. Quite often, Mr. Young, he has all kinds of fishing tournaments and things that he has to bring people together to offer a meal and to set out some rules of a tournament or whatever. And it would be a good venue for him or for tourism. And I know tourism's coming up next. And, but anyway, I will stay on the barn. I have asked everybody that I have seen, just about, would you be in favor of us restoring that barn? And until I got here tonight, nobody, not one person, except the other night, there was a vote against it. And I know I made a mistake Sunday evening of getting and looking on Facebook and seeing what's going on there. And I know that's what this is, all this is all about. But anyway, I've been on the radio in Portland, and I don't know if anybody listens or not, but I do know that it comes in loud and clear from Red Boiling Springs to Bowling Green, Kentucky. Whether anybody listens or not, I don't know. But I've asked just about every time I've been on there, what do you think? What do you think about the Comer Barn? Would you like to see it restored? And I've had people in the restaurant where the radio station is broadcast from, and they would come up and say, yes, please don't let that fall down. But anyway, I think it is a very popular landmark, historic landmark of this county. The state of Tennessee thinks it is too, because they've offered us a $250,000 grant. And we have a state historical society that works on stuff like this all the time. Hawthorne Hill, Wynwood, all kinds of different things. And yes, I would love to see it restored. And I think maybe not this group of people that's left here, but there is many, many, many other people that would. And this is so different. I guess the main memory that I will have of serving on the county commission is like in 2012, we had 5 times the people that were here because we wouldn't raise taxes especially for schools. Anyway, it's just been so much different tonight, and that's really all I know to say about it. And it's just something that I think is a very popular item as far as the Comer Barn, and nobody knows, I'll say again, how much it will cost to restore it until we do get an estimate on it. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Commenda. Let's go to Commissioner Eccles.
Can I make a motion that we table this till the next meeting and then only discuss the business that has to be decided tonight? Because I'm not able to make clear decisions at 1:23 a.m. That's what I would like to do.
Okay. Motion.
I don't know if it's out of order. Don't really care.
All right. Ms. Eccles, give me 1 minute. Let me
Okay.
confer.
I said I want to table this because this does not have to be decided tonight and only vote on what we have to vote on tonight.
Okay, let me do. Okay. All right. So,
Because we don't have to decide this tonight.
okay. So
The
let me
Comer Barn issue on the
Let me see if
table.
I can. Hang on. Let me. Ms. Eccles.
Yes.
Hang on. Everybody, please listen up. Ms. Eccles, are you tabling the Comer Barn amendment or
Yes.
or the entire conversation on budget tonight?
My understanding is that we need to get to the school's budget tonight. Is that correct? What do we have to do tonight?
What? Let me clarify.
Point of order, sir. I feel like there's comments coming from every
All right.
which direction trying to answer the question. If we could direct those to the chair and
Yes.
you could call those.
Please direct questions to the chair, and let me clarify on what would be best case scenario right now, because I sense that our ability to deliberate is rapidly coming to a close. So, I will tell you that it's a it's a financial nightmare because positions, raises, everything like that, with the school budget, because of our budget year from July 1 to June 30th, if we don't approve a budget tonight, then we basically forestall those until we pass a budget, and then you have to go back. It puts a lot of work on the people that do those financial practices, the CFO of the schools, or, you know, some of the others as well. So if we do table the discussion tonight, what I would suggest, if someone would like to make this motion, is that the school budget is revenue neutral. It's based off the current 250 rate. Whenever the certified tax rate comes in, the school budget is revenue neutral. So I would suggest that we pass the school budget and then connect a continuation budget with it, if that's the will of the commission at this point. Okay, hang on, we'll have to.
First, we have to vote on
We'll have to vote
tabling,
on
right?
we'll have to vote on the table and then come to that.
Y'all vote to
Okay.
table.
So Ms. Eccles has made a motion to table our current discussion.
Is there discussion on tabling?
No, no
Good.
debate. But it does take, but it.
The Culver Barn.
Our current 1906-05, 1906-06.
Point of order, Mr. Chairman. Are we tabling it or are we just deferring that?
We're tabling it till next month.
Okay. So it means it will just come directly back to the.
Table would mean it would come directly back to the floor next month.
Got it, thank you.
Yes, Mr. Becker. Well, hang on. If I get a second on this, we can't debate it. Yes, sir. I'm trying to get to that, Mr. Taylor. I don't have a second. Mr. Taylor, let me do my job, please, and I'll get to what you're trying to do. Just give me a second, and I'll get there. Mr. Taylor, please sit down, and let me continue. All right. I missed the second. I got a motion to table. Do we have a second? Second by Commissioner Tinsley. Okay. No debate, 16 votes, and we table it. Okay.
I think the consent agenda, the school budget, we already approved the consent agenda. That's where it's located. So I don't know what we're taking, because we've already, according to our votes earlier this evening, 6 hours ago.
No, all school funds are in the, it's under 1906, 1906-07.
That's, it's present year's budget amendment.
All right.
Right now, we're on 05 and 06, correct?
We're on
I do have the floor,
05-06.
So I can ask you
Mr.
that.
Becker, 07 would still be available. What we're voting on right now would be to table 1905-05, 1906-05, 1906-06. Okay. So a motion's been made by Ms. Eccles, seconded by Mr. Tinsley. Let's vote.
Motion tables on the board. Each commissioner, please enter your vote. $22 votes are entered. Anyone not voting wishing to vote? Anyone wishing to change your vote? With 19 affirmative votes, motion to table carries.
Okay, we're now to 1906-07. Mr. Taylor. Okay. Motion made by Commissioner Taylor. Is there a second?
Not me.
Okay, hang on. Mr. Taylor's not making the budget, making the motion. Is there a motion to do the continuation budget? Motion made by Commissioner Guthrie, second by Commissioner Becker. Commissioner Graves, you're first in the queue. Okay, Ms. Kruger, you're first in the queue. Okay. What it would do now is do a continuation.
Budget for all budgets.
Mr. Graves, are you in the queue?
He is in the queue.
Okay, Mr. You're up.
We're voting on a continuation budget.
That's correct.
Is that everything?
That'd be
schools and all.
everything.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Yes, sir, Mr. Grace. Mr. Becker?
So going back to my previous question, and again, this may be 130 hitting me, but I don't see in here 1906-07, this continuation budget, which includes the schools with everything else. I'm having a hard time seeing where the school budget is on the agenda then. The non-continuation portion.
Well, we just tabled that.
No, not for the schools.
No, but we tabled 1906-05, 1906-06.
Correct. So where's the schools?
It was in 06.
It's listed in the back of the listings in 06.
Okay. So 06, but I thought there was some discussion
Well,
about.
Someone would have to offer that amendment to this,
Okay.
to this
Okay.
motion.
All right, thanks.
Hang on, look. Okay. Right now, let me clarify, right now, what we have is a resolution to approve continuation budgets for the County General Fund, General Debt Service Fund, Drug Control Fund, Courthouse and Jail Maintenance Fund, all school funds and highway fund effective July 1 until approval of the fiscal year 2019-20 budgets. Okay, so what that would mean is that every department that had raises, anything like that, those would be delayed until we pass a budget. Okay, Ms. Eccles. Okay, not in the queue.
I got us into this, didn't I? Can I make a motion to pull the schools out of this?
Yes.
I'd like to make a motion to pull the schools budget out of 1906-07.
Let me ask a question. Let me clarify, Ms. Eccles.
07 and B06.
No, she's talking about the continuing resolution.
Okay, she doesn't want to do a continuation resolution?
Let me clarify. Let me clarify. But Ms. Eccles, if I,
Reconsider it on 06?
yes, Mr. Taylor.
I want to go to bed. This is insane.
Okay. Okay. Is that correct? Okay.
All right.
I'm
I make
out
a
of order.
motion to reconsider 1906-06 since I voted to table it.
Okay.
Because I think everyone did not understand that we were pulling the schools budget out.
Okay. All right. Ms. Eccles has made a motion to reconsider her motion to table 1906-05 and 06. Is there a second by Mr. Good? Is there discussion on that? Does it go straight to vote? 16 votes. Okay. All right. To pull this back onto the agenda, it will require 16 votes to reconsider and redebate 1906-05 and 1906-06. Let's vote. Okay, hang on one second.
All right, motion to reconsider. The previous
All I do is
tabling
I'd be in
motion is
Beaumont.
on the board. Each commissioner, please record your vote.
What are y'all voting for?
It's going to fail.
Did you vote because you want to
22 votes are
reconsider?
entered. Anyone not voting wishing to vote? Anyone wishing to change your vote?
I know. I don't. I've told you I do not think clearly this late.
With 14 affirmative votes, motion to reconsider fails to carry.
Okay. All right, so we're on 1906-07. We had a motion by Commissioner Guthrie, a second by Commissioner Becker. Okay. Continuation budget. Does anyone wish to discuss the continuation budget? Yes, Ms. Kruger. No one. This would fund everybody at current levels.
Tourism would be included in this even though they're not listed?
What's that? Everybody that's in the current budget. We just continue on like we are right now.
Okay, so tourism and everything would be continued. They wouldn't run out of money. Cool. Well, I just wanted to make sure because it lists some and it doesn't list some. So like I noticed tourism's not listed. So I was thinking they might run out of funds to pay their staff or whatever upcoming events. So as long as they're covered, then sounds good. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Ms. Kruger. No one else is in the queue. Let's vote.
The resolution's on the board. Each commissioner, please record your vote. 23 votes are entered. Anyone not voting, anyone wishing to change your vote? With 22 affirmative votes, the resolution is approved.
Commissioner Taylor, 1906-08.
Appropriating $266,000 for trustees commission from the local capital projects fund, restricted fund balance to adjust to the estimated actual amount for fiscal year 2019. This is a bookkeeping process that we just need to do in order to make sure we're proper with our audit.
Okay.
I so move.
Motion made by Commissioner Taylor, seconded by Commissioner Foster. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passes unanimously. And so we have a motion to adjourn? Motion to adjourn, Commissioner Foster? We're adjourned.
See you, buddy.